Hey everyone, Firescale Audiobooks here. If there's a novel you'd love to hear more of, you can support us on Patreon or Ko-fi. Depending on your tier, I'll make extra parts just for the stories you're most excited about. Usually I can only upload 4 to 5 parts of each novel, but with your support we can go beyond that. And of course, don't forget to hit subscribe. It helps more than you know.
In the rear of the Survey Corps garrison, in a valley with only one Entrancer Regiment Commander Irwin, Soldier Commander Leva Division Leader Sanma, and Division Leader Hange are all fully equipped, waiting for the arrival of Ronan and the others. At the entrance of the valley, nearly 100 Survey Corps soldiers are waiting. The battle is really not small. With a sigh of emotion, Ronan turned his head and looked at Ymir and Petra, who were obviously a little nervous beside him. Don't worry. It's just some preventive measure. Nothing will happen. I believe in you, Ymir said seriously. This made Petra, who was about to say something, not say anything. After going through numerous checkpoints, the three of Ronan finally entered the valley, where they also saw the 4 of Irwin. Seeing that Ronan finally came over, Irwin breathed a sigh of relief, and the 3 of Levi, who were fully armed, stepped forward to meet him. Ronan, you're finally here. I've kept you waiting, Commander, looking around. Ronan said bluntly. Should we start directly? Of course, it's good. Irwin himself didn't like procrastinating too much. Hearing this, Ronan looked at Ymir next to him again. If there is no problem, you can just transform directly. Nodding expressionlessly, Ymir walked to a relatively open place alone. Petra wanted to keep up but was held back by Ronan. Don't go there, Ronan, what the hell are you trying to do? Petra whispered. Obviously she didn't know the truth. And once she knew, she might not be able to get close to Ymir as unscrupulously as before. Thinking of this, Ronan said comfortingly, no matter what you see later, don't get too excited, Ymir, as Ymir hasn't changed. What do you mean? Petra still didn't understand. It's just that at this time, Ronan didn't need to explain anything, and Irwin and the others completely ignored Petra's thoughts. If it wasn't for Ronan's insistence, they wouldn't even allow Petra to come over. After all, the level is too low, and the less people know about this kind of thing, the better. Even on the side of the royal government, Irwin has not reported yet, aware of the state of the crowd at this time. Although Petra was full of doubts, she didn't ask any more questions, but looked at Ymir, who walked tens of meters away without knowing why, and turned around to look at them calmly for some reason. At this moment, Petra suddenly felt that Ymir had become a little strange. Not at all like her own little tales, however. Reality did not give Petra or even others a chance to think too much. After seeing Ronan nodding to himself, Ymir took a deep breath, took out the knife given to her earlier with a complicated expression, and broke his palm in an instant. Thunder radiated everywhere, and the roar resounded in the ears. Everyone squinted their eyes subconsciously, but they didn't dare to let go of the slightest detail. Especially Hange, who had already let go of the so-called apology and guilt at this moment, stared frantically at the middle of Lei Guang, and saw the figure that suddenly appeared. Soon, when all obstacles are dissipated, the Titan with a head of more than 3 meters and less than 4 meters, with slender and sharp nails, and jagged teeth shining with sharp cold light, appeared in everyone's sight. Seeing Ronan, who was the only one who didn't froze, but walked towards him very calmly, Ymir couldn't help feeling a touch of emotion in his heart. He looked at Petra with a sluggish expression of disbelief, and heaved a long sigh, and at this time, Ronan had already walked in front of Ymir, looking at the Titan in front of him, which was much bigger than him. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he said, "Is it only to this extent?" "What do you mean?" Ymir said. Always feel underestimated, this harmless word, from her final utterance full of jagged teeth, made Irwin and the others not far away immediately come back to their senses. And they all ran here quickly, staring at Ymir unsuspectingly. "Can you talk?" "Titan can talk. Why is your form different from other Titans?" "Armored Titan, oversized Titan. and female Titan all have their own characteristics. What do you mean, long nails Titans? It can be clearly seen that Ymir showed a speechless expression. And Ronan said, I know you have a lot of questions to ask. But Ymir only has one mouth, let's come one by one. Ronan stood in front of Ymir before with his back facing her. Which meant very obviously that is. He completely trusted him, looking at Ymir, who was standing obediently on the spot without any thought of attacking. Erwin and the others were all very surprised. Petra, who had recovered, had a complicated expression at the moment. It is obviously difficult for her to treat Ymir like before. After all, the impression of Titan is not very good in her heart. And this feeling of disgust is almost deeply rooted. And it cannot be changed in a short time. Ymir, who noticed this situation, was very sad in her heart. But seeing Ronan's back, she felt a lot more at ease. At least the man in front of him hasn't changed in any way. He's still so confident and calm. Just like what he's seen before, making people feel at ease. Seeing that someone really turned into a Titan directly in front of them. Even if they had expected it before and made psychological preparations. When they really faced this unimaginable thing at this moment. Erwin and the others were still in a daze. And didn't know for a while how to ask questions. Knowing this, Ronan turned his head and said to Ymir, come out first. And tell us what you know, and Tilda. A slightly hoarse voice came from the mouth of the Titan. And Ymir broke free from the back of the Titan's neck, slightly jerky. Erwin and the others were amazed. Even Hange couldn't help but stepped forward to caress the body of the gasping Titan, screaming from the heat. But he didn't want to stop his movements at all. It could be said to be painful and happy. Walking in front of everyone, Ymir took a deep breath and began to talk about her origin, related memories about Marais, and some information about Reborn and others' mission from the memory of the previous Titan of E, and information about the 9 Titans. For Erwin and the others who have been educated, grown up, and lived inside the wall, this is undoubtedly a very big impact. The door to the new world has been opened small. 9 Titan powers parade island Malay Emperor audience. No war contract. The Marai Titan team seizes the founding Titan power plan. A series of explosive content directly stunned everyone. And the original world view was collapsing. It turns out the world is so big. It turns out that the place where they live is just an island. It turns out that there really are other humans outside the wall. It turns out that the Titans wandering outside the wall are essentially the same race. It turns out that the king has always had the ability to prevent disasters from happening. Turn out to be as Erwin's, who thought his willpower was firm enough to bear all the changes, realized at this moment that he overestimated himself and underestimated the drama of reality. Even knowing that what Ymir said is very likely to be true, Erwin still can't completely believe it. No, it should be said that he couldn't believe it. If everything is true, then their exploration outside the wall, the king they have always believed in, and the goal they have been seeking. Does it still make sense, even if Erwin is like this? The others are even more unbearable at this moment. Their combat power explodes at this moment. Leva, who is still the strongest human being, can't recover for a long time. And Petro and Sanmao's heads are blank. Hange, who has always been very curious about the outside world and the Titan, has no time to ask too many details at this moment. His mind has been revolving around what Ymir said just now. It is unbelievable, but he has to believe it. But subconsciously wants not to go believe. Seeing the appearance of the crowd, Ronan knew that they would not be able to fully accept all of this in a short time. So he immediately interrupted their stupefied state. Captain, you probably haven't reported Ymir's matter to the king's government yet. Bars, not yet. Ronan, what do you mean? Erwin thought to himself. I think, judging from the current situation, looking around at the crowd who were focusing on him, Ronan said seriously, it's the best way not to report Tilda. This, everyone subconsciously wanted to refute. But when they thought of Ymir's words just now, they were no longer as 100% loyal to the royal government, to their king and to their beliefs all the time. It seems that, As Ronan said, not reporting is the current best practice. Taking a deep breath, Erwin felt that he was in a state of confusion and couldn't calm down at all. Looking at Ronan's calm appearance, he couldn't help asking, "Aren't you surprised at all?" The others also looked at Ronan in amazement. If they didn't know that Ronan was innocent, and indeed a family member of the Survey Corps in Higginshina district, everyone would have wondered whether Ronan was also from Malay. Of course I was surprised, but I was more excited. Because the road ahead is no longer shrouded in fog like it used to be. And the enemy is no longer in the dark. Praying mantises catching cicadas orioles are behind. From now on we will no longer it's a cicada who doesn't know anything. Ronan laughed, his eyes were firm and not confused. Hearing this, Erwin subconsciously followed up, "We will be orioles from now on." Well, that's right. But the premise is that the royal government doesn't hold back. But do you think it's possible? Ronan looked into everyone's eyes, audacity. Erwin yelled sharply, then glanced at Emir, gritted his teeth and said, "I'll leave it to you to manage her in a short time. I don't want to see her transform in front of outsiders." "Understood, Tilda," Ronan replied, and immediately slapped Mears Jr. The latter's belated response, "No," seeing this, Erwin nodded lightly, turned around, and left with hasty steps. He needed to find a quiet place where no one was around, and sort out the current situation. There was always a feeling of regret in his heart. If Emir is directly handed over to the gendarmerie and the royal government, it seems that there will not be so many things, and it will not be as entangled as it is now. But has been kept in the dark, is that really good? Is it really worth their continued service and loyalty to a king who only wants to stay within the wall, doesn't think about making progress, and doesn't even care about the life and death of his people? How should he choose now? What is the road ahead? Erwin is in a mess right now, not only him, but everyone else is in the same state at the moment. Tilda. I just pretend I didn't hear these things. I'm just a soldier. I just need to obey the orders of my superiors. After leaving such a sentence, Sanmal looked at Ronan and Emir meaningfully and then left. I have the same idea as Captain Sanmal, Tilda. After speaking perfunctorily, Levi also turned and left. On the other hand, Hanj came back to his senses after being confused at the beginning, and said involuntarily, "Zio, I can, T." Before Hanj could finish speaking, Emir interrupted directly. Having been with each other for such a long time, she is very clear about the thoughts of this mad scientist in front of her. She doesn't want to be a guinea pig in the laboratory. She took 2 steps towards Ronan and said, "I only listen to the captain of." "Okay, leave the question to me, Tilda." Looking at Hanj, who was looking at him expectantly, Ronan shook his head, "Not for now. If Hanj is allowed to study Emir's Titan power, it will definitely attract the attention of others. And once he is targeted by the gendarmerie, then things will be troublesome in a short time. Emir still cannot be exposed and must hide in the dark. For now, I know." Hanj didn't feel disappointed at all and turned to 4. 8 and said excitedly, "Then I'll go first. I'll wait for your news and I'll be there anytime." After waving his hand, Hanj left with a smile on his face. But as soon as she turned around, when the 3 of Ronan couldn't see her expression, Hanj put away his excitement and turned to contemplation. Obviously, this scientific madman is not as single-minded and indifferent as he appears on the surface. Soon only Ronan, Emir, and Petra were left in the valley. Looking at the relatively silent Emir and Petra, Ronan knew that it was unnecessary for him to be here. So he immediately spoke. "Let's chat alone, I'll wait for you at the exit." Tilda immediately walked towards the exit position. "It's all gone." Tilda standing at the exit of the valley. Ronan found that all the previous guards had withdrawn, and Ronan couldn't help admiring Erwin's resoluteness. Immediately, he thought about many matters after that. Erwin and other Survey Corps executives already know many secrets of this world, and after they digest and accept these contents, many subsequent plans can be put on the agenda, of course. The premise is that Erwin and others are not stubborn to the king's government and maintain their original loyalty and conviction to the king inside the wall. I believe that as members of the Survey Corps, who rationally explore the mysteries of the world outside the wall and have independent thinking and pursuits, they will not disappoint Ronan too much. If things really turn out to be the worst, Ronan also has backup options, that's Grisha Yeager. Although the time has not yet come, once an uncontrollable situation arises, Grisha can only seize the power of the founding Titan in advance, so as to control thousands of unscaled Titans outside the Wall 14, and even the large Titan hidden inside the wall, thus forcibly unfolding the subsequent plan, of course. This is the worst plan, and it is also Ronan's big hole card. While Ymir is already in the light, Grisha is now in the shadows, a powerful foreign aid that no one else knows about except Ronan himself. It's just that the fighting desire of this foreign aid is really unflattering, and Ronan feels that he needs to find time to know about it. It can be used as a reference for Alan's fighting style in the future. It is not necessary to achieve it completely. At least it needs to be able to fight with such thoughts. Petra and Ymir walked out of the valley side by side with the sound of footsteps. Both of them had red eyes, obviously they had cried just now. It should be Ymir who told Petra about his experience. This damn tenderness, Ronan thought. As a Survey Corps combatant, Petra is undoubtedly extremely competent, but her gentle personality has never changed. At this moment, it is obvious to Ymir, who has a miserable life experience. She chose to accept even a little distressed one, seemingly to confirm Ronan's guess. Petra stepped forward directly. Ronan, I hope that I will be in charge of Ymir's daily life management in the future. Shouldn't you be in charge? Ronan laughed. Hearing this, Petra said gratefully, thank you. You're welcome, Tilda, turning his eyes to Ymir. Ronan said calmly, from now on you can act with Petra for now, and learn how to use the stereo machine from her. You will be a member of our Survey Corps in the future. And what's more, without my permission, I can't transform Tilda. Did you play the majesty of the captain so quickly? Ymir complained, it's not about majesty. It's an order, Tilda. Only in this way can we guarantee your safety, Tilda, Ronan said seriously. He didn't want Ymir to become uncontrollable, so putting it under jurisdiction was a must. If Ronan thinks so, Erwin and others who are not familiar with Ymir will be more cautious. And they have not taken surveillance measures against Ymir. Not because of reassurance but out of trust in Ronan. Ronan, who understands this naturally, cannot make mistakes. It looks very reliable, me captain. Although he is only a 14-year-old kid in essence, Tilda, Ymir gradually recovered his nature. Ronan didn't care about this. He glanced around the three of them and asked meaningfully, since you got the power of Titan, how many times have you been Titanized in total? No more than 5 times, Ymir said truthfully. No more than 5 times. That's no wonder, Tilda, Ronan Mingwu. When Ymir turned into a jaw Titan, his face and hands were not covered with hard exoskeletons, and his limbs were very small. At first glance, he had no strength. The scene of being surrounded by several innocent Titans in the plot is still vivid. Combined with the current fact that the power of founding Titan possesses the reality that Frida-Lay, you see, can't even defeat Grisha, who is not very good at fighting, we can draw a conclusion that the power of Titan is not very powerful, just obtained. It needs to be constantly exercised and improve it, of course. It is not ruled out that there is a specific improvement method, or the possibility that different people adapt and exert their abilities. The truth is, the Titan that Ymir turned into is really weak. I don't like the way you look at me now, Ymir dissatisfied. Now that they are all in a showdown, and they are in a valley with no one, she really wants to use the power of Titan to give Ronan a meal. But considering Ronan's powerful combat power when he slashed the Titan like chopping vegetables, Ymir felt that he should not go forward to deliver the food. And keeping it was the most important thing to do now. You are indeed weak, but you have great potential, Tilda. Ronan looked at Ymir and said emotionally, compared to armored Titan, supergiant Titan and female Titan, you are really too weak now. You must not fully exert the power of Titan you need to train. I don't want to become a Titan. Ymir shook his head vigorously. She doesn't like the state of 773 when she was a Titan. Every time she transforms, many memories that she doesn't want to recall will appear in her mind. Ronan's look. Petra, who knew Ymir's experience, couldn't bear it. Seeing this, Ronan is very determined. You must improve your strength. If you are too useless, even if I can bear it. The team leader will not pay enough attention to you. Because you have already told all the information come out. The value that you cannot be reported now lies in your Titan power. It's cruel, Tilda. Reason told Petra that what Ronan said was true. But from an emotional point of view, she still couldn't accept this approach. The world is such a reality, Tilda. Glancing at Petra without further explanation, Ronan shifted his gaze to Ymir. Let me ask you one last time. Are you willing to train the power of Titan? What a heartless captain. Although I don't want to recall those experiences. But compared to memories, I don't want to die. Now I have Dong 29 that I really want to protect. Glancing at Petra under her moving gaze, Ymir took a deep breath and said seriously, I promise to train. In the following period of time, Ronan's life became very regular. He was either training or on the way to training every day. The spare time in between was spent with his family. Alan is still determined to join the Survey Corps. But this time, Carol Ant did not express his refusal clearly. There must be Grisha's reasons for this. With his lifespan running out, he has already started planning for Alan to join the Survey Corps. The power of attack on Titan is gone. Although the process was very cruel, he had no other choice. Alan obviously didn't know about this, and he was very excited that he was not denied his ideal again, and finally abandoned the previous three-sword style training method for fools, and began to practice double sword style, and exercise the sense of balance driven by Alan. Mikasa also participates in practice occasionally when she is bored. It is this occasional practice a few times, but the progress is far superior to that of Alan. At a young age, he has already shown excellent physical talent and learning talent, which can be seen from the strength of Ackerman's blood. As for Uncle Harry's family, they are living a happy life now. Because of Ronan's relationship and their excellent skills, they got a stable job in the Survey Corps and avoided joining the volunteer army. Their lives are relatively peaceful. In this social state, plainness and safety are precious. On this day, after having breakfast with Alan and Harry's family at home, Ronan was ready to go to the valley. After simple transformation and isolation, it has become Ymir's main activity and training area. As soon as he entered it, he saw that the Titan that Ymir had turned into was shuttling through the woods at a relatively fast speed. And the nails of his hands that shone like metal would leave a few deep scratches every time they crossed the tree trunk. It shows the sharpness of its nails. The specific form of the 9 Titans will change to a certain extent due to the different bearers. They are both in the state of attack on Titan. The forms displayed by Alan and Grisha are still somewhat surprising. But Ymir's surprise is too great, right? Ronan was a little puzzled. After so many days, Ymir's practice intensity is not low. Every time he waits until his physical fitness can't hold on before releasing the Titan state. But even with such a high intensity, his form still hasn't changed. And he hasn't become the one in Ronan's impression. Jallard's state when he became the Titan of E. There is an obvious gap between the two sides in terms of size. Speed, strength, and form. Obviously, Ymir was crushed in almost all directions. Theoretically speaking, this shouldn't be the case. Could it be that Mir's form has other untapped abilities? Ronan couldn't help guessing at the same time Ymir, who sensed Ronan's arrival, rushed straight towards him, full of menacing aura. And his cold and serrated teeth looked particularly terrifying under the sunlight. Seeing Petra couldn't help being startled. She said loudly, "Don't, Tilda." But Ymir didn't seem to hear it at all, and rushed straight in front of Ronan. Seeing that they were about to collide with each other, his legs suddenly exerted force, and the whole body flew into the air and flew over the area where Ronan was standing. Eyes moved down, full of jokes, Tilda. However, what responded to her was a burst of sword light. Chila Tilda with a scalp-numbing chopping sound. Ronan chopped off Emir's right foot in half. Emir, who lost his balance in the air, fell directly to the ground and rolled several times before he was able to stop. He stood up and looked at his right foot, which had been cut off in half with helplessness in his eyes. After reacting, Petra ran over anxiously. Ronan, how? How can you give Emir's feet to? I chopped off the Titan's foot. Not Emir's foot. Tilda, Ronan interjected during the speech. He pointed to Emir's recovering right foot. It's not like you don't know the power of the Titan. This little injury will heal quickly, eh? Petra felt powerless to refute. Emir was in direct contact with the state of Titan, and walked up to Ronan steaming all over his body. Is the captain too ruthless? Tilda. I don't like flat. Tilda, Ronan said for no reason. Emir and Petra were taken aback when they heard it, and they didn't understand it all at once. But they all reacted immediately. The former glanced in front of him. The corners of his mouth twitched a few times. His face was speechless. The latter blushed but secretly stood up. Tilda. No comparison, no harm. Before the two could say anything, Hanj walked in quickly from the entrance, accompanied by a series of hurried footsteps. Ronan, the leader, asked you to go there. Tilda. Understood, I'll go right away. Tilda, seeing that Hanj had no intention of moving at all, and kept looking at Ymir, Ronan smiled and said, Tilda, have you already studied that strange species thoroughly? No, I just want to talk to Ymir. Tilda, Hanj said truthfully, with a sincere expression on his face. Seeing this, Ronan turned his head and looked at Ymir. What do you think? Just when she was about to refuse, Petra tugged at the corner of Emir's clothes, which made the latter feel helpless, hesitated for a while, and finally nodded in agreement. Then you guys talk, I think about it. Tilda, without staying here for too long. Ronan set off directly towards the regiment's garrison. In the past few days, Erwin hasn't shown up, and now he suddenly wants to go there by himself. Ronan feels that the other party must have figured it out, and began to formulate future strategies. And Ronan is very concerned about the specific strategies. You won't let me down, Captain Erwin, Ronan thought, because the distance is not too far. And with the help of horses, Ronan quickly arrived at the station and smoothly entered the office of the team leader, Li Heiahao. The layout is exactly the same as before without any change. It turns out that Erwin is a single-minded person. You're here, Tilda, compared to the previous confusion. Erwin has returned to his original calmness and peace, making it completely impossible to see what he was thinking. Seeing this, Ronan responded, Command. What are your orders in the past few days? I have carefully considered what Emir said, and I have to admit that I was once shaken. Standing up from his seat, Erwin walked up to Ronan and said seriously, but now, I have figured it out. Our goal has never changed, and the purpose of Survey Corps existence is also the same. It has never changed, that is for human freedom. So, Captain, do you have any plans? Ronan asked directly, not paying any attention to Ronan's directness. Erwin nodded. Quits. The matter of Emir will not be reported. I have already explained to Levi and the others. Because of the important reasons, only a few of us know for the time being how to do it. You should understand that the main problem now is how to sneak Marley into those people inside the wall were let out. Erwin's eyes were sharp hearing this. Ronan nodded. Now we can't be sure whether they have sneaked into the city, even if we roughly know their appearance and staffing through Emir's narration. We are still too passive. But as long as we can simulate the appearance of a few people, look, all problems will be solved. Hearing this, Erwin was silent. Not because what Ronan said was wrong, but because what he said was too right. He almost finished what he wanted to say, which was very sad. So he had to follow the pole climbing down. Said seriously, I think the same way, so I have to work hard on you. Use Emir's oral description as soon as possible to draw out the looks of those Marai warriors. It doesn't need to be exactly the same, as long as there are 5 or 6 points of similarity. The captain means 530, Ronan realized something. As I thought, I want to arrest these people all over the country. Erwin said in a deep voice, "Lead the snake out of its hole." After muttering something, Ronan responded, "I'll do it right away, Tilda." "Well, thank you for your hard work, Tilda. This is what I should do." Immediately turned around and walked out of the office. Ronan agreed with Erwin's plan in his heart. Although he had already known the situation of the Marley team, he had changed from passive to active to a certain extent. But the other party did not show up for a day. As far as the regime inside the wall is concerned, that is a huge hidden danger. You must take the initiative to lure them out. Otherwise, a lot of work in the future will not be able to be fully carried out. As for Imirth, fewer people who know her identity better. So it is impossible to hire a painter. And Ronan can only rely on himself. Thinking of Erwin's comforting words just now, Ronan wanted to laugh a little as long as he thought about it. He could even draw the faces of Reborn and the three of them completely. But it would take some time, this is the fact. In the next few days, Ronan, who focused on painting, saw his painting level rise sharply. Emir and Petra were so shocked that they couldn't speak. In just 5 days, Ronan drew the portraits of Reborn Hoover and Annie under the state of studying and forgetting to eat and sleep. With his current level, he paid attention to restoring the similarity to more than 90%. But he didn't do that. Just drew 60 or 70% of the similarity. You can't act too monstrous. You have to keep a low profile in everything. As everyone knows, when at this level everyone was shocked. After another 3 days of preparation, they contacted relevant newspapers and printing businesses. Under the propaganda and agitation of the Corps, these 3 arrest warrants appeared in all the streets and alleys except the mainland. Even some small villages have been radiated. And the scope is not tiresome, the fist has been punched. And the next step is to see if the opponent can catch it. In order to deal with the battle that may break out in the future, Survey Corps has always been in a state of readiness. A total of nearly 1,000 troops, except some personnel who were borrowed to maintain social stability, and the personnel left behind in various stations, all gathered in the Almiha district to prepare for the upcoming major incidents. The atmosphere is very tense. Although the vast majority of members do not know the reason, but this does not hinder their perception of the surrounding atmosphere. For several days, everything was peaceful and the society was stable. Everything didn't seem to work. But Ronan knew that once the 3 of Reborn had sneaked into the wall and saw the arrest warrants, after thinking about it, they would immediately think of Emir. They couldn't stay still forever. Now the portraits are only 60% to 70% similar. And after a will, maybe 80% or even 90% similar. Then they really can no longer carry out activities in the wall in a human posture. Blindly attacking the city wall. After seeing the combat power of the Survey Corps, they expressed their unwillingness to do so. At least with the combat power of the 3 of them. The consequences of doing so would be very serious, and the risk would be too great. Unless Marley could provide assistance. But the sky is high and the Emperor is far away. So the news cannot be passed on in a short time. They will definitely not get Marley's help. And they can only rely on themselves. Everything is in one thought at this time. In the area of Ern City Stohays in the northern part of the Wall of Rose, 3 teenagers and girls with faces hidden in hoods lined up in front of receiving relief food. After receiving the bread, they turned and walked towards the alley not far away. When his eyes touched the portraits pasted on the wall, his eyes shrank, heart rate increases. There are many discussions in my ears. The Survey Corps is really generous this time. As long as these 3 wanted criminals can be caught, not only will they be given the right to live in the mainland, but they will also be given a large bounty. To be honest, my heart is moved. Action is worse than heartbeat, you go find it, Tilda. Forget it, this kind of thing depends on fate. If it happens, I will definitely do it. I've had enough of this damn place, that's the reason. Who knows that one day our city wall will be breached? That would not be a beautiful thing. It's better to be in the mainland. By Wang's side, safety can definitely be guaranteed. Oh, it's a pity I can't find it. God knows where these three guys went. Just pay attention at ordinary times, it depends on luck. Right, hearing these words, the three of them couldn't help speeding up their pace, causing the people around them to glance at them. But they didn't pay much attention to it, and then chatted again about their yearning for bounties and the right to live in the interior. Soon three of them arrived in a deserted alley. Their eyes were full of obvious horror, and when they looked at each other's, they all saw the information conveyed by each other's eyes. Be found, obviously. These three people are none other than Reborn Hoover and Ani, who have sneaked into the wall. Why? Hoover looked flustered. Reborn and Annie also looked stern. Unable to calm down at all, there is no way. The three of them are not as mature as they were in the plot. And they are all just teenagers and girls in their early teens. Even though they have undergone strict military training, they are still just three children in essence. And their temperaments can easily change. Will be affected, keep your voice down. If we are discovered, our plan will be over. Reborn lowered his voice, and Yuho was sitting beside him. Ate bread in small bites and said nothing. But her expression quickly returned to calm. Among the three, Ani is undoubtedly the calmest one. Baliku Tilda Ani whispered this name, which is of great significance to the team, immediately caught the attention of Reborn and Hoover. And they were stunned for a while. It must be that the Titan who killed Brother Baliku was controlled by the people inside the wall. There is nothing wrong with it. And only in this case will we be exposed. Reborn's face was extremely ugly. Hoover looked panic-stricken. What should we do? Our identities and appearances have been exposed, and it is completely impossible to move around inside the wall. Or, after looking around and finding no one, Hoover whispered emotionally, how about we go back to Marais? Immediately looked at Reborn and Ani expectantly. But the result made him very disappointed. Neither Reborn nor Ani showed any expression of emotion, but a calm expression. The Titan of E is controlled in the wall. Such important information. I think it's worth going back. Hoover made the last effort. Hearing this, Reborn sighed and said, we can't go back. Why? Obviously the mission can no longer be completed. Hoover asked, puzzled. Ani responded, because we have no choice. Hoover, who wanted to speak again, was stopped by Reborn. Hoover, just like Annie said, we have no choice. The first task now is to find a way to get rid of that B***********. You mean? Hoover swallowed. That's right. It's the B********* D who killed Brother Baliku. Reborn gritted his teeth. Going back now. What is waiting for us? You should be very clear about the guilt of losing the power of the Titan. Not only the three of us, but also our family members will be involved. So even if we go back, we must just take that B******* D home with you. Then how can we find and beat him? We don't understand the situation inside the wall at all. Hoover wondered. Just let them come to us. Standing up, Annie stuffed the bread in her hand into her mouth. Chewing heavily, a look of struggle flashed in her eyes. But she immediately regained her firmness, seeing this. With no other choice, Reborn patted Hoover on the shoulder, stood up as well and followed Ani to the exit of the alley. Damn it, it's all the fault of that damned guy. Hoover followed, looking very annoyed. Almost at the same time, Survey Corps Station. Inside, the head's officer when Levi Ronan, Hanj Sanma, Zymir, and Petra, who acted as a nanny, gathered in a room to discuss how to handle and respond to major incidents that may erupt in the future. The atmosphere is very depressing. Everyone's eyes couldn't help looking at Emir. Don't look at me like that. Ronan should have already told you about my abilities. The speed is not good, the strength is not good. The bite force is average and the nails are sharper. It is very difficult to deal with ordinary titans, let alone those guys. It's mainly up to you. Emir spread his hands, seeing this. Ronan calmly said, I didn't expect you to be able to help me at first. I just hope that you can help me at the critical moment of the capture. And don't just watch the show or do some irrational things. Don't worry. I promise to obey orders. Emir looked serious. She couldn't feel the sharp gaze of the dwarf next to the leader. She always felt like she was going to be killed. Her heart was beating, and she immediately became more behaved. I hope you can remember what you just said. This is a test for you if you can do meritorious deeds. It will be regarded as exposure of your identity. And we can protect you. If you act irrationally, Ronan, you know what to do it. Erwin said in a hurry, asking for flowers, however. There was an obvious chill in the words, which made the atmosphere in the office more depressing. Hearing this, Ronan nodded and said without thinking, I will cut off her limbs as soon as possible. Very good, Tilda. Erwin nodded. The corner of Emir's mouth twitched twice, and he murmured in a very low voice, It's so heartless, Tilda. But there was a trace of gratitude in his heart, because Ronan didn't directly say to kill her, and cutting off the limbs was actually saving her life. I didn't pay too much attention to Emir, and I don't expect her to be of much help. At that time, I just need to act as a bait. After looking around the crowd, Erwin prepared to prepare for some possible events. For detailed questions, make a statement and assign tasks. But it was interrupted by an urgent knock on the door. Report. The patrol found obvious signs of climbing on the outer edge of the city wall, more than 10 kilometers east of Storhaze, which resembled fingerprints. The reporter's face was full of horror, but his whole body was bewildered. There is no known titan that can climb the city wall. If there is such a titan, the city wall will be useless. Can human beings live safely inside the city wall? The answer is definitely no. Finally found you. Standing up from his seat suddenly, Erwin said loudly, Get ready to move. Rush to Stourhaze district overnight. Yes, Commander. Everyone responded loudly. The Survey Corps, which had already been prepared at this moment, was like an extremely compact instrument running quickly. And it took less than half an hour to set off directly from the station to the Stourhaze district. I don't know how many can stay this time. It's best to keep all of them, Ronan thought to himself. The three of Reborn are destined to be unconquerable. In order to ensure their own safety, what they can do is to capture them directly, and then control the power of the three titans into their own hands. But in this process, will the hidden king of the wall allow them to do so? Everything is unknown, because they wanted to rush to the Stourhaze area as soon as possible. The Survey Corps chose the shortest road, going north directly from the Almeha area, passing through the wall of Sheena from south to north, and passing through the inland area longitudinally, so as to go to Luo, the district of Stourhaze, at the northern end of the wall. This is undoubtedly the best travel plan, and it takes a lot less distance. The only troublesome place is undoubtedly the military police regiment, as a corps that manages the people and maintains social order by the king's side. The status of the gendarmerie has always been the highest among the four major corps, coupled with the ability to have the right to live in the mainland. Only the top 10 graduates from the training corps can choose to join the military police regiment. As a direct result, members of the military police regiment have always felt extremely superior to themselves. I have been staying in the countries, May 37, king and the center of power, and I have naturally become a conservative. And I have never had a special deal with the Revolutionary Survey Corps. Just like this time, Ronan and the others were stopped by the military police regiment as soon as they entered the Sheena wall. Those guys started to embarrass us again. They have to do this every time they enter the wall of Hina. Aluo said with a displeased face, Elder, who was on the horse beside him, nodded in agreement. Every time we have to show off. These guys can only do their best in the interior. Let them fight against Titan, and I'm afraid they will be scared to pee their pants right away. I just want to hide in the mainland. Even Gundas, who has always been silent and calm, expressed his dissatisfaction with the military police regiment. Although Petra, who always gave people a gentle and virtuous feeling, said nothing, she looked at the members of the military police regiment who were approaching. Very unfriendly. This made Ymir, who was sitting in the carriage with Ronan, very curious. What? Captain, does our regiment have a problem with those guys? It's just that the positions are different, and there will inevitably be some contradictions. Ronan said lightly, naturally. He could see this set of balancing measures by the royal government, and he was very disdainful in his heart. From the point of view of power, the military police regiment does have a restrictive effect on the Survey Corps in a certain sense. In an emergency, it can command garrison. The total force can even reach 5,000 people, which is 5 times that of the Survey Corps. If you add the Central Gendarmerie led by Kenny Ackerman, who has the power to act independently, the number will continue to increase. But the real combat power is very limited. Even Kenny's group of people is considered elite, and the others may not be enough to support 1,000 people in Survey Corps. Seeing that Ronan didn't want to talk about the military police regiment, Emir didn't bother, but looked at Petra through the window of the carriage, and said without joking, "Captain, I think Sister Petra can sit in the carriage together, Tilda. I'll change places with her when we pass through the inland area, Tilda." Ronan was fully armed and looked at the gendarmerie members who were getting closer to his side. Soon, several members of the gendarmerie came to the carriage. A man in his 20s opened the curtain, took a symbolic look at the situation inside the carriage, and said with a smile, "You are the Ronan who has been blown up like a god. You look just average, Tilda. Are you being provocative?" Ronan asked calmly. His right hand was placed on the handle of the knife, as if ready to strike at any time. This made the man's expression stagnate, and under the mocking gazes of his companions, he said embarrassingly, "A child is a child. I can't help being funny at all." After looking at Ronan and Emir next to him meaningfully, he lowered the curtain and walked towards the convoy behind. "Captain, is it really okay to do this for these people? The more you shrink back, the more they will push forward. So they can't retreat. They just keep their mouths tight and dare not move." There is one more thing that Ronan didn't say. Even if he really did, I wouldn't be afraid. "Excellent, my captain, Tilda," Emir laughed. The expressions of the Alu and O people outside the car also eased a lot, and their recognition of Ronan has increased a lot. As the captain of the team, if Ronan is only tough when facing the Titan, and the team is too weak, then obviously he cannot convince the crowd. Apparently, Ronan didn't disappoint them. This time the Survey Corps was almost in full force, with a team of 600 people. Making the inspection lasted for more than half an hour before it was over. But the team didn't show any tendency to keep going, which made Ronan a little annoyed. The census for the military police regiment have dropped several notches. These guys are really not doing enough. And they are not doing enough. And I have made a judgment on them in my heart. Obviously, almost every member of the training corps was one of the top 10 powerhouses when they graduated. But after entering the mainland, they were directly corrupted and turned into trash, which is a waste of talent and resources after taking power. Ronan felt that, except for a few soldiers who could be reformed, and the elite group under Kenny's command, other members of the military police regiment could be directly removed from the regiment, and it would be a waste of food to keep them. Now that the society is in turmoil inside the wall, these guys still only think about internal fighting, which is really chilling. After more than half an hour, the team moved forward again. Ronan also saw the head of the military police regiment and many high-level officials on the side of the road, as well as the members of the military police regiment behind them who were watching the convoy jokingly, passing through the stable and prosperous inland area with anger. Everyone didn't have the heart to appreciate the beautiful buildings and bustling scenes around them. Wall of China, but they didn't know that inside the tallest building in the mainland, a pair of eyes were staring at them until the shadow of the convoy disappeared into the night. And then he turned his gaze away, turned to look at the man beside him and asked, "Did Irwin say what the purpose of the operation was?" "My lord, Captain Irwin reported earlier that he was going to lead a team to maintain stability in the Stohays district, Tilda," the man responded. Stability, there was a smile on the corner of his mouth. And the only man inside the wall who was qualified to be called president. That is Darius, Zachary said with a smile. Can this kind of nonsense be believed? After passing through the inland area, there was no further hindrance. The convoy headed towards the Stohays area at full speed and drove all night. It will not stop until it is 20 kilometers away from the entrance and rest on the spot according to intelligence. The Marais trio is now mostly located in the Stohays area. That is to say, there is quite a threat there. After a long and uninterrupted journey, the core at this time is exhausted and exhausted. It can only display 70% of its combat power at most. So far, it is facing 3 intelligent titans. Great danger knowing this. Erwin made a decisive decision and announced to rest on the spot. Crackit ~~ Ronan's team sat around the fire, staring at the flames, feeling its warmth, all with expressions of enjoyment. The aroma of food wafting from the iron pot hanging on the fire made everyone swallow their mouths. They were on their way all the times, and they didn't have time to sit down and have a good meal. Now that they have the conditions, they are all looking forward to it and hope 14. Even the members of other teams around looked over from time to time, showing envious expressions. It's great to have a woman who can cook in the team, so I don't have to eat dry food. The Oreos, who noticed these gazes, glared at the surroundings like hounds protecting food. The meaning is obvious. These are their team F***K. Under such an atmosphere, Ronan pulled out his 2 knives suddenly, causing everyone around them to stand up subconsciously, put their hands on the hilt of the knives and looked around. Even the other teams looked the same, and immediately entered the fighting state. This is the Survey Corps, and the sharpness is not comparable to other corps. Sorry. I just wanted to squeeze the knife. Ronan smiled sheepishly. This attracted Elder Aluo, and even members of other teams around them to look helpless. But they were relieved in their hearts. They don't want to fight, and it's best to go on without any fluctuations throughout the whole process. Rookie, scaring people can scare people to death. Aluo complained before Ronan could respond. Emir said contemptuously, obviously you are timid, Tilda. Little girl, what did you say? Aluo exploded like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. I said you guys are too timid, Tilda. Emir was not afraid. The body leaned towards Petra. Petra was speechless for a while, but when she thought of Emir's identity, she smiled apologetically at everyone. I know that, hiding by Petra's side. The brat really is the most annoying, Tilda, Aluo underestimated. Elder and Gunda next to him felt a little helpless. Don't say a few words, Tilda. Ronan is still here, you're looking for a baiting. Seeing the malicious smiles of the 2 friends, Aluo's expression froze. Rookie, you know. I'm not talking about you, Tilda. I don't know, Tilda, Ronan joked. Putting down the 2 knives, he reached out to take the hot soup from Petra, took a sip, and showed an expression of enjoyment. Petra, whoever marries you in the future is really lucky, and can eat such delicious food every day. Eat more, don't say such nonsense, blushing. Petra stuffed 2 pieces of bread that had been baked by the fire into Ronan's arms, causing Elder and the others to yell that it was unfair immediately. Emir spoke of Tao Ken not without jealousy, which made Petra blush even more. The atmosphere suddenly became lively, feeling all this. A slight smile appeared on the corner of Ronan's mouth. He liked this kind of atmosphere and wanted the team to keep it in this state. At the same time, in the headquarters at the front of the convoy Tilda, there are still more than 3 hours before dawn. As soon as it dawns, we will directly enter the Stohays district. Erwin said seriously. He has long since lost his previous confusion. He has always been very dissatisfied with the corruption of the royal government, but it is hidden deep in his heart. Everything is to protect his useful body and realize his ideals and goals. Moreover, the urgent task now is to solve the external hidden dangers. Capture or directly kill the Marley fighters inside the wall. Minister, that's right. Even though he knew from Emir that the king he had always believed in was not so noble and great, Erwin still had certain expectations for him, and he didn't fully make up his mind to revolutionize. Overthrow and rebuild. What if Emir is lying to himself and making up some stories to drive apart the factions inside the walls? Erwin also thought about this possibility and took it as comfort at this time. Upon hearing Erwin's orders, the other people in the headquarters nodded in understanding. Among them, Hanj hesitated for a while before finally asking, "Head, why didn't you let Ronan come in to attend the meeting? His level is qualified to participate tilde." Others are also a little curious in their minds. Ronan is undoubtedly a promising comrade in arms with great abilities. His novel and unique way of thinking, which is not controlled by inertial thinking, gives people a bright feeling every time, loyal enough. The key is to be strong enough to be a comrade in arms who can rely on his back. After all, the Survey Corps is different from the other three major corps. Personal combat power is extremely important. If you cannot survive the battle, then no matter how good you are in other aspects, 337 will not have much effect. He needs to watch over Emir tilde, Erwin said bluntly. Ronan's heart is very complicated, on the one hand. He appreciates Ronan's amazing potential, planning and associative ability, and on the other hand, he is shocked by Ronan's monstrosity, these things. It seems that a 14-year-old boy can think of and do it. Erwin had recently wondered if there was a mastermind behind Ronan, and he had investigated it but found nothing that is. The doctor named Grisha seemed to have some problems with his identity, but he was behind the wall after living for such a long time. I have never committed crimes or been too outstanding. Instead, I helped countless patients, which made Erwin no longer spend more energy on Grisha tilde. Although it is unbelievable, there is only one conclusion in the matter, that is, Ronan is so good and evil. Can such a person really control himself? Erwin asks himself from time to time. Ronan is ambitious and has a lot of ideas of his own. When he is still in position, I can barely suppress it. But once he is not in this position, or Ronan is promoted to a higher position, then everything is hard to say in Erwin's eyes. Ronan at this moment is a double-edged sword. The first ray of sunlight in the morning pierced through layers of barriers and fell to the ground, and the warm touch made people squint their eyes subconsciously. But before people could think about it carefully, they were interrupted by the sound of marching. According to the sound, the purpose of entering was a huge convoy group, which entered the Stohay's area from the entrance, which aroused widespread attention. Inside the houses on both sides of the street, people poked their heads out from time to time to observe the situation of the convoy. Wings of Liberty, it's the Survey Corps. Are they going to cheat? It should be. This time the lineup is huge. It would be great if we could take back the Maria Wall. Our side won't be as crowded as it is now. 17. It's very difficult. There are tens of thousands of Titans outside the wall. With such a small number of people, it is definitely impossible to completely wipe them out. Although I know it's difficult, I still have a dream tilde. Don't jump to conclusions so quickly. They don't necessarily want to attack the Titan. Maybe they just went out of the wall for a circle and then came back. It's meaningless for you to say that. Compared with before breaking the wall. After breaking the walls, the civilians' perception of the Survey Corps has undoubtedly improved a lot. And they have also realized the necessity and importance of the existence of this corps. Anyway, those garrison who only know how to eat, drink, play and wait to die on weekdays, and the military police regiment who are pampered and feel superior to others are definitely unreliable. The battle against Titans still depends on Survey Corps. Aware of this change, the Corps members were very excited. It was finally recognized, and it was no longer regarded as a waste of resources. Only those who have experienced those gossips know how gratifying this state is now. Even want to cry. Only when you really need it will you realize the importance. The vision of ordinary people is still too narrow. The royal government has contributed a lot. Riding on horseback and walking slowly with the team, Ronan thought to himself that he didn't have much ill feeling towards these ordinary people. After all, they were also victims in essence, living inside the city walls. And the policy of ignoring the people of the Shangwang government will definitely not be too broad-minded. Conservation and ignorance also become a matter of course. Of course, Ronan doesn't have much affection for these people. But this is the reality, and it's impossible to be perfect. Many things cannot be done overnight. Change requires opportunity and power. Without thinking about it, he cast his eyes on the open window of the carriage and looked at Petra and Amir, who meant to sleep with their eyes closed. Ronan was a little envious. A woman would not know the pain of a man on horseback. It was still a carriage, get more comfortable inside. But I can't think about these for the time being. Because if Reborn and the others are really here, they may launch an attack at any time. Fighting inside the wall. Because there are so many civilians, the Survey Corps will definitely not be able to fight with all their strength. So this time, Erwin is going to lead the team out of the Wall of Rose and induce the Marley Titan team to attack them outside the wall. The premise is that the other party is determined to come hard and just notice them, because the possibility of being attacked inside the wall was not ruled out. Ronan did not dare to relax his vigilance, and also kept Elder and the others focused. Although they were puzzled, they still did it in this way. The convoy has already reached the central area of Storhaze district. That Isid has already passed through half of the area, and it only takes another 20 minutes to reach the city wall. Because of the large number of people, the process of transporting everyone out of the wall is undoubtedly very long. And the danger is undoubtedly great. In the previous combat analysis, the process of transporting county officials out of the wall is a time point that requires special attention. I hope those guys don't take the opportunity to launch an offensive. If they do come, they can only bite the bullet and fight. Ronan thought to himself. Ying's face hidden under the hood put on an unprecedented stern expression. But outsiders couldn't see it, on the contrary Aluwu, who didn't know the specific plan. And the vast majority of Survey Corps members were fearless at the moment. Although each of them looked serious, they didn't particularly care or focus in their hearts. Express curiosity and nervousness. Inside the city walls, it is relatively safe. As everyone knows, danger is approaching. On the roof of a 2-story house near the city wall, 3 figures were hiding, their eyes staring straight at the slowly approaching convoy in the distance. It's Reborn, Hoover, and Annie, who have been waiting for a long time. It's finally here. Are we going to act now? Hoover said nervously. His physical fitness is undoubtedly the top few in the Marais junior class, but his psychological quality is indeed relatively average, and he is seriously lacking in enthusiasm. When encountering difficulties, his first reaction is to shrink back. Hearing Hoover's words at this time, Reborn whispered, "Wait a minute, we are too far away from the city wall now. Even if we succeed in attacking, if we want to go out from the city wall, the journey is too far. And there are too many variables." Compared to Hoover, Reborn is undoubtedly much calmer. As a young and mature man, his willpower is undoubtedly stronger once a goal is set. He will unswervingly implement it. And he is well aware of his current responsibilities. Okay, Hoover nodded. The face looked very nervous, and his eyes looked at Ani in a timely manner. And there was a strange flash in his eyes. Sensing Hoover's gaze, Ani just glanced at it lightly, but stopped paying attention. Staring at the approaching convoy, Mama Zhao whispered, "Looking at it, they should be preparing to go out of the wall. Now that the city gate is directly closed, I think we can wait for them to go out of the wall through the elevator to launch an offensive. So the success rate is higher." Paused, as if thinking of something. Ani's eyes changed slightly. "I just don't know if that person is in this team. I think it should be for these guys inside the wall. The ability to get out is very important. And it's the best choice to bring it with you." Reborn expressed his opinion. Hoover, crouched beside him, nodded. "I think so too." Reborn, Ani's negative on the side of the city wall in Storhaze. Members of the Survey Corps and the corresponding supplies and equipment were slowly being transported to the city wall through the elevator. and then transported to the outside of the wall by the elevator. This process seemed a bit slow, but it was helpless, since the royal government announced that all the city gates were closed. They could only get out of the wall in this inefficient way. Due to the large number of people, the general members were transported after half an hour. The carriages that fell behind were still waiting to be transported inside the wall. It was at this juncture that Captain Levi came here, relying on his vigorous posture and his height advantage. He quickly entered the carriage, here Tilda. For Levi's arrival, Ronan was not too surprised. Glancing at Petra and Ymir, especially the latter, Levi said in a deep voice, "I'm not sure if the other party will attack. But you must be aware of being attacked at any time, I know Tilda." In front of the captain, Ymir looked very well behaved and didn't dare to be the most vicious, because she felt that the man with facial paralysis, who was much shorter than herself, was strong enough to kill her. Well, Tilda nodding 803 lightly. Levi sat cross-legged beside Ronan, with both hands on the handle of the knife, ready to draw the knife to launch an attack at any time. As for who the blade is aimed at, it depends on the actual situation. Without saying anything more, Levi just sat in the car like this, which made the originally peaceful atmosphere suddenly become much more depressing. Taking a deep breath, Ronan chose not to pay attention to it, but instead closed his eyes and rested his mind, recharging his energy and preparing for the possible critical situation. There are two options for this operation. One is to capture or directly kill the three of Reborn. But if the three of them never show up, then they are going to go all the way north to check the current situation of the city wall near the Maria wall, so as to formulate corresponding countermeasures. After all, with the current situation inside the wall, it is imperative to take back Wall Maria, even though it is extremely difficult. For the sake of long-term stability, they must take back their homeland soon. It was Ronan's turn and they didn't get off the carriage. The carriage was directly driven onto the elevator, leading Ronan and others slowly up the city wall. Just when everyone thought they would reach the city wall, the expressions of the garrison members above their heads, that ice in the city wall, all changed drastically, and they pointed at the place where the gunpowder smoke rose in the distance and shouted, "Giant Titan, a lot of Titans. Why are there so many Titans running over? I saw many Wugu Titans appearing in the distance." Following a Titan wrapped in armor, they rushed towards the city wall. Because of being too nervous, the operator stopped his movements, causing the elevator to stop in midair. Ronan, Before Petra could complete her words, Ronan said bluntly, "Don't go out. You have to trust the leader and them." Oh, Tilda. Petra chose to obey, feeling Ymir's cold right palm. He couldn't help comforting him. "Don't worry. I will protect you. No, I should protect you." Ymir looked firm seeing this. Levi looked at the two of them in surprise, and then gave Ronan a questioning look in this regard. Ronan just shrugged his shoulders and didn't say much. His expression was highly concentrate, just like Levi's, with both hands on the handle of the knife, ready to draw the knife to fight at any time. At the same time, Erwin and the others standing on the city wall stared sternly at the armored Titan approaching the city wall at the speed of the naked eye. "Ready to fight," Erwin yelled. The eyes are full of determination. At this moment they have no other choice. The fully charged armored Titan cannot be stopped by manpower. So under Erwin's order, garrison began to evacuate the people around the city wall, and even the entire Stohay's area. Knowing that Titan was about to break through the wall, those people who were still watching the fun all looked terrified and rushed towards the entrance of Rose's wall. On the contrary, the faces of the refugees who came from inside the Maria wall were not completely surrounded by fear, but more of hatred during this period of time. They lost their self-esteem, their homes, their houses, and many even lost their families. They lived like pugs, waiting for relief and handouts from the government like beggars every day. They have had enough of these days. Many of the refugees did not choose to flee, but picked up the simple weapons that could be found around them, and ran towards the city wall at a fast pace. All of them had bloodshot eyes and looked like crazy. It's not that they are not afraid of titans, but that they have nothing else to lose except their lives. Since there is no point in living, then die vigorously. If you can kill a titan, that is a big profit. Looking at these people, Garrison, and even everyone in the Survey Corps couldn't help being taken aback. But they didn't stop them. It's not that they are cold-blooded, and it's not that they don't want to stop it, but that they have no ability to stop it. Are these people crazy? Hoover, who was hiding not far away, wondered, tilde. Ani's expression was slightly complicated, but it was immediately replaced by a firm expression, because they also had no choice. Turning her head and looking at the hesitant Hoover, Annie solemnly said, "Let's start to act. The target should be in that carriage," pointing to the carriage that was still transported to the city wall. Ani stood up, took out a knife, and slashed her palm vigorously. In an instant, thunder flashed. Such an obvious abnormality. Erwin and the others, who had been watching the situation inside the wall, naturally noticed it, and a scorching brilliance burst out in their eyes. Sure enough, we are going to start an operation here. There is no need to give more instructions. Leva, who has already noticed this situation through the car window, flew out directly and rushed towards the direction of the female titan, which was his prey. As for Ronan, now we have to wait. Looking at the tense expression of Emir, who was sitting opposite, he smiled slightly. Don't be afraid, Evan, if you want to die. I will die in front of you, city. Why is there a titan in the city? Run, the titan has entered the city, Titan. Titan is coming, boom. Accompanied by a deafening crash. The city gate that was closed by the solid stone was knocked out of a hole nearly 5 meters wide and more than 10 meters high. A titan covered in armor suddenly appeared in the city. On the right side, the female titan moved swiftly and rushed towards him, coupled with the unscaled titans introduced from outside the wall by the armored titans. The entire storehaze area suddenly became a mess. Facing this sudden attack after the initial panic, the Survey Corps quickly adjusted their mentality and began to attack the giants who entered the city according to the previous arrangement and plan. As for Garrison and the peripheral members of the military police regiment, they simply stayed away, especially the latter. Facing the living titan, just froze in place. Their faces were full of horror, and even those who were even more unbearable were so scared that they peed their pants directly. It is really unimaginable. This kind of thing will be in the top 10 of the training corps graduation. It goes without saying how many talents the military police regiment has destroyed. Standing on the city wall and seeing all this, Erwin looked stern. He knew that this plan was very unfair to the civilians in the storehaze area. But he had no choice. You can't show your feet. For the long-term peace and stability within the wall, necessary sacrifices are inevitable. This pot. Erwin said that he recited it immediately. He commanded the members of the corps and launched a fierce offensive against Titan. Under such circumstances, Ronan took the members of his team out of the carriage, stood on the city wall, watched Levi, who was still fighting with the female Titan, and did not immediately join the battle. Seeing this appearance, Aluwu, Elder and Gunda are very puzzled. Ronan, shouldn't we join the fight too? Yeah. It's not the style of our team to just stand here and watch. Rookie, you are not afraid, tilde. There was no immediate response. Ronan looked calm. His eyes were constantly patrolling the battlefield. The armored Titan had already appeared, and the female Titan had also joined the battle. Now the colossal Titan was missing. When and where would the opponent appear? Quickly simulating the battlefield in his mind, bringing himself into Hoover's thoughts, Ronan felt that the opponent would probably launch an attack directly on Emir's place after his teammates attracted their attention. The huge size coupled with the boiling jet is quite difficult, tilde, Ronan thought. Thinking of Colossal Titan's ability, Ronan suddenly felt trickabut at this time. The arrow was on the string and he had to launch it, however. Now the enemy is in the dark and I am in the light. So the situation is very passive, forcibly suppressing the tension in his heart. Ronan turned his head and looked at the three elders beside him who were staring at him solemnly. Don't worry, our battle will come soon, Tilda. A battle that belongs to us. The three of them were very puzzled, however. They found that although Petra and Emir looked tense, there was no doubt at all. And they became even more puzzled immediately. Especially Emir, who was obviously only a survivor rescued outside the wall, but was able to live in the core garrison all the time, and seemed to have had contact with the regiment leader and other high-level officials. And often valued 3. What is even more puzzling is that Emir actually followed this operation and stayed in the only luxury carriage in the convoy. No matter how you think about it, it is an extremely unbelievable thing. I didn't pay much attention to it before, but when I think about it now, the three of Aluo and Aluo all suddenly came to their senses. This Emir has a problem, however. The reality did not give a few people more opportunities to think about it. With the commander alone, under the circumstances that the female Titan has no desire to fight and has the ability to crystallize, it is definitely impossible to stop it. Even the captain couldn't stop them, so the others would have no chance. The members of the Survey Corps along the way were thrown into chaos by this rampant female Titan, and they couldn't organize themselves offensive. Asking for flowers, the reserve team goes up and blocks her. Erwin sent the last 50 people up, seeing the members trampled to death by the Titan, or grabbing the retainer and throwing the whole body on the city wall. I feel very distressed. These are all elite members accumulated over the years, and every death is one less tilde. The difficulty of retraining is undoubtedly extremely high. At least it will cost several times the human life, no way. Survey Corps is like this, casualty rate is always high. Ronan elder asked again. The strength of the reserve team is definitely not as good as that of the main team. Even if there are 50 people, they are still unable to stop the female Titan. And the casualties are extremely heavy, keep waiting. Ronan said in a deep voice. He didn't want to see so many people sacrificed. But they rushed over the whole time, probably just in line with the other party's wishes. Once Emir is taken away or directly killed, the whole plan will fail. Seeing Ronan's serious face at this time, Elder chose to obey, and also pulled Gunda and Aluo at the right time. At this time, he chooses to trust Ronan. Don't worry, it will be fine. Petra comforted Emir, who was stiff. This made the latter feel better immediately, but it was still a little unbearable. This was the first time she saw such a bloody scene, and it also reminded her of some unbearable experiences, and she lost all strength seeing this scene. Ronan didn't speak, and his eyes shifted to the battle situation again in due course. Although the reserve team was not afraid of death, although it could not completely stop the progress of the female Titan, it also slowed down the pace of its progress, allowing Levi to catch up and display her strong personal ability. While the female Titan was not paying attention, he cut off her ankle directly, preventing her from moving forward on the city wall. Those launchers hidden in the supply vehicle immediately aimed at the position of the female Titan. When it was just about to launch, the female Titan was pinned directly to the ground to capture it. But the situation suddenly changed. Boo. Lightning flashes and thunder, and scorching steam gushes out from bottom to top, causing all the people on the city wall who are fighting and watching to squint their eyes unconsciously. But they dare not close them completely, and look directly at the person below who is getting worse. Huge figures, huge skeletons were formed out of thin air, wrapped in crimson muscles at a speed visible to the naked eye. And a colossal Titan with a head higher than the city wall appeared in front of everyone, protecting the female Titan below. Such a large body is definitely impossible to capture with the equipment prepared by the Corps. Knowing this, Erwin made a decisive decision, pointing the tip of the knife at the colossal Titan, and shouted, "Success or failure depends on one move. Donate your heart, warriors." Erwin, who no longer waited and commanded on the city wall, and had no reserve team for a long time, took the last support force of the Corps, 840 rushed towards the colossal titan. And as the regiment leader took the lead, what reason do other people not fight to the death? During this time period, Hoover obviously failed to bring the colossal titan's power to the same level as in the plot. Facing the elite Survey Corps who reacted and surrounded them to launch an attack. Their slow movements did not exert much protective effect. But the scorching gas gushing from the inside out was quite threatening. But obviously it can't spray continuously. And after one Shatit's weakness can be clearly felt. Seeing this scene, Irwin didn't know the opponent's situation, and immediately led the team to rush over and launched a fierce attack on him. In desperation, Colossal Titan could only hold his hands on the back of his neck, trying to delay the time as much as possible. Seeing this, all the Survey Corps personnel around him were overjoyed, their eyes gleaming with a strong evil spirit. Under the leadership of Irwin's, they slashed and slammed at the back of his neck, protected by their hands without hesitation. Killing the Colossal Titan seems to be only a matter of time. But the battles in the other two places have changed. Because of Colossal Titan's obstruction, the launcher on the city wall was unable to function. And because of the influence of the scorching steam just now, Levihu had been entangled with the female Titan. And the members of the reserve team who had been sent there before were all forced to retreat. The female Titan, who had regained the initiative, immediately aimed her spearhead at the only Ronan team on the city wall who did not join the battle, and locked her eyes on Emir's, who was dressed differently and did not wear three-dimensional mobile equipment. On the other hand, the team led by Sanmao and Hanj fell into a passive situation from the very beginning because they could not break through the protection of the armored Titan. As the battle continued, the number of casualties increased, and the Colossal Titan appeared. It was as if the battle horn had been sounded. Armored Titan, who was still entangled with Sanmao and the others, rushed directly towards Ronan Wenli's city wall. The situation suddenly turned around. Rookie, let's go too. Aluo was very anxious. At this moment, they are the only ones that have not entered the battle yet. Wait a little longer. Ronan stared directly at the battlefield. His mind was running fast, thinking about the best time to make a move. Obviously, now is definitely not the best moment to make a move. Moreover, the development of the situation has exceeded his expectations. He thought that with the current level of Reborn and the three of them, the Survey Corps was at its best, and the powerful Levi and Sanmao were both present, so they should be able to punish each other soon. But the reality did not develop in the direction he expected. Levi failed to quickly solve the female Titan that Ani had become. Sanmao and Hanj were unable to break through the defense of Armored Titan, and Colossal Titan could not break through its defense in a short time. Solve under such circumstances, Ronan, standing on the city wall, could clearly see the female Titan and Armored Titan rapidly approaching him. It's a bit difficult, Ronan thought to himself. In the ears, Aluo's more and more urgent shouts sounded. Why do you have to wait? If you wait any longer, the number of casualties will increase. Although Elder and Gunda on the side didn't speak, they both followed the same line of sight, which can be seen from their eyes. Although he didn't want to be distracted at this critical moment, Ronan knew that if he didn't explain clearly at this time, these guys might join the battle directly later. It's still not enough prestige if it were Levi. How would these guys dare to question it so much? With a sigh in his heart, Ronan asked back, do you think that if you go down, the battle will be reversed? If you can guarantee to do this, then I will let you join the battles. Aluo didn't know how to speak for a while. An opponent that the commander cannot deal with within a short period of time. If he goes up, most likely he will not be able to make meritorious deeds. But before Aluo finished speaking, Ronan interrupted directly, since there is no guarantee. Then shut up and remember your identity, Aluo Borchert. You are a soldier. The most basic duty is to obey orders. I see, Captain Ronan. Not being the most poisonous anymore. Feeling the aura of majesty exuding from Ronan, Aluo chose to obey. And the two elders on the side didn't dare to think too much at the moment. but observed the battle situation below. Watching the closer and closer the two titans on my side were very nervous. Pulling out his two knives, Ronan looked directly at the female titan and armored titan who were about to reach the bottom of the city wall. He was no longer Wuxia Amon and he had no fear in his heart. Only the murderous intent to kill each other under the knives. Feeling all this, Aluo behind him, and even Petra behind him, all drew their swords and stood ready. This made Yumi 2.4, who was guarded at the back, very uneasy. He held the knife tightly in his right hand and pressed the blade against his left palm, ready to transform into a titan at any time. When she couldn't guarantee her own safety, she could only do this, and she could only choose to expose her identity. This was something Erwin acquiesced to, and Ronan had no problem with it, as long as the three of Reborn can be kept. Even if only one of them is left behind, the Survey Corps will have the confidence to keep Ymir. With such thoughts in mind, the quick-moving female titan came to the city wall first, looked up at Ronan and his party without much hesitation, directly used the crystallization ability to harden her fingers, and quickly climbed up, without giving the other party a chance to climb up. Ronan took a deep breath and said, "Petra, stay. The others will go up together," Aluo Eldrand Gunda, who could not wait to join the battles, jumped down immediately following Ronan. "Everyone be careful, Tilda," Petra worried Im, who was standing beside her, saw this scene, and his heart was touched again. Aren't these guys afraid of deaths? Obviously they can stay on the city wall, waiting for others to take action. Obviously they have the power to adapt to the situation, and they are not strictly required to join the battle. But at this moment they all jumped down without hesitation, to face the titan that will tear them apart. Ymir said he didn't understand, in other words, she has never brought herself into the way of thinking of the people on Paradise Island, and has never fully communicated with others, even Petra, who has a deep bond with her at the moment, has never reaped her completeness heart, but at this time, Petra had no time to take care of Ymir, and stared at Ronan and the others who had already fought against the female titan. Puff puff tilde puff tilde tilde tilde. Accompanied by bursts of puffing sounds, Ronan quickly came to the sky above the female titan. In midair met the eyes of the three of Aluo, and after understanding, the three of them came straight to the sky directly above the female titan, attracting the attention of the other party, however. After Alit is not a Wugu titan who can only act on instinct. As a wisdom titan, the female titan transformed by Ani is extremely conscious, and she immediately understood Ronan's plan. Fall down by yourself, the right hand suddenly swung up, and the three of Oreo were directly dispersed. The back of the neck is directly crystallized. The reaction was not unpleasant, and the battle situation was pulled into its own rhythm all of a sudden. However, know that she is halfway climbing the wall. It still greatly restricts Ani's mobility and flexibility. But as long as the deadly nape of the neck is not cut off, she feels that she still has a good chance to reach the city wall. Capture the B********* D who killed her companion and took away the power of E's Titan, and bring it back to Marais. As for the task of capturing the power of the founding Titan, with Paradise Island, specifically the current actual situation inside the wall, they are obviously not suitable to continue to stay in the wall to perform tasks, and the probability of completing the task is almost impossible. Going back to Marais and reporting the actual situation here is the most reasonable way to deal with it at present. Of course, the premise is to get back the power of E's Titan. This is a consolation to the souls of Baliku, and at this time, the battle was fierce, and Ani naturally didn't have the heart to think about it. After dispelling the three of Oreo, she waved her right hand towards the back, trying to shoot Ronan into the air, or directly drive him away, almost at the same time. Accompanied by a puffing sound, a figure suddenly flew past Ani's eyes, that's Ani, who was hidden at the back of the female titan's neck. Froze and shrank her eyes, the knife flashed, and the left hand, which was originally used to fix the body on the city wall, was cut off directly from the wrist, and Ani fell directly downward. Why did it appear there? Ani thought to herself. However, the next scene made her even more frightened. Ronan did not stop after the blow but directly turned around, holding two knives in his hand, stepping on Ani's forehead, and smashed the two sharp blades together. Inserted directly into its eye socket, puff puff tilde. The piercing sound made people feel numb all over. And even Aluwu and the others in the distance could not help but feel pain in their eyes at this moment. Ah tilde tilde tilde, a heart-wrenching roar sounded suddenly. Ani covered her eyes and fell straight to the ground. Ronan relied on the three-dimensional mobile equipment, fixed on the edge of the city wall, took out the flare gun from his waist, and shot straight at Ani's direction. Green smoke exploded on Ani's chest at the same time. The launcher, who had been waiting in full force on the city wall, immediately aimed his spearhead at the location of green aversion. Without hesitation, he directly pulled the trigger. Tilde tilde tilde. Countless spearheads exuding cold light shot straight down and penetrated into Ani's body. The brutal force directly penetrated her body and firmly nailed her body to the ground. The life and death of Ani's body hidden in it is unknown at this time. The armored titan who arrived at this area a few steps behind hurriedly stopped, looking at Ani, who was nailed to the ground by hundreds of metal spearheads in front of him, and Hoover, who was dragged under the city wall in the distance, as well as the Survey Corps members who surrounded them. They knew that this operation must have failed. Gritting his teeth, he rushed towards where Hoover was. "I'm sorry, Annie," Reborn said with confidence in his heart as a soldier. He knows that now is not the time to show personal bravery or impulsiveness, and he must stop losses in a short time. Ani will definitely not be rescued, and Hoover will not last long. The most sensible thing to do now is the way to do it is to run with Hoover. "I think you, Ani, think the same way," Reborn said sadly in his heart. While running, I looked back at the area where Annie was. The target was many Wugu Titans who were still entangled with the Survey Corps. At this time it was like a cat smelling mint. And they all ignored them, seeing that Ani's position is rapidly approaching. Since the moment Ani was pierced by Ronan in both eyes, she should have known her end. So she called the Wugu Titan over directly with a roar. It was impossible to escape. And at most it was just delaying time, it's difficult tilde. Seeing the Wugu Titan who has come around Ani and can't wait to eat her body. And the armored Titan who is quickly approaching the colossal Titan. Ronan knows that it is extremely difficult to keep the three of them completely. Biggs, you can't let the tiger go back to the mountain. From a neutral point of view, it seems that Reborn and Hoover should be let go now, so as to reduce the loss after all. Catching Ani is actually quite a feat. But now Ronan is standing on the opposite side of Ani and the other's angle. Such a good opportunity to completely annihilate the opponent and keep all three Titan powers on the island is definitely not to be missed. Thinking of this, Ronan directly pulled the trigger, and the whole person went straight to the city wall, ignoring the three Aluwu who had already joined the melee below the wall, and said to Emir and Petra, "Get ready to go out of the wall." Members of the Survey Corps, aware of the armored Titan's intentions, launched an extremely violent offensive against it under the leadership of Captain Levi and squad leader San Mao. Zhang 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 tilde tilde tilde. The sound of gold and iron intersecting is endless, and sparks are flying but all the joints. Even the armored Titans, whose vitals are wrapped in stiff armor, ignore these attacks and rush towards the position of the colossal Titan, which is about to lose its support. Run away. This annoys Levi so much. Looking at the upgraded version of the black gold bamboo knife without the curling blade in his hand, he feels a little helpless. The knife has almost been upgraded to the best condition, but manpower is limited after all, and the opponent's armor is too hard, so he can't stop cutting. It is necessary to develop new weapons. Otherwise, it will be too passive thinking about it. Several members of the Survey Corps were knocked into the air by the armored Titan, or directly shot to death on the city wall, which made Levi's expression more serious, and immediately activated the stereo machine. and slashed at the armored titan. The movement frequency is extremely fast, and the movement is extremely sensitive, as if it is not relying on the three-dimensional mobile equipment to fly at this moment, but has grown a pair of wings. This undoubtedly made the armored titan that is. Reborn very upset no matter how much he waved his arms. He just couldn't shoot Levi to death, and his arm was seriously injured. After all, not all muscles are covered by armor but skin. Seeing this scene, Sanmao signaled the others not to play, and left the armored titan to Levi to solve it alone. This is undoubtedly the most sensible approach at present. Once so many of them pass by, they are not helping Levi kill the enemy, but more like dragging his feet, hindering his route in the air, and forcibly increasing the difficulty. Looking around the entire battlefield, Sanmao's eyes revealed a trace of doubt. What about Ronan and them? But at this time, it is obvious that there is no time to take care of these things. Watching the Wugu Titans pouring in from the hole in the city wall, as well as the companions who are fighting with them, and the Wugu around the female Titan who was nailed to death on the ground. Titans Lilu O and others who are gradually falling apart. Gritting her teeth, Sanmao quickly turned her thoughts around, calmly analyzed the current situation, left 20 people to guard here, and led the others to rush towards the location where Aluyu and the others were. The female Titan that has already been captured must not go wrong. Thinking of the scene of being unilaterally crushed in the defense battle of the stronghold outside the wall, Sanmao's face became more and more indifferent, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent at that time. Only 3 people in his team were dead, including himself. This revenge can finally be avenged. Thinking of this, Sanmao moved even faster, leaving a large distance behind the others, which showed his anxiety at the same time. Even if the commander tried his best, he still couldn't stop the armored titan's advance. There was no way the equipment was not strong, and he couldn't break the defense. How could he fight? He could only block it for a while, but he couldn't stop it completely down action. This made Reborn finally reach the colossal titan's side, looking at his companion whose hands were already seen by Erwin and others, and whose deadly back of the neck was about to be exposed. His expression tightened, and he immediately slammed into him right foot, realizing that Reborn has arrived. Harith Colossal Titan, that is Hoover, did not hesitate any longer and directly activated the ability. In an instant, as if the water had been mixed with dry ice, the entire area was enveloped by scorching, splashing in all directions, and Erwin and the others who were originally surrounded retreated away one after another. There is no way Thai's airflow is too hot. If it surrounds it for a long time, people will be roasted. And in this process, the huge body of Colossal Titan dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this scene, combined with the situation of the armored Titan coming over, Erwin knew that he wanted to run away, but the scorching air around him made it impossible for them to get close. He was anxious, but it meant that he couldn't even do it. He looked around the battlefield and felt worried. One is tight during the battle just now. The entire surrounding area became dilapidated. The houses were seriously damaged, and the originally smooth road became potholed now, full of footprints, corpses, and blood. It looked terrible, like a whisper. The big hole on the city wall is a source of despair. What happened in the Higanshina area came here. The Wugu Titans kept pouring in, fighting with the Survey Corps, and the members of the Corps continued to suffer casualties. There is no way after all. Not everyone can have Ronan's powerful combat power, and even the vast majority of people in the Corps cannot kill the Titan alone, and they need to cooperate to display their strength. In such a self-stated number of Titans is extremely large, which directly makes the battle situation inside the wall extremely delicate. It seems to be suppressed, but it has been unable to completely clean up the entering Titans, coupled with the need to take into account the 3-headed intelligent Titan. And some equipment soldiers must be on standby on the city wall. The force of more than 500 troops suddenly became stretched. In his thoughts, he looked at the direction of the colossal Titan again. and Erwin found helplessly that the other party had long since disappeared, disappearing together with the armored titan, leaving a series of large footprints on the top of the city wall. Colossal Titan was sent to the city wall by Armored Titan when the transformation state was released. And then Armored Titan took him to escape outside the wall. The reaction was really fast, but his eyes turned to the female Titan who was still crucified on the ground. And Erwin's eyes burst into light. Although this battle has suffered a lot of losses, we still won. I didn't intend to capture all three of Reborn. And being able to capture the female Titan is already an acceptable result for Erwin. It is enough to make an errand to the royal government. I just don't know what kind of expressions those guys will have when they see the female Titan Tilda, Erwin thought expectantly. Immediately reacted suddenly, looking around the entire battlefield searching. But he never found the figures in his mind. And his expression changed greatly, Ronan and them. Renan, is it really okay for us to go straight out of the wall? Looking at the city wall going further and further away. Petra Lejao looked worried at this time. She and Ronan were sitting on the left and right shoulders of the titanized emir, separated by a distance of 1,000 meters, and followed the armored titan to rush towards the distance. The purpose is to capture the opponent. Hearing this, Ronan's expression was calm, his eyes fixed on the armored titan in the distance. And he whispered, "We can't let these two guys go back to Marais. At least one more must be left behind." Boom tilde boom tilde tilde boom tilde tilde tilde. In a grassland a few kilometers away from the Stohays district, the armored titan rushed towards a village in the north with heavy strides. Exhaustion was evident in his human eyes. He is tired. Too tired. Titanization is not without consumption at all. Not only physical fitness, but also a great test of a person's spirit. First, he lured the Wugu Titan into the city from outside the wall, and then fought fiercely with the Survey Corps inside the wall. However, after fleeing for an extremely long distance, Reborn only felt weak at the moment, and his physical strength was nowhere to be found. After all, he is just an early-age child. Even though he has received military training since he was a child, his physical development has not yet reached its peak, and his physical fitness is ultimately his weakness. Feeling all this, Hoover standing on his shoulder couldn't help comforting Reborn. "Hold on. As long as we enter the village you can rest. I can still hold on to this distance," Reborn insisted. "That's all right." Looking at the village in front of him, Hoover's tense heart couldn't help but relax. But when he thought that Ani was still inside the wall and hadn't escaped, he couldn't help frowning and asked, "Reborn, where is Ani 723? I have been entangled by those demons inside the wall before, and there is no way to take care of her." Annie's Reborn, who was hidden in the back of Armored Titan's neck, looked gloomy and said sadly, "Ani should be captured." "What did you say?" Hoover said excitedly. "I said Ani is captured." Reborn looked disappointed. "No. We can't let Ani be captured just like that. We have to rescue her." Before Hoover could finish his words, Reborn interrupted directly, "I know your feelings for Ani. But do you think we can really rescue Ani if we go back now?" Thinking of the fearless style of Erwin and others during the previous battle, and the fighting power that was enough to threaten their lives, Hoover fell silent. They overestimated their own strength, and even underestimated the combat power of those demons inside the wall. Not only the ability to fight in groups, but in one-on-one duels. There are also existences inside the wall who can compete with them. Thinking of the short man bathed in the sea of blood and the light of the sword. Even if Hoover just took a look, he still couldn't help but tremble all over. In other words, the armored titan was covered in thick armor. If it were him, he would have already been ripped into pieces. The colossal titan requires a lot of physical strength for the inheritors, and its size is too large and its sensitivity is not enough. So it is easy to be reduced to a living target. It can only act as a surprise attacker and attacker. The actual battle still depends on Reborn and Ani. Now that Ani has been captured, only he and Reborn are left exhausted, apparently powerless to fight. Thinking of something like that, the Buddha bowed his head. The atmosphere suddenly became depressing. It wasn't until the two of them got rid of the Wugu Titan who followed closely behind them and came to the village that Jiang Jiang regained his senses. Find a place with a better view to rest. I can't hold on any longer. Rionur took the lead to break the calm. Knowing that this is the best choice at the moment. Hoover nodded, just go to that sentry tower. And Tilda Rionur replied lightly. With his current physical ability, he was already unable to run, fortunately. He had lured the Titan out of the village before. It must be safe here now. Don't need to worry too much, just walk slowly. With heavy steps, Rionur brought Hoover to the front of the sentry tower. Both of them let out a long sigh of relief, and they came into contact with the Titan state. Thank you, Hoover apologized, however. Before he could speak again, the figure suddenly flashed from the left side of the sentry tower, made Hoover's whole heart hang. And he hurriedly shouted, Beth, Rionur, be careful. What? Responding to Rionur's saber light, I felt a flash in front of my eyes, and a figure was Kong Hui flying in front of me. And the arms that were just about to twitch from the Titan's body hurt, and were chopped into two pieces, tilde. Rionur exhaled in pain. His eyes were on Hoover for the first time, and his eyes shrank when he entered the scene, for, why? You are here at this moment. Ronan's blade was directly inserted into Hoover's mouth, blood gushing like a fountain. The latter did not dare to move at all. His eyes were full of fear. Ronan looked stern and stared at Rionur and Hoover. If you don't want your companion to be killed directly, just be honest. As he spoke, Ronan slightly moved the knife in his hand, directly causing Hoover to twitch. As long as the tip of the knife moved a little further, he would die. You devil, Rionur snarled. Demon. Ronan sneered. These two words seem to be more suitable for you. Because you guys. Thousands of innocent civilians have been displaced. Their families have been destroyed. And the Titan in the previous village should be created by you guys. Right, savage? You wanting to refute. But Rionur didn't know how to speak for a while, and could only glare at Ronan, ignoring his gaze. Ronan shouted towards the sentry tower, you can come out. Hearing this, Immerhu incarnated as the Titan of Eduk Petra, and walked out from behind the watchtower panting, watching Rionur and Hoover, who had been restrained by Ronan. With brilliant eyes, Yin also breathed a sigh of relief. Ronan, are you okay? Petra asked, concerned. I'm fine, tilde. Giving Petra a relieved smile, Ronan ordered, come here and tie up these two guys. Emir, you should stay in your current state. Okay, tilde, the two said in unison. Petra got off Emir directly, walked up to the three Ronin who had fallen to the ground due to the gasification of the armored Titan, took out the rope prepared in advance, and tied up Rionur, who had lost both arms. Without paying any attention to Rionur, the pain is so intense. Seeing this, Ronan looked at Hoover at his feet, and slowly drew out the knife, intending to cut off his arm, without giving him a chance to transform, however. Before the knife fell, Rionur, who had been obediently letting Petra be tied up, didn't know where the strength came from, and directly struggled to get up, knocked Petra away, and shouted action almost at the same time. Hoover, who was looking at dying and might die at any moment, suddenly swiped his right hand at a metal barb on his waist, and the thunder flashed instantly. Petra tilde. Both Ronan and Emir's expressions changed drastically. With the transformation of the colossal Titan, the airflow is flying, except for Emir, who can stand on the ground relatively stably because he is in the form of a Titan. Ronan and Petra are all blown away. Ronan was still able to rely on the blade to stay fixed on the ground, because Petra was very light in weight. She didn't realize it for the first time. The whole person directly hit the wall of the sentry tower. Blood spattered from her mouth and nose, and she was seriously injured. Damn. Aware of the situation on Petra's side, Ronan's eyes were full of murderous intent. After glancing at Ith, ran to Emir, who was on Petra's side, and immediately looked away, turning to look at Rionur, who was supporting him, ready to run. Tilda Hoover, with Hoover's physical strength, it is obviously impossible to maintain the form of a super large Titan, so he just activated his ability. and then use the airflow to blow a few people away. But to buy them time at this time, seeing Ronan staring at him with tiger eyes, Hoover and Reborn turned cold. Who would have thought that Ronan would react so quickly? Ignore his teammates and find them instead. With their current state, they definitely cannot pose a threat to Ronan. War can't bait it, runs. With the current physical condition of the two, they definitely can't run away. There is only one path before the two of them, and that is to sacrifice one to make the other better. Thinking of this at the same time, Reborn subconsciously pushed Hoover away, ready to stop Ronan by himself, but unexpectedly, Hoover was one step ahead of him. Run away, all timidity, fear of death, or cowardice completely disappeared at this moment. At this time, Hoover was extremely determined. Now he is a real fighter. He knows that with his ability, he will definitely not be able to escape. Reborn, if so, the chances are undoubtedly much greater. Knowing this, Hoover chose to sacrifice himself. It's touching, facing Hoover, who was going forward to block him. Ronan slashed at his limbs, accompanied by a sound of breaking. Hoover fell powerlessly to the ground. His teeth clenched on Ronan's trouser legs, trying to stop Ronan from continuing to chase. Why do I feel like a villain? Kicking Hoover unconscious with one kick. Seeing Reborn, who had stolen their horses and fled towards the distance, Ronan was just about to go up to catch up, when Ymir's voice came from behind. Ronan, come and see. Look at Petra. Petra, gritting his teeth. Ronan made a decisive decision, gave up chasing, and walked towards Petra with Hoover in one hand, only to see that in the collision just now, the back of his head hit the wall. Blood flowed all over the ground, and the breath was very weak. Ronan, think of a way. Ymir burst into tears seeing this. Ronan subconsciously raised his hand to touch his chest. He carried a shot of Titan spinal fluid injection just in case. Who would have thought it would come in handy so soon? What to do, Petra? You can't have an accident, Ymir panicked. It seems that this is the only way now, looking at Hoover, who had already lost consciousness in Petra. Ronan knew that there was no other way to save him, except to let Petra swallow Hoover to gain the power of a super Titan. After all, with Petra's current situation, it is definitely not possible to persist back into the wall. In any case, Ronan will definitely not let Petra lose his life. Without much hesitation, Ronan stepped forward and took out the Titan injection from his arms. Seeing this scene, some memory pictures that have been immersed in the deepest part of his mind emerged. And Ymir exclaimed, why do you have this thing? Don't ask, just stay aside quietly. Now only this can save Petra, Ronan said calmly. Hearing this, and seeing Hoover being casually thrown on the ground, Ymir couldn't think of Ronan's thoughts, so he couldn't help swallowing, saying, you're going to turn Petra into a Titan and eat this guy. Any other options? Ronan asked back. Ymir was silent, but he didn't say much. He walked to the side and watched as Ronan injected the Titan spinal fluid into Petra's weakly breathing body, and then quickly left the area. Not long after, Petra's figure changed and her whole body swelled rapidly. She stretched all the clothes that fit her and turned into a 4-meter-high Titan. Hoover's body asking for flowers. Desire flashed in his dull eyes, and he couldn't wait to step forward, holding Hoover tightly with both hands. Seemingly awakened by the pain coming from his body, Hoover was terrified when he saw the Titan grabbing him. Before he could cry out, the Titan transformed by Petra was directly swallowed into his mouth. Just eat it, Ymir had a complicated expression. Seeing this, Ronan smiled. Did you eat Balaku in the same way back then? And Ymir nodded truthfully, immediately reacted. His eyes were surprised. How do you know about Balaku? I haven't told you about this matter. Guess Ronan said perfunctorily, hearing this. The corners of Ymir's mouth couldn't help twitching. But he didn't ask again, because he knew that Ronan would definitely not say anything. Looking at Ronan's murderous face, he couldn't help thinking, Ronan, what kind of person are you? The process of swallowing was soon over, not long after. The Titan transformed by Petra fell into a deep sleep state, and his whole body began to gasify. All obstacles in the muscles and bones disappeared, revealing Petra's true face. It's amazing. It turns out that's how the human form is restored. After seeing the whole process of recovery, Ronan looked at Petra, who had fully recovered her human form and could not see any injuries on her body, and thought, although it is not the best choice, but anyway. The power of Colossal Titan is in my hands. Together with Grisha, the holder of the attack on Titan power of the Alliance Semir, the holder of the E-Power Titans, and the founding Titan power who already knows where it is and can seize it at any time. The 9 Titan powers have already. There are 4 belonging to the Parade Island faction. But soon, Emir's figure abruptly blocked his line of sight from Petra, and his angry words sounded in his ears at the right time. Don't look, rascal. Ronan at 4. Stourhays District Survey Corps temporary residence. Inside the head's office. Tilda. Sorry I couldn't catch those 2 guys. Ronan apologized hearing this. Erwin waved his hand. The goal of this mission has been basically achieved. After this battle, I believe that the few Titan fighters in Marais should not appear inside the wall again in a short time. What we have to face is the internal problem. 1. In the process of speaking, Erwin looked very calm, and he had obviously made a decision. Seeing this, Ronan didn't ask any more questions, but just nodded to express his understanding. Go down and rest first. When there is a task, I will send someone to notify you of Erwin's joke. Yes, Captain. Tilda, after paying a military salute, Ronan turned and walked out. 250. As everyone knows, Erwin has been watching his back all the time. His eyes are more than gratified, but there is no lack of scrutiny. Recalling the previous exchanges with Ronan, Erwin always felt that things were not as simple as they seemed. He and even the entire Survey Corps seemed to have been led by the nose by Ronan until this time. The action was carried out according to Ronan's previous established plan. Thinking of this, Erwin couldn't help feeling nervous, and couldn't help but feel fear. Judging from the information on paper, Ronan must be one of his own, but other options cannot be ruled out. Once the matter develops to the state he least wants to face, it will undoubtedly be fatal to the Survey Corps and the millions of people inside the wall. Because Ronan has the ability to sand prestige, and the key is still young. Hopefully my worries were unfounded. After whispering to himself, Erwin lowered his head and continued to check the report sheet of the results of this operation. Looking at the series of casualties above, as well as the damaged buildings and trees, Erwin frowned, and suddenly felt that he was not well at the same time. Ronan has already walked out of the regimental commander's office and strolled in the garrison. He can see that during this operation, the regiment suffered a lot of losses. Wounded soldiers can be seen everywhere, as well as corpses covered in white cloth. Very depressing. Did I do something wrong? Glancing at the gray sky above his head, a trace of confusion flashed in Ronan's eyes. He could have avoided all of this. He just needed to move his mouth and give some weak points of the 3 Titans, or suggest some weapon upgrades. With sufficient preparation, the loss will certainly not be so large. But he didn't do this. On the one hand, it is easy to further arouse Erwin's doubts about himself. On the other hand, after several months of development, the Survey Corps strength has recovered too quickly, and it can be clearly felt that the royal government a change in attitude towards the Corps over there. In this state, it is obvious that they can no longer be too showy. After all, they are just soldiers in the final analysis, not leaders. Many things can only be thought about, but they cannot be put into action. Thinking of this, Ronan breathed a sigh of relief and didn't think about it anymore. Anyway, things have happened, and the next thing to do is to implement the many plans after that as soon as possible. The first thing is to cultivate a group of trustworthy subordinates. It is best cultivated from an early age, members like Alu, Zelder, and Gunda, who are not of high status but have higher qualifications than themselves. Although they have a good relationship now, But that is just a personal relationship, or a relationship between the superior and the subordinate. And there is no loyalty at all from this action. The three of them repeatedly refuted, and even directly threw themselves into other battles afterwards. Which can be seen. Alan lets grow up quickly, Ronan sighed. But he is clear that it is only 845 years now. There are still 3 years before Alan and the others are old enough to join the training corps. Plus nearly 2 years of training. It will take a total of 5 years, which is really too long. Time is running out. Ronan feels that he has to find some talents that he can completely trust. In this way of thinking, Ronan arrived at the house where his team was, and saw Petra, who was still in a coma. "Ronan, you're back. Did the leader give you any orders?" Elder immediately greeted him. Ronan smiled slightly, "No. The next period of time should be a rest period. You guys can arrange your own time." The battle was very fierce this time. All three of them undoubtedly had injuries on their bodies. Especially Alyuu. The original injuries were not completely healed. And now new injuries have been added. It is really tragic. Elder and Gunda are at this moment. The state is not too good. Hearing Ronan's words at this time, the three of them breathed a sigh of relief. If they were to fight the Titan now, it would probably be the same as sending them to death. "Go back to your room and rest. As long as Petra and Ymir are watching, Ronan ordered. Regarding this, the three of them would naturally have no objection. And after resigning, they all exited the room and gently closed the door. The three people who walked out of the room suddenly smiled with joy on their faces. And when they looked at each other, they could see that they were undocumented. MJU4ND8NTC3 Autumn Furrend MWMDCZ OJK equals dish. "Oh no, Captain Ronan seems to be angry," Alyua whispered. Anxiety flickers in the eyes, hearing this. Both Gunda and Elder's expressions darkened, and they nodded in agreement. "If it were me, I would definitely be angry. We really shouldn't make claims at that time. We should still trust Captain Ronan. If the three of us were there during the interception, 1. 4 Petra might not be injured. The 2 damn Titans can probably be captured, but..." Speaking of this, the three of them heaved a long sigh, feeling extremely regretful in their hearts. They clearly felt the alienation in Ronan's words just now. Once some things happen, it is undoubtedly very difficult to make up for it. And it may even be impossible to make up for it. Thinking of this, the three of them felt more and more uncomfortable. At the same time, in Petra's room, walking to Petra's bed, looking at Petra, who still had her eyes closed, and Ymir, who was always looking dull by the bed, Ronan sighed and said, "No more pretense." "No more pretense." Hearing this, Ymir frowned and looked over. "What do you mean?" "It literally means, Petra, what needs to be faced is what needs to be faced. And escaping has no effect at all," Ronan said lightly, VR. Before Ymir could respond, Petra, who was lying on the bed with her eyes closed, slowly opened her eyes, confusion in the eyes. You. Ymir was shocked, ignoring Ymir's strange emotions at this time. Petra fixed her eyes on Ronan and whispered in a slightly hoarse voice, "Ronan, am I still human? I don't think I need to say more about the answer to this question. You know it very well." Sitting down by the bed, Ronan continued, "The most important thing we need to pay attention to now is how to conceal the fact that you have inherited the power of Titan. Why hide it?" Petra was in a mess now, very chaotic. Especially those strange memories that appeared inexplicably in my mind. Even though I had learned the relevant information from 14 Ymir before. When these pictures really appeared in my mind, it was still unacceptable. Seeing the calm face beside the bed, Ronan, who immediately revealed that she was pretending to be asleep, and who was the one who initiated her inheritance of the power of Titan. Petra seemed to be grabbing the handrail in the dark. Her heart became more stable, and her eyes began to flicker. There was a ray of hope. With the current state inside the wall, neither you nor Ymir are suitable for exposing abilities, Ronan said seriously. Hearing this, Ymir could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. In the original plans, She would use the power of Titan to assist in this battle. The premise is that the opponent has attacked in front of him and cannot dodge. Facts have proved that the time for her to make a move never came. Even if he uses his agility in Titan state to catch up with Reborn and the others later, it still does not expose his ability to the public sight without being seen by others. Now that Ronan has the advantage of speaking like this, Ymir knows that she will not be exposed for the time being and can maintain the status quo, which is the safest situation for her. Petra didn't respond immediately, but slowly sat up from the bed, touched the back of her head, and found that there was no scar left, and even her hair had fully recovered. She couldn't help but sigh, the power of Titan really amazing. Then he raised his head and looked directly into Ronan's eyes. From now on, I will entrust myself to you, Ronan Tilda. You've always been part of my squad, haven't you? Ronan grinned. He knew that from this moment on, the power of the colossal Titan was already under his control. Ymir's echo sounded in a timely manner beside his ears. Then I'll leave it to you too. Captain, the fact that Petra has become a wisdom Titan in my heart, after initial hesitation, is now fully accepted. There was even some joy, because from the moment Petra inherited the power of the colossal Titan, the two of them were one of a kind. Petra, who has temporarily eliminated the knot in her heart, undoubtedly has a clearer mood. But it is obviously very difficult to get her to try to use the power of Titan in a short period of time. And the barrier in her heart still needs time to settle and break through. But Petra, who has always been soft on the outside and strong on the inside, will not disappoint, and she should be able to come out soon, because her injuries have all recovered. Petra naturally doesn't need to rest on the bed anymore. Just in time, Ronan was going to have a look at the female Titan who was successfully captured. After dinner, he led the two of them towards the temporary prison. Room went by. Captain Sanmao Tilda, Ronan nodded towards Sanmao standing at the door of the detention room. Ronan, you're here, Tilda. Sanmao smiled. It just so happens that the head of the regiment and the commander of the army are also inside. So you can go in too, Tilda. The meaning is very obvious. Petra and Ymir behind Ronan cannot enter. Hearing this, the two women did not force themselves, and obediently stood at the door. Stepping into the prison room, I immediately saw Ani, who was tied up all over her body, and Erwin and Levi standing in front of her. There are only 3 people in the entire detention room, including Ronan. There are 4, including Ani, who is a prisoner, obviously. There are very few people who are qualified to enter here. You're here, Tilda, Erwin laughed. He was not surprised by Ronan's arrival, and Levi on the side still looked like someone owed him $1 million. Just nodded slightly to Ronan, just didn't say anything. Did something come up? Ronan stepped forward, looking at Annie, who was tied up all over, with only a pair of eyes exposed, who was watching them indifferently. There was a trace of emotion in her eyes. Although I know that there is nothing wrong with Annie, it's just that they have different positions, and everyone still has Aldean blood flowing. But the reality is so cruel. They are both Aldeans and they are killing each other. But the Mares, who are behind the scenes, are sitting firmly on the Dioyutai. This is undoubtedly a great irony. At the same time, Erwin, who heard Ronan's question, shook his head helplessly. No. She's very stubborn, Tilda, with Erwin's eyesight. How could he fail to see that people like Annie are like dead soldiers? From the moment they left Marais, they actually had the will to die, and wanted to ask these people what to say. Information is undoubtedly extremely difficult, because eyes can't deceive people within a few rounds. He gave up asking and blocked his mouth instead. Actually, we don't need to get any information from her. Ymir has already told the story of Marley's affairs closely. Ronan said, nodding his head. Erwin said, that's what I said. But I still can't fully believe it based on just one person's remarks. And there is no way to prove it. Speaking of this, Erwin continued unintentionally, I just don't know if there is any way to transfer the power of Titan to other people. Ymir said before that she has the memory of the previous Titan of E. This is indeed a way. But we don't know how to turn people into Titans. Ronan said distressedly. His eyes looked at A9. And he realized that the other party was also looking at him. Are you curious about my AGR just looking at me? Or are there other reasons? A lot of thoughts flashed through his mind. And without reaching a conclusion, Ronan chose to ignore it. Anyway, the other party is now tied up. It is impossible to transform into a titan. And there is no great threat. The main problem now is how to deal with Annie. Unlike Emir and Petra, who are hidden in the dark, the information that Annie is a female titan is known to all members of the Survey Corps. Inevitably, there will be the eyeliner of the royal government. So I am afraid that this matter will soon reach the ears of government personnel. People will definitely not be able to stay thinking of this. Ronan couldn't help asking, Captain, can't we really keep her? It's hard, Tilda. Knowing what Ronan meant, Erwin shook his head helplessly. It won't be long before the government should send someone to take over. But with this person's stubbornness, he probably won't be able to ask any information. And it is very likely that he will directly by the king. At this point in the words, Erwin didn't continue speaking, and Levi standing behind him turned cold. And there was a hint of disdain in his eyes. Seeing this, Ronan naturally understood what it meant. Even the Survey Corpsone of the four major corps is a bit intolerable for the King of the Wall, who has never thought of seeking benefits for the names of the people inside the wall, and only wants to be comfortable. There is almost no support, let alone a rule, an element of instability with a mortal threat. I'm afraid that the moment they get the news, they will issue a kill order. I don't know who will be sent here. A figure could not help appearing in Ronan's mind. He couldn't help but glance at Levi's side. Sensing Ronan's gaze, Levi seemed to have thought of something, and his face became more and more ugly. They didn't stay in the detention room for too long, and after observing Ani meaningfully for a while, the three of them all left here. I'll leave it to you. Erwin patted Sanmao's shoulder solemnly, feeling the heavy responsibility. Sanmao solemnly saluted the military. Yes, Commander. Immediately he gestured to the left and right, causing everyone to disperse around the detention room. And the security was extremely high. Seeing this, Ronan's eyes flickered slightly, then nodded to Petra and Emir, who had been waiting for a long time, and left this way. Erwin and Levi went to the position where the head's office was located. This operation cost a lot of money and the loss was not small. The head of the group had to deal with many matters left after the war. Ronan, by contrast, is much more free. Ronan, have you seen that female titan? Petra mentioned seemingly indifferently. Ronan nodded and said bluntly, I see, was tied up very tightly, and he probably couldn't escape. Noticing the complicated expression in Petra's eyes, Ronan raised his eyebrow, secretly thinking about it. Those who inherit the power of Titan will largely inherit the memory of the previous holder of power of Titan. During this process, their character habits and even behavior will be affected by their predecessor. In the original plot, because of the influence of Hoover's memory and thoughts, Armin began to become indecisive in the later stage. He has long lost his previous decisiveness. Now Petra also swallowed Hoover and gained the power of Titan. Will it have the same impact at this point? Once Petra shows concrete signs, Ronan will definitely kill it in the cradle at this time. Hearing Ronan's words, Petra thought deeply, it's good if you can't escape. This time we paid too much to capture them. I just don't know how to deal with her. Emir looked a little uncomfortable. It's no wonder she behaved like this, because the royal government's attitude and handling of Ani reflected to a certain extent the treatment she would receive in the future. She couldn't help but not pay attention. Seeing this, Ronan smiled and said, don't worry. You two are members of my team. I will guarantee your safety. Of course, the premise is that you two obey the order. Tilda. Hearing this, both Petra and Emir nodded to express their understanding. As for what the two of them are thinking in their hearts, only they themselves know. After a night of silence, the next day, Ronan was assigned to deal with the unscaled Titan outside the wall who wanted to enter the wall. The big hole that was knocked open by the armored titan before needs time to be strengthened. During this period of time, these unscaled titans must not be allowed to approach. In addition, the civilians and merchants who originally fled the Stohaze area all returned to the area after hearing that the titans in the city were driven away and killed. The originally quiet city suddenly became much more lively. The panic when Titan broke through the city, the helplessness when escaping, the loss after entering the Rose Wall. All emotions turned into gratitude and lamentation for Survey Corps at this moment. Zheng Jin was hailed as the most redundant corps, and now he has shown his role facing so many titans. It was completely unimaginable to drive them out and kill them by manpower. But now it happened in front of them, which is really shocking. It turns out that humans can be strong enough to slaughter titans. It can be said non-Yuo how. Since Wall Maria was breached by the titans, and humans lost nearly 1/3 of their territory, the Survey Corps status in the hearts of the people has become higher and higher. And it is no longer as infamous as it was before. This is undoubtedly a good thing on this day. After Ronan led his team to kill the Wugu Titans outside the construction area, he returned to the station as usual preparing to recuperate, and stayed on the wall all day besides. Even a physical madman like Ronan felt a strong sense of exhaustion at this moment. However, before Ronan could sit down and take a rest, Gunda walked in quickly from the door and said bluntly, "Tilda Captain, there are many sectarian shops from the mainland coming to the construction area." Sectarians, Ronan raised his eyebrows, stood up immediately and went to check. "You can't do this, this is blasphemy against the wall god." From afar, Ronan heard a shrill cry, looking around. He saw dozens of men and women dressed in civilian clothes, led by a man dressed as a priest, obstructing the work of the construction team. Father Nick, Elder asked in surprise. Ronan turned his head. "You know him?" "Well, there was a period of contact before. Father Nick is a priest of the City Wall sect." Elder responded, "City Wall sect." Everyone expressed doubts seeing this. Elder explained the City Wall religion has always existed, but only this year because of the Titan breaking the wall. It was believed by many common people. They regard the City Wall as a masterpiece of God, and do not advocate any modifications such as reinforcement and transformation are considered to be blasphemy against God. Does anyone believe this kind of nonsense? Alyu said disdainfully, "Yes," and many tilde. Elder pointed to the civilians who were following Father Nick and confronting the construction team recently. "This sect is very popular, and they even recruited members of our regiment before. But I refused. What right does he have to do this?" Gunda frowned. Extending minions into the Corps is undoubtedly very disgusting. And it is also an act of crossing the line, which makes people angry. Elder, who understood Gunda's meaning, glanced around and found that no outsiders were paying attention for the time being, and whispered, "I heard that behind the scenes of the City Wall sect are protected by powerful figures from the royal government. That's why they are so unscrupulous. People with real powers." Alyu frowned, and a trace of helplessness flashed in his eyes. For this kind of organization with a strong background, even if it is unreasonable to know its existence. But they are just soldiers. But they have no choice but to let it go. Otherwise, they will not be able to protect themselves. "Ronan, are we really going there?" After roughly understanding the background and teachings of the City Wall sect, Petra looked over worriedly. Who has been acting as a little tail behind her didn't speak. But the disgusted look in her eyes already explained everything. She didn't like this City Wall sect, and she didn't even want to have contact with it at all. In this regard, the Elder Three also have the same idea. But Ronan is not going to go away. And he can't go away now, because the members of the Survey Corps who stayed around as supervisors discovered his arrival, walked up to him and saluted, "Captain Ronan Tilda." It looked like he had found his backbone similarly. Father Nick, who was still entangled with the construction team, also noticed the situation here. After realizing that Ronan had a higher position, he immediately led people straight over. "Okay. I can't go anymore. Alyu became more and more helpless. Others also have the same expressions. Before everyone could say anything more, Father Nick's very excited voice came to his ears. You are the person in charge here. Order these people to stop the construction immediately. The city wall is sacred, and they cannot tolerate such profanity. God will be angry. Is it really because of God? Ronan smiled playfully. This smile made Father Nick very uncomfortable. What do you mean? Well, it literally means that we do everything possible to prevent us from remodeling the city wall. Is there some secret in the city wall that you don't want me to know? Ronan looked into Father Nick's eyes calmly, not letting go of any detail hearing these words. Especially the word secret. It's a pity to clearly see Father Nick's sharply contracted eyes. Do you know what you're talking about? I know, Tilda. Slightly nodded. Ronan stepped forward. What I want to know is, what secrets are there in the city walls? That you maintain them like this. I don't think that an ordinary city wall can be regarded as a godlike existence by you. You will be punished, Father Nick said angrily. Immediately pointing to Ronan, shouted loudly, everyone sees this blasphemy. Hearing this, the believers who had been closely following Father Nick immediately rushed up. There were more than 60 people in total. And the scene looked very grand, Captain Tilda. The surrounding Survey Corps members, and even Aluo and others were ready to step forward to help. But it was stopped by Ronan waving his hand. You don't need to come. I'm enough alone, Tilda. Hey. There are more than 60 people here. Don't be a rookie, Tilda, Aluo said with concern. Petra on the side responded in a timely manner. Ronan. Let's help. Before he finished speaking, he saw Ronan like a tiger jumping into a flock of sheep, overwhelming the two believers who were rushing to the front. These are just ordinary civilians, and their fighting power is very limited. With Ronan's current fighter, combined with his strength and resistance ability far beyond ordinary people, he is directly a believer with one punch. But all believers who are knocked down by Ronan will not be able to stand up in a short time. Seeing his own personnel decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye, Father Nick was frightened. Originally relying on his status as a priest and strong background support, anyone who saw him would not show his face too much. This made the city wall sect that no one cared about develop in just a few months. Stand up, the influence gradually spread, not only attracting a large number of believers in the inland area, but also a large number of believers in the Rose Wall. Every time I go out, I follow a large group of believers. These are all civilians, and there are so many of them. Even if the people at the bottom don't like it, they have no ability to stop them. Official agencies will not rashly attack civilians, and they will not take action because they are concerned about his background. Under such circumstances, it can be said that since Father Nick was entrusted with important tasks, he has not encountered much resistance or hindrance. But today everything is different because he met a fool. Well, in the eyes of Father Nick, Ronan is a fool, and he shot at the believers regardless of his own identity and the forces behind him. It's just that reality didn't give Father Nick a chance to think too much. More than 60 people were all knocked down by Ronan in a short period of time, rolling and crying all over the ground. The scene looked extraordinarily spectacular, and it was all caused by Ronan alone. Credit. This caused the members of the Survey Corps who watched the whole process to look surprised. If it weren't for the occasion and the presence of Father Nick, they would have shouted that Ronan is mighty. After successfully knocking down all the obstacles in front of him, Ronan moved his joints and said lightly, "It's just such a little combat power. It's really disappointing, Tilda." The long-lost system sound rang in my ear. Drip. The host has completed the achievement task enemy of 50. And his physique +2 strike resistance +2. The host has completed the achievement task enemies of 50 men. Physical strength +2 resistance ability +2. Drip. Successfully unlocked the serial achievement mission enemy of 100 people. Enemy of 100. Mission objective, defeat more than 100 opponents in one battle. Mission rewards, Constitution +4 anti-strike ability +4. Mission penalty none, task time limit none. Feeling the changes in his body, the corner of Ronan's mouth smiled even wider. But he kept on stepping and came straight to Father Nick. What do you want to do? Father Nick looked terrified. One person actually defeated more than 60 opponents. And he did it in a very short time. Even though the physical fitness of these believers was average. And there were some refugees who were hungry. The overall combat effectiveness was low. But the number of but not a lot, with one enemy dozens. He won so easily. Is this guy still human? Seeing Ronan who had arrived in front of him, Father Nick swallowed. What do you say I want to do? With a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, Ronan grabbed Father Nick's collar with one hand and pulled him to the front of him. I'm the priest of the church. You don't have the power to dispose of me or you. The Survey Corps advocate abuse of lynching. Father Nick snapped. This made the members of the Corps who were still adoring Ronan, especially Petra, immediately reacted and prepared to step forward to dissuade him, but was interrupted by Ronan waving his hand. Don't come over. I never said what to do to this uncle. But his clothes are a bit messy, just help him tidy up. Tilda. As he spoke, he let go of the right hand that was holding on to Father Nick's collar. And after smoothing out the folds, he approached Father Nick's ear with doubts on his face and Father Nick's fearful expression, and whispered a few words, you, as if hearing something unbelievable. Father Nick trembled all over, his eyes full of disbelief. Don't get too excited, you just have to do what I tell you. Patting Father Nick on the shoulder, Ronan turned around with a smile and said to the members of the regiment behind him, continue the construction. This hole must be blocked before dawn tomorrow. Yes, Captain Ronan, everyone responded loudly. If it was said that before, everyone was not particularly convinced of Ronan as the captain. But no, after seeing Ronan's strength with their own eyes, they are all extremely convinced. Unlike other corps, Survey Corps personal strength is very important. He nodded lightly, ignoring the believers who were still howling on the ground. And Father Nick Luoho was stunned, took Elder and the others away on the way home. Alu hesitated for a long time, and finally couldn't help asking, Rookie, what did you just say to that priest? Everyone else looked at Ronan curiously, seeing this. Ronan said bluntly, I didn't say anything special. I just asked him to bring more people over next time. Just a few people, it's not fun at all. It's really arrogant. Tilda, Alu subconsciously complained. But as soon as the words came out of his mouth, the scene where Ronan fought against many and won the battle just now appeared in his mind. And he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. It seems that Ronan is not lying. Such a small number of people is indeed not enough for him to fight. The topic is now over. Although there is always a feeling that Ronan is not telling the truth, everyone knows that they have no position to let Ronan speak his true thoughts. They are just members of the team. After returning to the residence smoothly, Elder Gonda and Alu directly retreated and returned to their own room, while Ronan brought Petra and Amir into the room. As soon as the door was closed, Petra couldn't help asking, Ronan, are you really okay with that priest just now? There shouldn't be any problems. If something goes wrong, then I can only. Ronan didn't fully say what he said, which made Petra, who was listening attentively, helpless. And Emir rolled his eyes even more. Captain, I can't tell. You are also a black-bellied person anyway. My life is in your hands for the time being. Don't do anything too risky, I will be very distressed. Tilda. But if she wants to fully accept and adapt to her current role, Petra knows that it will definitely not be possible in a short time. And she must rely on Ronan's help. From the moment Ronan helped him devour the Marais and gained the power of the Titan, Petra's affection for Ronan was no longer that of the captain and team members, and a sense of dependence naturally arose. It wasn't just Amir who put his life in Ronan's hands, but Petra as well. Seeing that the two women did not show resistance, Ronan slowly revealed his plan, Zai. The memory images that popped up in her mind from time to time were too horrifying. impacting her outlook on the world and lifetime and time again. Sensing the aura emanating from Ronan's body, Petra's complexion changed and she was about to speak again, but was stopped by Emir. Emir is right, you are not alone now. You still have Uselder and other sand many relatives. You can't do things just by your will, Petra *C. What's the matter? Petra and the two asked in unison. Zero. Hearing this, Ronan came back to his senses and said bluntly, there is still one thing that needs the cooperation of the two of you. The danger is not great, but I don't know if you are willing or not. Regarding Petra's emotions at the moment, Ronan was very clear-headed and responded, I know. I believe those guys will not do something to make the situation out of control. It's hard to imagine how I'd be able to keep my cool if I didn't have Ronan by my side. Captain, if there is nothing else, then we will go out, Emir said. If the other party just wants to obliterate himself blindly, then he will not be caught without a fight at worst. He will fight to the death hand, both sides will suffer. The difference is that the former has very few people who can be trusted now, while the latter has a wide network of contacts, but has no other choice asking for flowers. Speaking of this, a murderous look flashed in Ronan's eyes. The world is not as simple as she imagined. In the next few days, the Stourhaze district gradually stabilized, and the people returned. Although they still had lingering fears about the previous battle between the Survey Corps and Titan, people who didn't want to stay away from their homes and couldn't afford to settle down in other areas could only choose to accept. And comfort yourself in your heart. The big hole that was punched by the armored Titan was repaired overnight. Of course, reinforcement and transformation are still needed in the future. And now it is only roughly filled in, so as to prevent the entry of the Wuskal Titan outside the wall. So far, Survey Corps mission in Stourhaze has come to an end. There were some changes during the operation, but on the whole it was still within the acceptable range. After all this time, he managed to capture the female Titan, and there were not many civilian casualties in the city. Their own 87 casualties, the number did not exceed 40%. Compared with previous actions, the loss this time is undoubtedly much smaller, which can be regarded as an acceptable result. But in the absence of a report, most of the core forces were mobilized like this, and they were still brazenly fighting against the Titan in the urban area. Everything was carried out without the royal government's knowledge. Erwin would definitely face certain problems responsibility. But now there is no one in the Survey Corps who is qualified to be the head of the Survey Corps except Erwin. If they are transferred from other corps, they will not be able to convince the members of the corps. In addition, the Survey Corps has recently changed the head of the corps. Therefore, the position of Captain Erwin is probably not passive. But the necessary punishment or questioning is definitely indispensable. In this regard, Ronan cannot avoid it. For several days in a row, after the Corps finished handling the follow-up matters, they set off on their way home. Ronan was still assigned in the middle of the team, leading the team members and responsible for the safety of Emir's carriage. In such a sensitive period, Emir can't go wrong. Right in front of them is the carriage escorting Ani. Its importance is beyond doubt in front of the carriage. Captain Levi led a team to protect him in the carriage. Sanma, as a member of the direct escort, stayed with Ani, who was completely tied up and unable to move. The three most powerful forces of the Survey Corps are gathered around, which shows that the Corps attaches great importance to Ani. Although they have fought against the intelligent Titan, only a few people participated in the operation where Ani was dug out from the back of the female Titan's neck. So most of the Corps members did not know that the three-headed Titan was transformed from a human being. There are so many members of the Corps, and there are so many people talking about it. This kind of confidential matter must not be spread immediately, which will easily cause panic. At least now is not the best time to announce it as a result. Aluo and the others didn't know this, and they were very curious about the carriage in front of them at this time. Who was imprisoned there? The three strongest members of the Corps were supposed to guard it. Aluo looked at Fang Ping's steady carriage with curiosity in his eyes. Gundaho was guarding him on a horse. Was also puzzled in my impression. No one seems to have been caught right. Indeed, I don't know when I was arrested and who is it. Aluwu responded. Hearing the conversation between the two, Ronan hesitated for a while but finally did not speak. Some things, knowing it will become stress or make people confused. Unaware of the strange state on Ronan's side, Li Liu continued to chat with Gun Bayan. Under the watchful eyes of a large number of people on both sides of the street, the convoy slowly drove towards the entrance of the Wall of Rose. Seeing the terrifying fighting power of the Survey Corps and the Titan, the people cast their gazes with awe and excitement. However, before the Corps left the Stohay's area, they were stopped at the gate of the city by a group of personnel whose equipment was obviously different from that of the four major corps. So cautious, it seems that the Lei Yisi family made the threat very clear. But they don't know how they will deal with Ani. Ronan thought, please try to restrain yourself, Tilda. Hearing Elder's words, Ronan nodded faintly, I see, Tilda. That's it, Alu frowned as if remembering something. Central Military Police Regiment versus Human Forces. He glanced at Levi at the right time and found that he didn't show any strange emotions. Ronan squinted his eyes and didn't say anything, but just looked at him with great interest. Soon it seemed that some consensus had been reached. Kenny led his men and, under the leadership of Irwin, approached the position of the carriage where Ani was. As the name suggests, its main duty is to deal with the human beings inside the wall, specifically those unstable factors that are not conducive to social stability. While sensing the situation ahead, Elder rushed over from behind the carriage in good time and asked, Captain, these guys are very bad. Gunda on the side immediately remembered and said with disgust, the Central Military Police Regiment is against human troops. 067412514 Feilu 133,001, with a calm expression. He kept staring at the man who was negotiating with Irwin in front of him. Thinking Kenny Ackermans, the descendant of the Ackerman family, has a fighting power that is not inferior to that of a captain. And I never expected to see him so soon, 00. Although the words Military Police Regiment hang on the surface, it has no relationship with the Military Police Regiment and is directly responsible to the king. And there is no need to ask the head of the Military Police Regiment for instructions when taking actions. Every time they appear, it basically represents killing and civilian casualties. It is a bloody army. He kicked the horse's belly with his heel. And under Elder's surprised gaze, the horse went up to meet him, glancing at the surrounding roofs. Although there were no people in sight, Ronan knew that there must be someone ambushing around. Why are these guys here, Tilda? As a special force directly under the king, its equipment is extremely sophisticated. Compared to the four major armies and even the Survey Corps, which is on the front line of fighting against the Titan, is far more elite than the Military Police Regiment. This team has a very bad reputation among the four major corps, because they act without scruples and use all means. As long as they can complete the task, they will not have any scruples, Ronan. Seeing that Ronan took the initiative to step forward, Irwin was a little puzzled, but he didn't say anything. After all, there are outsiders present, and there are certain things that cannot be discussed. He just took the initiative to introduce Captain Kenny. This is our Captain Ronan of the Corps, Tilda, you are Ronan. Looking Ronan up and down, an inexplicable color flashed in his eyes. Kenny said with a smile, you actually let a teenage kid be the captain. And your corps is still messing around like always, Tilda. Please be careful what you say. Without waiting for Ronan to speak, Levi, standing in front of him, directly spoke coldly. Looking at Kenny with indifference, seeing this, Kenny shifted his gaze to Levi in a timely manner. It's so heartless. Is that how you treat your savior? Immediately, the conversation changed, and he continued playfully, speaking of which, you are the same as when you were a child, and your height is still so ordinary, Tilda. Hearing this, Levi's face turned cold. His eyes were like two sharp swords. He stared at Kenny firmly. His right hand was already on the hilt, and he looked like he was ready to attack at any time. This made the members of the Central Military Police Regiment behind Kenny nervous for a while, and pointed 14 guns at Levi, because it is against the human army and will not fight against the Titan. So Kenny's mean as well as himself. Mainly use double guns with blades, and are not equipped with the black gold bamboo knife. While sacrificing the combat power against the Titan, it greatly increased damage to humans after all. The range and power of gun weapons are not comparable to that of ordinary knife weapons. And relatively speaking, the difficulty of fully mastering them is lower. Seeing the appearance of the Central Military Police Regiment at this time, the head of the group Irwin showed no expression, and the surrounding Survey Corps members all showed hesitation. It's really troublesome. I just wanted to come and see what kind of character Kenny is. But I encountered this kind of thing, thinking about it. Ronan stepped forward without any hesitation, stood in front of Levi, pulled out his hands, put his finger on the trigger and said coldly, "It's because our knives aren't sharp enough. Or because you are so arrogant that you can get away with a shot here." The blade was pointed at Kenny Ackerman. Now under such circumstances, Ronan has to act. He represents not only himself but also not Levi, but the glory of the entire Survey Corps. Being underestimated or humiliated by others in the presence of a large group of people is absolutely unacceptable. Matter, I didn't think of this before, but now seeing Ronan directly put on a fighting stance, the others also react to drawing their knives and glaring. With the absolute advantage in numbers, Kenny and his party were surrounded even more. The situation is tense seeing this scene. The surrounding people tensed up and immediately fled in all directions. They didn't want to be affected by the battles, especially if one of them was the throat cutter, the team led by Kenny Ackerman. How dare they stay here treat soon? All the people who had been surrounded by a large number fled, leaving only the Survey Corps and the Central Military Police Regiment in the entire area, confronting each other. While the garrison members at the entrance of the city wall stayed away silently, not daring to intervene at all, the battle was about to start. But Kenny Ackerman was Smillingand looked at Ronan again, as if he wanted to squeeze every detail of his body into his heart. Interesting, really interesting, tilde. After waving his hand to signal his subordinates to put away their weapons, Kenny Ackerman stepped forward and arrived in front of Ronan. "Boy Ronan, I remember you, my gun is very fast, tilde." "Your gun is fast, isn't my knife bad?" Ronan confronted each other. He doesn't think he'll be forgiven for showing weakness now, or that he's been the opposite of what Kenny Ackerman has served since the moment he joined the Survey Corps. Of course, based on Ronan's understanding of Kenny Ackerman, he is not that loyal to the Lay You See family. As long as he can give certain benefits, or propose gifts that interest him, he can definitely win him over to his side. But the premise is that Ronan has the same level as him, or a higher level status. Naturally, it is far from enough now, hearing Ronan's words. Kenny Ackerman was slightly taken aback, but quickly realized that the smile on the corner of his mouth was even bigger. Then he restrained his smile and looked at Irwin lightly. "It's getting late, so I won't stay any longer. I'll take that person away, tilde." In the following time, the handover between the two parties regarding Ani went very smoothly, and no mistakes occurred. Hearing that the members of the Survey Corps who also put away their weapons were all surprised, and looked at Ronan as if they were looking at a strong man. "Please go ahead, tilde." Irwin was as calm as ever. But with Ronan's current state, it is obviously impossible to retreat. He can only move forward. All the people he targeted died in the end. 87. Ronan dared to respond like Thysverion was shocked. When leaving, Ronan clearly noticed Kenny Ackerman's gaze. But he didn't care, some things were bound to happen, and it was impossible to avoid them, unless he gave up all his plans and chose to be an ordinary person. "Haha, I like you, kid." His peaceful eyes made it impossible to know what he was thinking. But soon that night, a sudden burst of lightning and thunder broke out in the windless, cloudless and rainless sky ahead. Breaking this peaceful state, a notorious devil, After hearing this, Kenny Ackerman was taken aback for another moment and immediately pointed out, "You are very smart. But there are some things that you can't participate in now." "I mind Tilda," Irwin said calmly, "so you have to be careful." "Captain Kenny." "Because I have the same personality Tilda," Ronan interrupted directly. "This is a cutthroat." Kenny Ackerman, regarding this. Kenny seemed to have expected the ending long ago and didn't pay too much attention to it, but said with regret, "That would be a pity. But generally things that I can't get will not allow him to continue to exist in this world on. So there is no need to escort Ani anymore. The pressure on the Survey Corps is undoubtedly much easier. The Central Gendarmerie is more than 1,000 meters away from the front, and they are slowly moving towards the station. Everything seems to be back to normal." Lonely, turning his head, came here as well, maintaining a calm expression from the beginning to the end, as if everything was under control. Irwin said with a smile, "Captain Irwin, if it's not troublesome, don't you take this, give it to me. Kid, this is in the dark night." Even though the distance was nearly a kilometer, the scene in front of them was extremely clear. The Survey Corps people present couldn't help but recall the appearance of the three special Titans when they fought against the Titan in Storhaze area. Scenes, everyone's heart is involuntarily tense. "You acted so quickly." Tilda standing outside the tent, watching the strange situation that has come to a standstill in the distance. Ronan said to the tent, "Petra, protect Emir, I'll go out." Ronan, as soon as they stepped out of the tent, Petra and Emir could no longer find Ronan. "What is this going to do? What else can you do? It must be something that cannot be known to others." Tilda, Emir curled his lips. Immediately, she lowered her head and walked into the tent again, ready to have a good night's sleep. With her current sensitive status, it wouldn't take long for other people from Survey Corps to surround her. That's the fact. In less than a minute, Levi and Sanmao brought people here. After confirming that Emir was still here, each of them breathed a sigh of relief. But their faces were solemn since Emir is still here. There are only two possibilities for the abnormality in the distance. One is that the companion of the female Titan turned back to rescue. This is probably impossible. Once a Titan really climbed the city wall and came here, the team members patrolling outside must have already fired signal flares. But now there is nothing outside. That means it's probably not the case. Another possibility, which Levi and others are least willing to see, is that the female Titan escaped from prison on her own. In any case, everything now depends on what Irwin, the group leader, wants to do. After all, they do not belong to the same organization as the Central Military Police Regiment. In principle, the latter is doing things. Other regiments should provide full assistance. But today, when they entered the Rose Wall, there was such a conflict, because most of the Survey Corps members are not willing to go. Of course, the main reason is that they don't know the seriousness of this matter. In my impression, what impact can a woman, and not more than 20 years old, have? While the Survey Corps was waiting for orders and holding back, Ronan had already rushed to the scene of the incident. The target was the corpses of many Central Military Police Regiment. The camp was already full of scars, and his face remained unchanged. He drove to a member of the Central Military Police Regiment who was standing at the gate of the camp with a dull expression. "What happened here?" Ronan asked calmly. The giant Titan suddenly appeared. The man's eyes were full of horror. It's no wonder he made such a statement. With the weapons and equipment of the Central Gendarmerie, it is relatively difficult to kill Wugu Titan, let alone a smart Titan, who has no experience in fighting Titans. Kenny Ackerman, who has a strong combat power and has fought against the intelligent Titan earlier, may be able to stabilize his mind and make the best choice. But these soldiers under him must not be calm and calm. "Where's the Titan?" A look of disdain flashed in Ronan's eyes. "What I look down on the most is this kind of guy who is bossy in the team, punches hard, looks like Myeonyang to the outside world, and has no fighting spirit. Run." The man pointed in one direction. "Without staying here any longer, Ronan directly drove his horse and rushed towards the direction he pointed. Night vision is very bad, but he has considered this factor long ago and has been training at night all the time, making his night vision ability extraordinary. And the night has not had much impact on Ronan. But the horse under his crotch is not good, and the speed cannot reach the best state. This is something that can't be helped after all. He is the only one in this world. You don't need to search too carefully along the way. The large footprints and the destroyed vegetation all clearly reflect the female Titan's escape route. Of course, there are many chasers after getting up. Probably Kenny Ackerman and his crew thinking of this. Ronan had a murderous look in his eyes and without stopping. He rushed in the direction pointed by the footprints. It's just a few minutes of delay, so it shouldn't be too far away in this direction. Looking in the direction ahead, Ronan squinted his eyes. I'm running towards the wall of rows in the west of Storhaze district. I'm planning to escape Tilda thinking about it. The action failed so much, and she realized the combat effectiveness of the army inside the wall. And her identity was exposed. Under such circumstances, Annie has no other choice. Returning to Marais is the best choice at present. Thinking about this, I saw many corpses of members of the Central Military Police Regiment along the way, as well as some trampled or thrown horse corpses, and many traces of battles. Finally, the shadows of several torches appeared in front of them. I saw a few members of the Central Military Police Regiment who had no horses and suffered injuries of varying degrees, standing in place, treating their wounds, sensing the footsteps of the horses. Several people all looked over. Members of the Survey Corps. Seeing Ronan's attire clearly, the leading team of the other party directly greeted him. "You stop," Captain Kenny said, "don't let you transfer." Before he could finish speaking, he saw Ronan rushing forward without slowing down. The man hurriedly dodged to the side subconsciously. He raised the muzzle of his gun ready to shoot at Ronan. Staggering around, I only felt a flash of swords flashing in front of my eyes. I was about to pull the triggers of the two guns, but found that I could no longer control my hands. And the severe pain came from both arms. Zhao Hao. And he pulled back to reality. Tilda. B ******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Ronan drove his horse straight to the battlefield. He had expected that he should not be far from the place where Kenny and Ani fought. Of course, the premise is that Kenny can hold Ani back. In any case, he is a strong man whose combat power is not inferior to Levi's. Facing Ani, who has not fully exerted the power of a female titan, it shouldn't be a big problem. Ronan thought for a while. The vegetation and environment in front became more and more fragmented, and the battle traces became more and more intense. Ronan knew that the distance between him and the two guys in front was getting closer. Finally, after passing through a village where the villagers who were startled by the female titan ran out of their houses, Ronan saw Kenny and the female titan in a relatively empty grass field. Without joining the battle immediately, Ronan stood not far away and watched the battle between the two. Because it lacks the black gold bamboo knife, which is a weapon specially used to slash and kill titans, relying on the blades of the double-gun bayonet-like blades. Even knowing the weakness of titans, it is definitely not enough to completely cut them off. As for the bullets, it is impossible to completely penetrate the back of the neck, especially when facing the female titan with crystallization ability. The two guns seem a little weak, but Kenny's strength couldn't stand it. Even though there were no tall trees around, he moved very nimbly. The two guns in his hands kept firing. The right eye of the female titan was shot blind, and he couldn't recover in a short time. This also made Ani dragged here, unable to continue to escape. However, at this moment, Kenny is also a little anxious, because the bullets are limited, and the gas in the equipment is also limited. Usefulness. What's more, the order he got was not to kill Ani, but to bring her back alive. Although with Kenny's personality, he wouldn't do it completely, but he still wouldn't take his life if he wasn't forced to the point of no return. Seeing the situation on the field clearly, Ronan was not in a hurry anymore. He stayed in the dark watching the increasingly stagnant battle, waiting for the opportunity to make a move. Ani definitely can't let her run away. Otherwise, their core operation will be fruitless and cause a lot of losses. So they must not be able to do business. Now the city walls of Stohei's district have been simply filled up, and a large amount of rocks will need to be transported to block them later. The manpower, material and financial resources that will be consumed. For the current royal government, that is too much. It's all a small expense if you are not in charge of your home. You don't know how expensive firewood, risal, and salt are. The government inside the wall has lost 1/3 of its territory and resources. But the population pressure it needs to bear has not changed. And it is now in a state of being unable to make ends meet. For the sake of the core and its leader Erwin, Ani must be captured. But she cannot be transported to the mainland so easily. If you want those comfortable guys to know the seriousness of the matter, you must let them feel the fear of the Titan. And let them recall the panic and powerlessness in the depths of their souls when they are dominated by the Titan. Looking at it now, the damage caused seems to be beyond the acceptable range. Ronan thought to himself. At this time, the situation on the field suddenly changed. Kenny's gas was about to run out, and the bullets seemed to be running low outside the field. Ronan could clearly sense that his fighting style had begun to change. It was as oppressive as before, but it started to protect itself. It's almost time to make a move with a thought in mind. Ronan kicked the horse's belly heavily and rushed towards the occupancy. The sudden sound of horse footsteps from a distance distracted both sides in the battle slightly. Anihu's right eye had basically recovered, glanced at the source of the sound, and vaguely saw Ronan's figure in his eyes. Shrinking for it, I felt a faint pain in my eyes, in her heart. She felt bad. Just dealing with the guy with the gun in front of her was already very difficult. And now there was another tough guy, with her remaining physical strength. Once she was double-teamed by 2 people, she would definitely, there is no way out, thinking of this. There was a trace of determination in Ani's eyes. As for Kenny, seeing that the person who came was Ronan. No matter what the previous festivals were, at least now, the two must be in the same camp. And his face immediately beamed with joy. There was no verbal communication. Ronan just met Kenny's eyes and then he knew his next goal. This is the tacit understanding among the top masters. With Ronan's support, Kenny no longer had any scruples, and directly launched a fierce attack on the female Titan, firing 2 guns in both hands one after another, making Ani's side only passive defense. Not daring to be distracted, Chinese letter. With the sound of breathing, Ronan came directly behind Ani while the night was getting dark. The latter reacted extremely quickly. The moment he heard the sound of jetting, he turned around abruptly, stood firmly on the ground with his left foot, raised his right foot suddenly, and shot towards Ronan with extreme speed whip legs. The air was drawn by it to the point that there was an obvious sound of breaking through the air, which showed the strength of its attack this time, PFFD tilde. It's a pity that Ronan never thought of killing Ani directly. In midair, the retainer shot out from his waist and fixed it on the ground at Ani's feet. The whole person rushed straight from top to bottom, gripping the 2 knives tightly. The blades shone with a cold light under the sparse moonlight. Ani, who felt that she had taken time out, her eyes darkened. She knew that her last chance was gone, Chila. The right ankle was directly cut off by Ronan, and Ani fell down. Kenny took advantage of the situation and came in front of her. The 2 guns were aimed at her eyes and fired directly. Boom boom tilde, 2 gunshots sounded, and Ani only felt the darkness in front of her eyes, unable to see the outside world at all. Sure enough, I still can't escape. Since you don't intend to let me go, did you help me before? What? Ani was very puzzled when she thought of the small blade that Ronan took the opportunity to put on her fingertip when she left the cell and was escorted to the car. But at this time, these things are not so important, because she has already lost, and I don't have the stamina to continue running tilde. Sure enough, we should leave here directly. We all underestimated the people on the island. A trace of remorse leaked from Ani's eyes, followed by a sparkling tear. I'm sorry, father, I still let you down in the end, tilde tilde tilde. At the same time, outside tilde one, once upon a time, he was defeated by Olile Yasi, who possessed the power of founding Titan. But he was not killed. Instead, he was begged for forgiveness and was touched. Kenny, who became the guard of Lei Yasi's family, had a flash of light in his eyes at this moment. Unbelievable, I actually won the Titan. And it's still this kind of intelligent Titan. Not those unconscious and innocent Titans outside. Subconsciously ignoring Ronan's help. He didn't recover until Ronan, who cut off the female Titan's limbs and jaw and made sure there was no threat, came to him. Seeing this, Ronan calmly said, "Isn't it too early to be happy?" "Yes, get that guy out first." Kenny immediately reacted too quickly. As soon as the voice fell, the female Titan's body began to gasify, aware of this scene. Ronan raised his eyebrows, and Ani's stubborn and cold appearance appeared in his mind. He immediately stood up with his knife and sighed softly. Said, "In the end, it still ended up like this, Tilda." "What are you doing? Get her out of here," Kenny ordered. With no thought of moving, Ronan responded calmly and lightly as always, "It's meaningless, Tilda." "Kenny, is this little girl fighting with me just now? It's really annoying, Tilda." As the body of the female Titan dissipated, Ani's petite figure and delicate face were revealed. And Kenny's complexion was very ugly. It was a shame that he was forced into such a situation by a little girl. At the moment, he was about to take Ani out. Ani's eyes that were pressing tightly opened suddenly, ignoring Kenny, who stretched out his hand, but staring at Ronan immediately afterwards. His surroundings crystallized at a speed visible to the naked eye. Change seeing this scene. Even if he didn't know the specific reason, Kenny knew that once he let it crystallize like this, he would definitely not be able to complete the task. So he was ready to reach out and pull Ani out. "I advise you not to," Ronan murmured, hearing this. Kenny paused slightly but reacted immediately. Immediately withdrew his hand, raised his hand and shot Ani. Ding, Tilda, as if it had hit the hardest steel. The bullet was directly bounced off, passing Kenny's cheek, revealing a bloodstain. This, Kenny was surprised. It was at this moment that Ani was completely crystallized, and her whole body was wrapped in crystals, like a silkworm chrysalis. And those eyes that were staring at Ronan were particularly noticeable. "What a worry-free girl," Tilda, shaking his head slightly, looking at Kenny, who was cutting the crystal with a blade. Ronan said, "Don't waste your efforts. This kind of crystal cannot be destroyed by us, unless she voluntarily dissolves either. Otherwise, it is absolutely impossible to destroy it, Tilda." "Or what?" Kenny raised his head suddenly, staring at Ronan with a murderous look in his eyes. Ronan calmly said, "You have to ask your boss about this. He knows, Tilda." "You seem to know a lot of things you shouldn't know, Tilda." Kenny narrowed his eyes. Hearing this, Ronan didn't refute or admit it, but just looked at the other party calmly, thinking how to maximize his own interests. However, this look in Kenny's eyes made his expression a little inexplicable. He looked Ronan up and down, recalled the way Ronan shot the female Titan just now, and also considered his current equipment and physical condition. In the end, Kenny did not choose to shoot Ronan, who has been observing Kenny's situation and is ready to strike at any time. Saw the situation of the other party at this time, and knew that he had made the right bet again. And the corner of his mouth curled up a little. Kenny Ackerman, Central Military Police Regiment's Attack on Human Troops Captain, known as the Throat Cutter of Vicious B********D. "Thank you for the compliment, Tilda," Kenny smiled. "You're confident of taking a step forward." He gestured to the crystallized Ani at his feet. And Ronan whispered, "But you are so confident. But you can't even beat a little girl. If it wasn't for me, she might just run away." "Are you mocking me?" Kenny's eyes showed a dangerous light. "That's right, I'm just trying to mock you." Without giving Kenny a chance to speak, Ronan continued, "So, you who have seen this godlike power, Do you want to obtain it? He didn't say it clearly. But Kenny was very clear about what it was in Ronan's mouth. So he said in a deep voice immediately, "Boy, what do you know?" "Oh, I know everything about you." Ronan looked at the other party with a smile. Under the gaze of Ronan, Kenny felt like a stripped animal, being slaughtered and watched by others, which was very uncomfortable. "If you know too much, you will die tilde before the words fell." Kenny directly raised his hand to attack, as if he knew Kenny's intentions a long time ago. Ronan went to meet him immediately, Zhang tilde. The blades intersected, sound of gold and iron rang, and he felt that the strength coming from Ronan was not inferior to his own, even if he didn't try his best. Kenny was still extremely shocked. He knew his own strength, and he couldn't use ordinary people to do it measure. But this kid in front of him, who can't be more than 20 years old at most, can be equal to him in strength. How powerful it is. After one blow failed, Kenny immediately launched another attack, waving the stabbing spears tied to his arms again and again, turning into bursts of cold light, which looked especially terrifying under the night with only thin moonlight. However, Ronan did not back down at all, swinging the two knives flawlessly in his hands, completely blocking Kenny's attack. "But you didn't shoot." "So I won," Ronan immediately responded, Zhang tilde. Hearing this, Kenny's expression froze, and he chose to change the subject. "Ronan, you are very good. You are a strong person. I will remember you. 1 inch long, 1 inch strong for a long time." The Central Military Police Regiment headed by him has been hiding in the dark against the human troops, and the actual ruling class inside the wall headed by Rhodes. But now they have been caught out so nakedly. It's a little uncomfortable. Seeing that Ronan didn't seem surprised at all when he heard the word Rhodes, Kenny once again clarified his inner thoughts. Ronan really knew everything about him, which made him very uneasy. "Why don't you try to live for yourself? Don't you want to have that godlike power?" Ronan smiled even more. Kenny couldn't help but frown when he heard that, but he relaxed quickly. "You really know a lot of things. Since you don't think Rhodes is worthy of my service, who do you think is qualified?" Kenny was lost in thought, with a flash of light in his eyes. But it disappeared in a flash. For this kind of guy who advocates violence and power, status or money are not very alluring. Only tyrannical power can make him fall in love. Ronan, who understands this, naturally prescribes the right medicine. "You are also very strong. I don't think you are worthy of your current boss's size and ability," Ronan said seemingly casually. Accompanied by a crisp sound, the two separated and stood with their knives in a tacit understanding. The battle continued, and I don't know how long it took, until the sound of a large number of horse footsteps came from a distance. Compared with Kenny's knife, the upgraded version of the black gold bamboo knife is undoubtedly sharper. The key is that it is long enough, which gives Ronan more room to operate. He can defend steadily without letting the opponent get close, and launch counterattacks from time to time to force the opponent back. "Trust me, they should meet again soon." The corner of his mouth twitched slightly, and Kenny looked serious. "If I had shot just now, you would have died already tilde." "I won," Ronan said calmly. Seeing this, Ronan said with a smile, "You don't need to answer me right away. Just come to me if you want to understand. I'm waiting anytime tilde, no more communication." The reality did not give Ronan and Kenny the opportunity to continue to communicate in private. Because the big troops rushed over, Irwin took the lead, brought Levi's large troops of the Survey Corps, and the remaining troops of the Central Military Police Regiment against the human army, and came here and saw the crystallized Ani. Everyone was naturally extremely shocked by this, but there was nothing they could do about it. He tried to chop the crystal with a blade, but after finding no results, he had no choice but to accept the situation. Fortunately, the prison break incident happened on Kenny's side, and the Survey Corps must not take full responsibility. And Ani did not escape, although she was crystallized. She could not be taken out. It is impossible to ask for effective information. But after all, people did not run away. There must be no problem with the transaction. It depends on how the royal government will decide in the end. April 17 didn't stay here too long. After carrying Ani into the car, the large troops returned towards the camp on the way home. Ronan, you've done something good again this time. Erwin laughed. The smile is very gentle. And people can't help but feel good. And there is no mention of Ronan's inappropriate behavior of acting privately in his words. I was reckless this time, Ronan apologized seeing this. Erwin waved his hand. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't be able to keep the female Titan. This time your merit outweighs your demerit, Without wasting much time on this topic, he looked around and saw that only Levi was nearby. And Erwin spoke again. Do you have any clue about the crystallized state of the female Titan? The blade will definitely not be able to break it open. Once a heavy weapon such as a cannon is used, its life cannot be guaranteed. I think we should not take it out for the time being. She is in this state and it is not harmful to us. Ronan whispered. Hearing this, Erwin fell silent, while Levi at the side glanced at Ronan lightly. The astonishment in his eyes flashed away. It was not until he was about to reach the camp that Erwin spoke again. That's it. I trust your judgment, Thank you, Ronan whispered back. Compared with Ani falling into the hands of the royal government, specifically the Le Yassi family, whether it is being imprisoned for interrogation, directly Kilidor captured the power of Titan. This situation is undoubtedly the best choice now. After all, the current Erwin has realized the corruption and incompetence of the royal government inside the wall through Emir's narration. Although only one person's mouth cannot fully convince him of this information, it is like a dike of thousands of miles, destroyed by an ant's nest. Some things, as long as you open a small mouth, you can't stop thinking about it. Those who are willing to take the initiative to enter the Survey Corps are undoubtedly dissatisfied with the living conditions inside the walls. Want to pursue the footsteps of freedom. Want to see the outside worlder have more lofty goals. Want to liberate the people inside the wall. Don't let the people be kept in captivity within the city walls like livestock. There is no doubt that Erwin belongs to the latter. He has extremely lofty goals and unswerving willpower. As the leader of the Survey Corps to a certain extent, Erwin is more suitable than Keith's, because he is more decisive and more independent, and more daring, although it's just Emir's words. From the point of view of actual actions, Erwin undoubtedly chose to believe it. And this runs counter to the concept of the royal government. It can be said that from the moment Erwin learned of Emir's identity and did not report it, he actually had no choice. We can only keep moving forward according to the direction set by Ronan. Without further ado, after returning to the camp, Erwin took Levi and left. Looking at the backs of the two leaving, Ronan thought, your choice is not wrong. The facts will prove everything. Immediately turned around and returned to his tent, and immediately saw Petra and the others watching from outside the tent. Ronan, are you okay? Petra asked, concerned. What can I do? With a relieved smile. Ronan looked at the three of Aluo who were dejected like a defeated rooster. What's wrong with you? Well, the head of the operation just now ordered us to stay in the camp. And they are all still depressed, Petra laughed. Inwardly, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She is as smart as she is and has absorbed Hoover's memories. How could she not know what those scenes of lightning and thunder were before? Seeing Ronan return safely, the big rock hanging in her heart was finally let go. Hearing Petra's words, the three of Oreo were even more depressed. Looking at you, I said a word. The three of them have almost completely analyzed the situation. On the one hand, it is the affirmation of the analysis ability of the three. On the other hand, Ronan is also extremely speechless. Isn't he asking him why did he change? It became a question and answer. But they didn't notice that Petra's and Emir's expressions changed, obviously revealing nervous expressions. Of course, these are things for later. That scene is obviously exactly the same as the scene when Titan appeared before. There must be nothing wrong for the inland area. The impression of the three of them is not very good. Aware of this situation, Ronan cast a warning look at the two of them. In the subsequent plan for Kenny, Petra and Emir will play a great role, but they must not be discovered in advance or lose the chain. At this time, Ronan knew that in the situation where he was not willing, he had to force him so that he could passively grasp it. Captain, what happened? Just noted another Titan appear. An elder asked, seeing this. Ronan nodded. The impact of this mission is not small. It must be going to the mainland to report off course. There is nothing you need to do. Your master just needs to stay at the station tilde. Now Emir should not be a big problem after all. She has been able to freely control the Titanization for a long time. Petra, who just got the power of Titan not long ago, is a big problem. Her own personality, coupled with her dissatisfaction with the power of Titan familiarity, makes her unable to become a Titan for the time being. That's good tilde. The three of them breathed a sigh of relief. The last time I just passed by the inland area in a hurry. This time I finally want to really enter it and see those powerful figures inside the wall. Ronan expressed his anticipation in his heart. Going back to the mainlands, the faces of the three of Aluo showed resistance. Shaking his head, I interrupted, okay. The matter has been settled. Let's all go back to the tent to rest. We will set off early tomorrow morning and return to the mainland with the Central Military Police Regiment tilde. Before Ronan could respond to Aluo and Roller, he interjected directly. His eyes looked at Ronan with curiosity. Looking in the direction, it's the camp of the Central Military Police Regiment tilde. Wide and clean streets, tall and gorgeous buildings, and well-dressed people compared with other areas. The inner area within the Hina wall is undoubtedly more prosperous. Just like the bustling areas on Earth in the previous life, the metropolis. People sink into it unconsciously, unable to extricate themselves. From thrift to extravagance is easy. From extravagance to thrift is difficult. Living in such a prosperous place all the time, people's hearts will inevitably sink. After several days of rushing, the Central Military Police Regiment led by Survey Corps and Kenny finally arrived at this area that people both love and hate. As expected, as soon as he entered the city gate, he was stopped by people from the Military Police Regiment, and a so-called routine inspection was carried out. These guys have to do this every time. Are they really so idle? Aluo's face was very ugly. Ronan was as calm as ever, looking at Neil Decker, who was communicating with Kenny. His face became ugly, and thought, this guy seems to be a student who graduated from the training corps at the same time as Captain Irwin. And his ability, it shouldn't be bad, it's a pity tilde. With so many years of experience in the mainland and the military police regiment, Nerhus' ability may not be inferior to Irwin. Is absolutely useless now. Soon inspectors came to Ronan's side tilde. Boy, we meet again at 14 tilde, it's not just a coincidence. But the other party deliberately came to the door, this time. The people who came to check Ronan's carriage were members of the previous recruits. Ignoring what they said, Ronan looked around. Such behavior fell into the eyes of several people. And they were all contemptuous. And they almost said the word hillbilly. This dissatisfied with the three Aluo, who already had a lot of opinions on the military police regiment. And they drove forward directly, go too far. Aluo said sternly, the other party was fearless. But just as he was about to speak, a blade with a cold light under the sunlight appeared in front of him. Ronan's murderous and slow voice sounded in his ears at the right time. The inspection is over, please leave immediately tilde. You tilde in the inland areas. Apart from those dignitaries who can't afford to offend, there are also those lunatics in the Central Military Police Regiment. With a flash in front of his eyes, the hair on his forehead was cut off directly. Next time I will see your ears. Don't doubt the authenticity of what I said tilde, Gyudong tilde. Looking at Ronan's indifferent gaze that makes people feel cold all over. They suddenly feel cold all over. I check the eyes. This is a ruthless character, must have killed people. And there are more than ones. They have been living in a pampered way in the mainland. No matter where they have felt this kind of momentum, they immediately feel withdrawn. It was at this moment that a harsh voice came over. Soldier, tell me, what are you doing? Following the sound, I saw that Nair came here at some time. Staring at Ronan, who drew his sword seriously. It's nothing. Just helping Commander Nair to manage military discipline, Tilda. During the speech, Ronan sheathed his knife and didn't show any face to the other party. He could see the surrounding Oreos and the rest of the Survey Corps members were all excited and admired very much. Just ask themselves if faced with such a situation. Most of them would choose to compromise instead of confronting like Ronan. My soldiers don't need others to discipline them. Commander Nair looked at Ronan's. His eyes stayed on the captain's armband for 2 seconds. And he seemed to realize something. You are Ronan. You are the captain of the Corps at the age of 14. You are indeed very capable. But this is not what crime should you take against your colleagues for what seems to be military discipline. As he said that, Neil looked at the member of the military police regiment whose forehead hair was chopped off by Ronan and whose hairstyle was a bit funny. However, the expected complaint scene did not appear, and Ronan's indifferent gaze touched the man. The man had a feeling that once he dared to speak nonsense, he might be killed here on the spot. Madman, is he a lunatic? While screaming in my heart, I regretted it very much. And I must come to provoke this guy, taking a deep breath. The man said, report to the leader. The leader was just joking with me just now, Tilda, you. Looking at the serious nonsense of his team members. Nair didn't know what to say for a while. And Ronan's voice came from his ear, can we leave, please? Captain Nair. Neil was very dissatisfied with being dumped by a junior. But at this moment, both Irwin and Kenny in front of him noticed the movement here. The former looked like he was about to come over immediately, while the latter looked like look at the joke look. Nair knew that if he continued to delay like this, he would make a fool of himself in front of these guys. So he waved his hand, immediately turned and left. After getting up, the members of the military police regiment were very unwilling. But after meeting Ronan's eyes, they all lowered their heads and left step by step. Everyone who saw the Survey Corps held back their laughter. And when their eyes touched Ronan's not-so-tall figure, they were full of recognition and admiration. Survey Corps should be this tough. Captain, why didn't we take down that kid just now? What's the reason for taking him down? Nair asked back. He shot at Marnie. What proof? Nair asked again. He looked at Manny, who was following behind him with his head bowed, with a look of hating Iron for being weak. Although he knew that none of the people under him had much fighting power, who knew that such a Wao Xiong would be intimidated by Ronan's look. Does Ronan really dare to do something here, coward? This is the worst military police he has ever had. Meanwhile, Ronan sighed, Tilda dish, Captain. If that kid dared to identify you just now, would you really do it? Ao Luhyun couldn't help asking SROC. Other people around, even Petra and Ymir sitting in the carriage, looked over curiously. Why not? Tilda. Ronan looked calm. If you do it here, you will have to go to a military court. Ao Yu said, puzzled. Hearing this, Ronan smiled disdainfully. I won't. His eyes looked at Irwin in front of him, and he thought to himself, leader, my performance is not bad, during this special period. Ronan is at the top of the Survey Corps. As long as he doesn't make mistakes in principle, the royal government will definitely not take action against him. What's more, now that Father Nick should have brought his words to his superiors. Ronan said that he is safe at night under the dotted stars. The sky is extraordinarily bright. Different from the previous scenes in the wild, Ronan in the mainland can be regarded as experiencing the beauty of the city's night scene. Standing at the highest point of the Corps garrison, looking around at the surrounding buildings, Ronan's eyes were deep, and he murmured, how many crimes are hidden under this beautiful scenery? I'm afraid only the person involved will know, Tilda. Where there is light, there will be darkness. The underground street hidden under the ground of this prosperous and extraordinary royal capital is completely opposite to the scene in front of you. It is a slum. When did you become so sentimental, Tilda? Ymir came out from behind the chimney and sat beside him, looking at the brightly lit scene in the city. His eyes are peaceful. Where's Petra? Rona asked, ignoring Emir's 490 teasing. She's asleep, Tilda. Emir's expression flickered, turning his head looking at Emir, who was worried and nervous. Ronan pointed out, can't you get over the hurdle in your heart? Well, there are some things that not everyone can accept quickly. So I didn't mention to her about tonight's actions. Emir looked at Ronan nervously, seeing this. Ronan laughed and said, I'm being so unreasonable. Although this time you are indeed a bit presumptuous. But rather than letting Petra go, who is not ready, it is better to let her stay here. Oh no, I think we all underestimate Petra. Tilda, what? Emir was puzzled without Ronan answering. Petra emerged from the other side of the roof slope. Ronan. I'm ready. Nodding his head, Ronan said, then before leaving. Then he motioned for Emir to come over. Really? Let me tell you first. I haven't learned how to use the stereo camera yet. So I asked you to take me for a ride. Otherwise I will definitely go by myself, Tilda, Emir explained. I know, so come here, Tilda, Ronan said lightly. Having said all this, Emir naturally didn't hesitate anymore and leaned over immediately. Ronan wrapped his arms around his slender waist, lifted him up and jumped down soon. Two figures flew out from the rear of the regiment's garrison. Meanwhile, in the Survey Corps head's office, Tilda. Is this really okay? Levi asked first. He led Ronan to conflict with the military police regiment. And then he chose to ignore Ronan and the others when they went out in the middle of the night. Levi suddenly discovered that Ronan, who used to feel that he was in control, seemed to be out of control regarding this. Erwin was very calm. You should have found out a long time ago. Ronan is different from us, Tilda. Are you talking about his way of thinking? There was some clarity in Levi's mind, nodding his head. Erwin said, I have already reflected it before. All the plans and actions of the Corps during this period are actually based on Ronan's guesses and the incredible content that Emir told. If you think about it, you will find that it was actually Ronan who made the decision all along. Levi narrowed his eyes. That's right, Tilda. Standing up from the seat, walking to the window, looking at the area behind the station shrouded in night. Erwin whispered, to be honest, I can't believe what Emir said. No, but after looking back, Wang the government's policy measures over the years, and what we know about Titans. He turned his head and stared at Levi. The fact seems to be so cruel. The king we have been loyal to is not as tall as imagined. TCH, don't add the word you. I've never had any fantasies about that so-called King. Tilda, Levi showed disdain. In my mind, I can't help but think of the scene when I lived in the underground street of Wangdu. Everyone who grew up there for the government, for the so-called great king. There is no awe, some are just resentment. Although you have never been loyal to the kings, it is undeniable that you have never thought of overthrowing him. Not only you, even if you have already felt the corruption of the government and the incompetence of the powerful in the Corps. I also such rebellious thoughts have never been born. Erwin whispered, the voice of the words is flat, but the content is extremely bold and reckless. This makes Levi, who thinks he knows him very well, inevitably show a look of surprise at this moment. You said that kid Ronan wants to, this is just my guess. But after seeing his attitude towards the military police regiment today, I think there is probably nothing wrong, Tilda, Erwin smiled. After speaking out the words that have been accumulated in my heart for a long time, I suddenly feel that the whole person is much more relaxed. The price is that Levi feels a little depressed now. I couldn't help recalling Ronan's personal information and the bits and pieces after joining Survey Corps, and suddenly found that there really seemed to be such a trend. Hey, how could that kind of thing succeed? Levi looked surprised, but he found that Erwin was staring at the scenery outside the window with a calm expression, as if what he just said was just a trivial matter. This made Levi very puzzled. If that kid really wants to do that, then how should we choose? I don't think it will be successful based on him alone. No, he's not alone. The sharpness in Erwin's eyes flashed away. He is not afraid of death, but he is afraid that in his lifetime, he will not be able to see his country prosper and the people within the walls realize freedom. He who has seen the world outside the wall even if he only got a glimpse of it, has already experienced the vastness of the outside world. From the moment he walked out of the city wall for the first time, Erwin's heart is no longer inside the wall. He wants to see the wider world in 1.2, not only for himself, but also for the compatriots inside the wall to go out and see together, to appreciate the different scenery outside the wall. However, at the moment when he ascended to the position of the head of the Survey Corps, Erwin seemed to be poured a bucket of cold water in winter, and his enthusiasm cooled down, because his dream was too difficult to see. It wasn't until Ronan's appearance and Emir's narration that the fire of hope was rekindled. Erwin's heart was no longer silent and pessimistic. He saw hope if he can really see her hope to see that dream. He doesn't mind fighting Jevon if it means death. Feeling the decisive temperament revealed in Erwin, Levi frowned and whispered, "Crazy, you guys are crazy." Outside a manor in the capital Tilduit should be here Tilda. Looking at the manor castle more than 100 meters ahead, a figure who was wrapped tightly and could not see his face clearly and held a torch disappeared into it. Ronan said to Petra, who was following Emir, "Follow me." "Come on, it's here Tilda." Understood Tilda, Petra and Emir said in unison. The former seemed to have thought of something, and couldn't help asking, "Ronan, we left the station in the middle of the night. What should we do if we are discovered? The team leader will definitely be suspicious." He already knew Tilda. Ronan responded flatly, "What?" Petra was shocked. Emir next to her was equally surprised. "My actions are largely carried out with the acquiescence of the leader. So don't worry, there will be no problems, Tilda." Without saying anything more on this topic, Ronan immediately stepped into the manor and walked quickly towards the castle. Seeing this, Petra and Emir followed without hesitation. But they were extremely puzzled in their minds. Why Erwin was so determined to allow Ronan? No matter how you look at it, this plan is 14 bold and outrageous. Once the royal government finds out, it will be a serious crime that will go to a military court, be imprisoned for life, or even be executed directly. Ronan is very clear about the doubts of the two girls at this moment. But this kind of thing obviously cannot be elaborated, especially when the plan has not been fully launched, even though Petra has completely communicated with him on the surface. But it takes a certain period of observation to know people. Face and heart, and this action is a big test. As for Emir, she has no other choice if she wants to survive. She can only cooperate with Ronan, of course. If you want to realize the huge plan in your mind, these people alone are definitely not enough. The Survey Corps, the most elite of the 4 major corps, must be one. Now it seems that there should be no big problem. After all, Erwin's attitude has already explained everything. Those so-called speculations and the formulation of the action plan were actually testing Erwin's attitude and bottom line. Facts have proved that our leader is also a daring guy. However, in the current state, everything has not been explained, and everything now can only be regarded as a tacit understanding between Ronan and Erwin, just because their goals are actually the same to a certain extent. In their thoughts, the 3 of them entered the castle, and they also saw the guy who brought them here with a torch. "Captain Kenny, meet again, Tilda." Ronan spoke first. Taking the initiative, this made Kenny, who was about to speak, pause for a while. But he quickly came back to his senses, took off the disguise on his body and revealed his lineup. After looking at Ronan and the 3 of them, his gaze was fixed on Petra, on the body of the 2 with Emir. The two of them are the kind of people you always wanted to be, Tilda. Ronan laughed. "I hope you are not lying to me otherwise." Before he finished speaking, Kenny exuded a murderous look all over his body, and continued, "This is not a place to talk. Come with me, Tilda." Without giving Ronan a chance to respond, he turned around and walked towards the castle hall. "Ronan, do we really want to cooperate with this guy?" Petra looked worried. Kenny Ackerman, throat slitter, is famous inside the wall, especially in the various regiments, and his reputation is extremely bad. The number of people who died at the hands of this person has already exceeded 3 digits, and every one of them had their throats cut. Hence the reputable title of those who cut their throats. Such a person is too dangerous in Petra's eyes, turning the original enemy into an ally. Doesn't it mean that there is one less enemy? And this enemy is still very strong. We not do it, smiling. Ronan grabbed the hands of the two women. Okay. Don't talk too much, keep you. It's really not possible. With the strength of the three of us, it's not a problem to escape. I'm good at speed. Emir responded in a timely manner. It caused Petra to stare at her involuntarily, then sighed and said, I really can't do anything with you. If that's the casa, then let's go together. The right hand clasped tightly with Ronan's left hand, and Emir on the side also made the same movements. It seemed that only doing so could make them feel at ease. Following Kenny Ackerman's, the three of them quickly arrived at the fireplace in the living room. Kenny lifted the carpet and lifted one of the wooden boards directly, revealing the steps leading to the bottom. Well, the basement has become a standard configuration. Ronan complained in his heart. You're really lucky, kids. I'm still single now, Kenny joked. Petra and Emir both looked stagnant when they heard it, and their faces were slightly flushed. But they never let go of their tightly clenched hands, feeling the dependence of the two women on him. Ronan shook his head slightly and said, Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and finish talking. We have to go back to the station. Actually, it's okay if you don't go back. I have a lot of empty rooms in this castle. Kenny continued to tease. This time Ronan ignored him and just stared at him coldly. It's really boring if you are brave enough. Come down with me. As he spoke, he walked down first. Ronan followed closely with Petra and Emir. He is not afraid of Kenny setting traps. With his own current combat powers, combined with the power of Emir and Petra's Titan, when the opponent doesn't understand their abilities, he won the battle and retreated. There must be no problem. After walking up the winding stairs for about 5 minutes, Ronan and the others were able to see the lights. The goal of entering is an extremely vast underground world, empty of people even without the illumination of torches. But because there are many inexplicable crystals in it, it is particularly bright like daylight. Welcome to my underground world. Kenny spread his hands and looked at Petra and Emir with fiery eyes. He craves power. I have always liked and advocated to solve problems in a violent way. But now the human body can no longer allow him to obtain more powerful power. After seeing Ulile Yasi's Titan power before, he was yearning for it, but he couldn't find a way and timing. And now Ronan is turning all fantasies into reality. How can this keep Kenny from being crazy and joyful? Is it only you in the world? Ronan glanced around, showing disdain. Without waiting for Kenny to respond, he said bluntly, let's get straight to the point. Happy, let me see. That kind of power that deliberately rivals the gods. Kenny looked expectant. There was a touch of fanaticism in his eyes. Seeing this, Ronan looked at Emir and Petra. The two women nodded. Emir walked to an open space first, followed Ronan's instructions, turned his back to the crowd, secretly took out a knife and slashed hard on his palm. In an instant, the underground world, which was originally like daylight, was thundering and lightning, and the light was reflected by the crystal, making it even more dazzling, making people linger. But Ronan, Kenny, and even Petra had no time to appreciate the beautiful scenery at this moment, and their eyes were fixed on Emir's position. Soon, the Titan of that Emir transformed into appeared in front of everyone, moved his hands and feet, and Emir walked over directly. Kenny subconsciously raised his guns, ready to shoot. Don't be nervous, at least for now. We still have no reason to fight. Ronan glanced at Kenny lightly. Hearing this, Kenny reacted, put down his hands, and said excitedly, you are really direct. But it's really incredible that this kind of power can really be controlled by someone other than the Lei Yisi family. With the facts in front of him, Kenny couldn't help but believe that since Emir could, he should also be able to obtain this kind of power. The power of Titans, fantastic. As if appreciating a work of art, Kenny looked up and down at the Titans, turned his head inadvertently and asked, can I touch it? Okay. Ronan nodded after getting the permission. Kenny immediately walked up to the Ejai Titan, stroking it with trembling hands, with a very pious expression at this moment. This villainous fellow seemed to be the most loyal believer, with a seemingly innocent smile on his lips. It's just that it looks so disgusting after all. The impression of this product is really too bad. This made Emir very uncomfortable, resisting the urge to tear Kenny apart. Crossed his arms around his chest, closed his eyes, and chose to ignore it. It's just that the abnormality in the right calf made Emir suddenly open his eyes, and saw that Kenny was actually cutting his own calf with his knife. And he still wanted to letter 3005 a DD to the wound. It is tolerable what is unbearable. Pervert uncle, don't go too far, Emir said in a daze, speaking through the mouth of Ejitnan. There is a hint of hoarseness, which makes people's scalp tingle. Can you talk? Kenny excitedly said, of course. Emir responded curtly, a look that doesn't care about each other tilde. Kenny didn't care about this, but looked at every inch of Emir's skin more excitedly. Well, with this look-thigh's demeanor, combined with his hands and feet, Emir felt that he could not bear it anymore. Aware of this situation, Ronan stepped forward. It's almost enough to see tilde. Not enough at all. Kenny withdrew his gaze, still unsatisfied. Although he was very reluctant, he knew that he should not lose his composure due to his fault at this time. After all, he is a cunning, daring, and reckless person. He quickly adjusted his mentality and turned his attention from Emir to Petra. Does she also have the power of a titan? I just got it, I can't use it too skillfully tilde. After roughly replying, Ronan signaled Petra to move with an encouraging look. Seeing this, Petra did not hesitate, and walked to the open space on the other side with a solemn face. After glancing at Ronan, and Immersh took a deep breath, and also turned her back to Kenny, not letting him see the transformation. Method suddenly slashed at the hand. The same lightning and thunderbolt in comparison. The movement caused by Petra is much smaller, but after all, it has inherited the power of the colossal titan, and its size is not Emir's short-grown titan can be compared. Soon one Onoth small half was steaming gan the titan, wrapped in blood-red muscles and turned white bones, appeared in front of everyone. What's the situation? Kenny looked surprised, because what Petra shows is not the image of a whole titan. Only the upper part of the ribs, and the lower part has not been transformed, but even so, its height of more than 10 meters is already shocking. Emir is a tiny mouse by comparison. Seemingly understanding Kenny's gaze, Emir said angrily, don't look at Meb ****** D, the character is really bad. After whispering something, Kenny shifted his gaze to Ronan. It hasn't been long since she got the power of Titan, and there is not much room for her to display it in the wall. So she has not been able to appear in a complete form. Of course, after a while, she can fully control the power of Titan after that. There must be no problems. Everything needs a process tilde, Ronan calmly said. As if everything is under control tilde. Hearing Kenny nodded subconsciously, he immediately reacted. You seem to be very familiar with the matter of Titan tilde. It's just that I know more than others tilde. Ronan didn't want to dwell on this topic. After hearing this, Kenny smiled thoughtfully and walked up to Petra. Feeling the heat wave coming to my face, I was very excited. It's just that the semi-adult body is so powerful. When it becomes a full body, it should be Zhao Liao how even more terrifying. It is really an enviable power. Combined with Emir and Petra's Titan power display, I understand in my heart that the way of expressing the power of pleasantness seems to be different. This made Kenny even more excited. If he could only become a dwarf like Emir, it would really be a sad thing. Emir, on the contrary, it was Petra's form that moved Kenny's heart even more. It was not because of the influence of the scorching airwaves that he couldn't get too close to observe, but it still made him feel a little regretful. It's just that Kenny also knows that now Ronan has shown his ability and muscle. And now it's his turn to express his opinion, reluctantly. He turned his eyes away from Petra's transformed titan and turned to the calm Ronans. "We can cooperate, but I have one condition." The next day, in the government hall of the royal capital Tilda, as the leader of the Survey Corps, you made a plan to capture Titan in the city without approval. Erwin, do you think this is in line with the rules? I know this is against the rules, but the situation at that time did not allow me to make other choices. Of course, Seth's is not a reason for me to evade responsibility. So I will fully bear the losses and crimes caused by this action. Looking around at the surrounding ministers, Erwin's gaze finally settled on the throne. The king with a lazy expression, but I think the most important thing now is how to deal with the threat of intelligent titans. After all, we depend on it for survival and defense. The city walls don't do much for them. Hearing this, Wang still looked very lazy, as if he didn't care about everything. And the ministers in the council hall were talking about it. Intelligent titans, does such a thing exist? Everything must be based on evidence. Just relying on your one-sided words. It is really difficult for us to believe in the existence of the so-called intelligent titan. As for the little girl who was sealed by the crystal Erwin, I don't think what can it explain. I think Captain Erwin can focus more on how to maintain social stability 113, instead of thinking about these things that don't exist at all. Obviously, the ministers are not concerned about the intelligent titan. After all, they have never seen it with their own eyes. And they have never felt the fear and powerlessness that the titan brings to people. As long as it does not affect their interests and pampered lives. All problems, that's not a problem, as I said just now. Maintaining the stability of the order within the wall and ensuring the rule of the royal government are what they are most concerned about now. Seeing this scene, Erwin's eyes flashed with disappointment and determination. This time, he really gave up on the royal government and the king. Under the rule of such a ruler, there is obviously no peaceful day inside the wall, and the people don't have to think about going out of the wall to explore, since the current situation cannot be broken by following the old ways. Erwin said that he can only fight although on the surface. The probability of success is not very high at the same time. Following Erwin to the council hall, Ronan, who was standing near the door, secretly looked at the high-level personnel in the hall. He didn't even pay attention to the man on the throne who seemed to have a dusty temperament. He who is familiar with the plot would not know that this guy is just a puppet and has no power at all. Everything is based on the minister beside him. His task just sit there quietly. In contrast, the vast majority of the so-called ministers, the so-called dignitaries, and the so-called powerful people are disappointing. How can such a corrupt and selfish ruling class that only seeks peace and happiness and has no enterprising spirit not be overthrown? But soon, when Ronan set his sights on President Darius Zachary, he realized that the other party was also observing him at the moment. His eyes met and he nodded towards him with a smile. This made Ronan stunned for a moment. But he quickly reacted and thought, it seems that my uncle Grisha has been working well recently. But other possibilities cannot be ruled out. It's too overpowering. I have to be a little more low-key next. However, didn't notice that Levi, who was standing beside him, had been secretly observing the situation on his side. After seeing Darius Zachary's flirting with Ronan, his expression changed slightly, but he recovered immediately, as it is Tilda. When it comes to facial paralysis, Levi on Paradise Island wants to be number 2. But no one dares to say number 1 in the end. This so-called report meeting did not produce any substantive results. As expected, although Erwin did violate the taboo of the powerful and powerful this time, he did not receive any too much punishment. After being verbally educated and ordered to stand by in the mainland, there is no follow-up. Don't look at the expressions of disbelief and disdain on the faces of these powerful and powerful people. But these guys are extremely open-minded. In the event of drastic changes in the future, among the 4 major corps, only the Survey Corps can really be pulled onto the battlefield, and the other 3 major corps can only serve as cannon fodder. As for the special forces under Kenny's command, They are only the troops directly under the king, and they only obey the king alone. These so-called dignitaries cannot command these guys at all. Even a careless one will be dealt with by it. In addition, there is no second person who can convince the public at the top of the Survey Corps, and it is impossible to restore Officer Keith to his post immediately. Therefore, although Irwin has clearly shown that he is out of control, he still cannot be replaced. In terms of the number of high-level corps, the Survey Corps is undoubtedly the least. There are very few who can take on important tasks, and those who can enter the high-level vision, at present. There are only former regiment leader Keith's, current regiment leader Irwin's, the strongest human commander Levi, and a young man who is too young but talented. Off the charts promising Ronan. Others are still unable to attract the attention of the higher-ups for the time being. At the end of the report meeting when he was about to leave, he felt that the high-level executives were looking at his goals. Ronan's expression remained unchanged, but he had his own consideration in his heart, obviously. Now he is no longer the low-status kid who no one cares about. However, just when Ronan was about to follow Irwin and Levi out of the council hall, he was stopped by someone. He stopped involuntarily and looked at the minister who had been standing next to the king puppet and looked at him with an inexplicable smile on his face. Kenny is quite efficient. He only reached a consensus last night, and he has already taken action today on the surface. There was no information revealed, but he asked in doubt, "My lord, what are your orders?" Regarding Ronan's attitude, although not very respectful, at least on the surface showed sufficient respect. The minister was quite satisfied. Thinking of the instructions he had received before, he straightened his expression and said, "You don't need to go back to the station for the time being. There is someone who wants to meet you." Leaving the political hall, followed the minister all the way out of the castle. Just following behind him quietly, Ronan didn't look sideways. His expression was calm, and he didn't ask the minister who the person he saw was at all, which surprised the minister walking in front. Whoever brought him to meet, he restrained everything. As expected of someone who can be valued by the king, the minister thought to himself. They didn't speak a word, and the whole journey was very quiet. The two finally arrived in front of a very inconspicuous building. "It's here you go," and nodding lightly. Ronan glanced around both sides seemingly casually, then pushed the door open and walked into it. Seeing this, the minister didn't dare to stay at all, turned around and left quickly, as if he was afraid that he would die if he stayed for a second longer. Although I am fortunate to be valued by the kings, there will definitely be many necessary tests. I don't know if the kid can pass, whether he can be truly valued by the kings, and thus become a master. It depends on this step. Thinking of this, the pace of the minister's feet became faster and faster. Meanwhile, Ronan has entered the building. What came into view was the many steps leading to the ground, which caused Ronan to complain, "It's really nothing new. No matter how I like to get the base underground, I'm not afraid of it collapsing." Thinking of this, Ronan suddenly had a bold idea. Of course, there must be no conditions to implement it now, and everything is a later story. Without stopping, I walked down the steps for about 3 minutes. There was a burst of light in front of me, and the surrounding corridors became much wider. After walking in a dimly lit environment for a long time, Ronan squinted his eyes subconsciously when he was suddenly irradiated by strong light. At this moment there was a sound of breaking through the air. It really isn't that simple. Having been prepared for a long time, Ronan easily dodged, and an arrow was nailed to the steps, trembling and unable to stop for a short time, showing its strong strength without a doubt. However, the offensive did not stop. Bursts of piercing sound came from the front. Ronan reacted immediately. His footsteps were fast, and after dodging left and right, he easily dodged the arrows with obvious firing angles, and came to the relatively wide underground world, relying on with the cover of those luminous crystal stone pillars. There is a chance to breathe. Looking at the dozens of members of the Central Military Police Regiment's anti-human troops around him, Ronan frowned. The battle is not small tilde. The opponent didn't give him a chance to think more. Put down the bow and arrow in his hand, and surrounded him in a swarm. Is this adding drama? I had passed the gas with Kenny in advance. But there was no such link. Ronan expressed helplessness. But he did not choose to retreat. If the opponent was in a state of full equipment, he would definitely turn around and run now. Special forces, he is not false at all. Because 90% of the opponent's combat power is above equipment, and their own combat power is very low. This is also the biggest problem for members of the Corps inside the wall. They rely too much on equipment. Once they graduate from the training corps, they seldom undergo high-intensity training. Bullying forward after dodging the opponent's attack. Ronan punched the opponent's door directly, knocking him down to the ground. Immediately shifted the position, moved flexibly. Was not surrounded by the opponent, but was always on the periphery of the encirclement, seeking a one-on-one or one-on-two, one-on-three fighting situation. With Ronan's current speedstrung stamina resistance and other ability values, it is naturally not a big problem to deal with these guys with average fighting skills and brute strength. But for 10 minutes, Ronan was the only one who could still stand on the battlefield. 32 is still not that interesting. If you want to defeat me, you must send at least 100 people. After taking a few breaths, Ronan's breathing returned to normal. Seeing the constant wailing on the ground, the members of the human army shouted inwardly. I chose Kung Sin lying on the ground and performing. At this moment, there was a burst of clapping from behind a stone pillar. I saw a well-dressed man walking out slowly, and Kenny was fully armed following behind him. Blinking at him secretly, seeing this, Ronan was speechless in his heart, but he didn't show any expression on the surface. Asking for flowers. This made the visitor appreciate it very much. As expected of the person recommended by Kenny. Ronan. You are very good, I like you very much, tilde, the visitor laughed. Who are you? Ronan asked, puzzled. In fact, he has already recognized the other party's identity, and is officially the actual ruler of the wall now. Rod Ray, you see, I've been serving you all the time, my king, tilde. In the words, Ronan specially emphasized the word king. There was not much respect in his tone. Hundreds of anti-human troops suddenly appeared around, fully armed, watching Ronan's every move. And even those guys who were still howling on the ground got up quickly and returned to the team. Smiling and nodding, Rode looked at Ronan again and said sternly, I am Rod Lay Yesith King, you are loyal to tilde. A zero incognito, so interesting, tilde. Very good, tilde, sure enough. The people recommended by you all have this kind of virtue. But it doesn't matter as long as they are capable enough. It's really overbearing, of course. Without your instruction, how could I disclose such important information at will? Kenny smiled, restraining his smile. Ronan looked straight into Rhodes' eyes, with a burning light called ambition shining in his eyes. What can you give me? Zive, just like Kenny showed. Ronan didn't show too much respect, but looked at Rhodes with interest. Rhodes was obviously dissatisfied with this answer, and immediately said in a deep voice, you are a smart person. You should know what I mean, immediately. He turned his head again and looked over with a solemn expression. I just ask once. Ronan, are you willing to work for me? Hearing this, Ed looked at Kaidian. Didn't you tell him about me? Rhodes didn't care about this. After all, this guy has always been like this. As long as he can guarantee not to betray, and help him complete the mission and clear out some unstable elements, he will largely indulge Kenny attitude. This made Rhodes, who was still looking forward to something, stagnate. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he looked at Kenny with some embarrassment. What do you want? Rhodes asked back at the same time. He waved his hand to signal the surrounding members of the human army to disperse, and walked over. Kenny followed closely with a smile in his eyes. It seems to be praising Ronan's acting skills, tilde. Ignoring the old man's bold behavior, Ronan said without hesitation, power, I want power. Just like that, Rhodes smiled faintly. as the actual ruler inside the wall, holding the supreme power of life and death, and the power of founding titans. Rhodes' desire for power is actually not too strong, as long as he can guarantee his family. It is also the detached status of the Fritz royal blood. Decentralization is a perfectly acceptable situation. It's like Kenya's the captain of the human army. He doesn't have to report to him in many cases. He has the power to cut first and then play. He doesn't belong to any corps, and he is only responsible to him, enjoying the treatment that the other four major corps did not enjoy. It is like the existence of the fifth corps. Now that Ronan raised the request for power, Rhodes said it was very simple and he could fully satisfy it. I am not afraid that my subordinates have desires and ambitions, but I am afraid that they have no desires and no desires. In the face of ambitious people, as long as they can meet their requirements and grasp the bottom line, there will be no problem at all. Rhodes thinks he can do this. Kaidian is a good example. Looking at Ronan with a confident look on his face, Ronan nodded, I just want powers. Then I will give you power tilde. Rhodes made a decisive decision, but without waiting for Ronan to respond. He directly changed his tone, but you have to show enough value. I don't like wild beasts that can only act recklessly. The core conjectures about Titan were all made by me, and all of them have been confirmed afterward. Ronan looked calm. Intuition told himself that things seemed to be getting out of control. Ronan frowned and asked puzzledly, conjecture about Titan. Different from ordinary species and strange species, a small number of Titans have command, and their bodies are very likely to be human. Ronan looked flat during the speech. He kept paying attention to Rhodes' expression, and could clearly see the other party's gaffe, human. How is this possible? Why is it impossible? Ronan smiled confidently. Our previous operations in Stohei's district confirmed my guesses. The armored Titan and colossal Titan who broke through Wall Maria before, as well as the women who broke through our regiment's stronghold outside the Wall Titan. Books are all human. Do you have any other discoveries? Rhodes asked eagerly. Not yet. But it's a pity that we have already teamed up with Captain Kenny to defeat the female Titan. But unexpectedly, the other party has the means of crystallization. With the means we have now, it is obviously impossible not to damage her life. Under the premise, break the crystal, Ronan responded. Can't it be broken? Rhodes subconsciously glanced at Kenny beside him, but he didn't know this information from his report. Sensing Rhodes' gaze, Kenny spread his hands. I was drunk last night. I didn't remember it for a while. You actually forgot such an important thing. Rhodes frowned. It seems that I have no position to hide. It's not too late to know now, Kenny was confident. The surrounding human army members said that they served Rhodes, but in fact they all followed his orders. However, when he thought of Kenny, the equally troublesome jackal who is also a double-edged sword, Ed gave birth to a thought that moved him very much. Sorry, but under the current situation, I feel that staying with Survey Corps is far more useful than staying by your side. Ronan shook his head, expressing his refusal during the speech. He emphasized the three words, my own people, obviously. With the appearance of Ronan and the failure to report the important information just now, his suspicion and guard against Kenny became more and more intense. Leaving Rhodes' temporary residence, Ronan returned to the surface, without walking around casually, and walked straight towards the Survey Corps station, without revealing his feet because of the people behind him and surrounding him. Right now Rhodes probably doesn't fully trust me, and he still needs to take some practical actions. But he has been in the limelight enough recently. So it's time to keep a low profile. Ronan thought to himself. But if you are not careful, you may hurt yourself. The current situation is that Kenny has two strong independent rights, and there is only such a sharp knife by his side. And there is no substitute. He can only rely on his force value to do things for himself, with extremely strong abilities and extremely high IQ. Such subordinates are undoubtedly a double-edged sword. Once used properly, it is the sharpest weapon. Seeing this, Luo was quite satisfied and said, "Don't worry. I won't treat my own people badly, Tilda." During the speech, he glanced at Kenny indistinctly. Thinking of this, Rhodes felt that he was too smart. "That's right, Ronan, I like you more and more. Stay with me from now on, I will give you everything you want." After briefly reporting the information about the intelligent Titan, Ronan selected some information that would soon be exposed and told Rhodes, which made the surprise in the latter's eyes more obvious. And he looked at Ronan more cautiously, knowing this. Rhodes naturally couldn't blame or punish Kenny too much. When he looked at the description, he seemed a little immature, but he stretched out his hands very well. Even comparable to Kenny, Ronan's, who was also extremely flexible in mind, seemed very I appreciate it tilde tilde tilde. What they didn't know was that Ronan and Kenny had already reached an agreement. And he was the one who was cheated from the beginning to the end. Understood tilde, Ronan nodded. But with the joining of Ronan, everything is different. I have many more choices than zero. One can make Ronan and Kenny pinch each other to a certain extent, so as to achieve the balance of power and stabilize my master status. To this, Kenny reacted quickly, and hurriedly looked in other directions to show that he didn't notice it. Rhodes looked over slowly, and nodded thoughtfully. "That's fine. There will be information about Titan in the future. I hope you can notify me as soon as possible tilde, at the entrance of Wangdu Underground Street tilde tilde." "Captain, are we really going in?" Gunda looked very uneasy, staring at the entrance of the underground shopping mall. It is obvious that some do not want to go in, not only Gunda, but Aluo and Elder also showed obvious expressions of resistance. But Petra and Ymir looked indifferent. The two of them are now completely based on Ronan's order, which is very impressive, very satisfied. "The captain was born here tilde," Ronan said calmly, which made the three of them have no desire to refute. For Levi Verion in the Survey Corps is very respectful. After all, this is a real strong man. Survey Corps believe in the strong. There is no doubt that Ronan is now gradually gaining reputation in the Corps. Seeing that none of them had any objections, Ronan showed the relevant documents to the guards in front of him. The guards opened the door without any hesitation, and Ronan walked directly into it. "Think about it. It's not for you to live there just to do something. Don't be so bitter tilde," Petra laughed. This made the three of Elder blushed suddenly. It seems that they are indeed a little too hypocritical. Even a gentle woman like Petra doesn't care. So what should they care about right now? He followed Ronan's footsteps and entered the underground street. This is a street located underground. It is not as prosperous as the ground, and there is no sunlight. The overall appearance is very dark and gloomy. Nose and mouths. To this, Ronan didn't respond and walked straight down. He took the initiative to apply to enter the underground street this time, in order to recruit some newcomers with good potential to join the Corps and train them. Because of Rhodes' acquiescence, the procedures were quickly completed, and the quota was very tight on the same day. Compared with the conscription conference used before, this time the conscription is undoubtedly more targeted, because these 100 people will not be distributed to other regiments, nor will they be assigned to other people's command, and all belong to Ronan's own team. Survey Corps Special Operations Team. This is the name of the team. Just like Kenny's Central Military Police Regiment is to human troops, this team also has great independence. The prerequisite for obtaining this power is that the recruitment, training, and final formation of the army must all be completed by Ronan himself, which can be regarded as a major test of Rhodes' ability. Regarding this time, Erwin did not express any objection, but instead told Ronan about various experiences and insights in the meeting not long ago. There is no crack in the tacit understanding between the two, and Erwin's capacity is still convincing. This team is entirely his own. In order to ensure its loyalty and combat effectiveness, Ronan finally chose the underground street as the place of conscription. It is called an underground street here, but it is actually a slum, and those who live in it are some poor people, of course. There are also some people who committed crimes, but survived by relying on some shady means. They all gathered here, making the whole underground street a lot of gangsters. And many areas even became a legal zone. This makes many people here look forward to leaving and are unwilling to continue living here, but suffer from no chance. Ronan brings hope to them this time, however. In order to turn the hope into a reality, the opponent needs to show enough potential or actual combat ability to make Ronan's heart beat. At this time, walking on the chaotic streets, Ronan and the others could clearly feel the gazes of the surroundings, which contained an emotion called desire. The news of the conscription should have been announced a long time ago. Ronan asked, hearing this Petrajo was walking beside him. Nodded, the entire underground mall was notified 3 days ago. And the time is 12:00 noon today. And there are still 2 hours left. And Ronan nodded to show his understanding. Aluo hesitated, but still couldn't help but say, why do we need to recruit troops here? In fact, we have a better choice. We can select personnel from those refugees, or recruit personnel from other areas. The underground street, many people have unclean hands. Elder on the side responded in a timely manner. I think what Aluo said makes sense. We can go to other place. Thighs is not the best choice. Ronan had thought about the idea of the 3 of Aluo before, but finally decided to put the first stop in the underground street. All because of 2 words, that is loyalty. Seeing this scene, Emir couldn't help curling her lips. Based on her understanding of Ronan, the 3 of Aluo and Aluo probably won't join this team, and they will probably return to Survey Corps. Ronan will definitely not say these words to the 3 of Oreo. But Emir and Petra already know about them, and agree with them, so they didn't say much. The reason is very simple. The 3 of them have not adjusted their positions all the time. To a certain extent, it can help Ronan survive the subsequent refugees. If you recruit someone with a heretic heart, I'm afraid it will only have a negative effect, Captain. I think you need to think carefully, Gunda reminded. Ronan is no longer the recruit he used to be. He is now the captain of the Corps, and will soon be in charge of the well-equipped 100-man team. The status of the Emperor is not what it used to be. Ronan doesn't have that time. The 3 of Elder were very envious. Not loyal to the king, but loyal to love yourself. Petra and Emir were as calm as ever. They didn't say anything. They just followed Ronan, looking like 2 secretaries. As a team that directly belongs to him. His biggest requirement is loyalty. Regarding Ronan's explanation, although the 3 of Aluo still have thoughts in their hearts, they can only hold back. After all, they are not leaders. Hearing the 3 people's words, Ronan smiled and said, let's check the situation here first. The quota of 100 people does not have to be all placed here. If it is not enough here, we will go to other districts to recruit. It's like Kenny's against human troops, therefore. These poor people in the underground street who contain resentment and jealousy towards the king, the government, and all the people on the ground have become the best choice. As long as the best of these guys can be subdued, trained, and armed with the best equipment, the combat effectiveness displayed by this army will be very powerful. People in various regions on the ground, under years of corrupt education, still have faith and worship of the king to a greater or lesser extent. If they want to correct it or re-brainwash it, it will undoubtedly take a lot of energy. While chatting, Ronan and his party successfully arrived at the conscription point, a high platform that had been set up early, different from the sparse crowd on the side of the road before. This place was already full of people talking, all eagerly looking forward to Ronan's arrival. At this time, seeing Ronan bring Petra and others here, he spontaneously stepped aside, and under the guidance of the members of the gendarmerie responsible for the security of the underground street, he returned to his proper position. His gaze has been focused on Ronan's body. There are doubts, curiosity, disappointment, and disdain. All kinds of emotions can be matched with each other. Ronan, these people. Petra's expression changed slightly. Some people can't bear the scrutiny of the people around them. The naked eyes make people very uncomfortable. On the contrary, it was Immer with a calm face. His eyes kept scanning the surrounding people, or directly staring at each other. Such a performance, on the contrary, made the other party feel embarrassed, and turned his eyes away. People in the underground street are like this. The more you retreat, the more arrogant they become. Those who can live in this place for a long time and live a moist life have unclean hands. With me here, nothing will happen, Tilda. After Ronan comforted him, he walked up to the high platform with a normal face, and Petra and the others stood behind him, looking down at the thousands of people around him. Ronan squinted his eyes slightly, thinking that a few hundred people would be enough after all. He has some rigid requirements for this conscription, Tilda, and it clearly stated that any danger in the future may lose one's life at any time. Even so, there are still so many people coming. It is enough to see the difference in the living environment of the underground street. Since Ronan was at the forefront of the team, and now he is standing in front of the crowd again, he looks like a leader, making him immediately attract the eyes of most of the people present. Tilda. This kid is about 15 years old at most. Isn't the royal government being too perfunctory to us? And even called such a brat over? It's ridiculous that you still have expectations for the royal government. By the way, do you think this recruitment matter is real? There has never been a large-scale recruitment activity on our side before. It shouldn't be a lie. Look at the armband on that kid's arm. He is from Survey Corps and his level should not be low. So young, can't he be the second generation? Are you an idiot? No second generation would go to a place like Survey Corps. That's right, Tilda. Seeing that the people below were talking endlessly, Ronan gave Li Liu a look behind him. The latter understood it, walked to the large bronze bell, picked up the hammer and began to strike heavily. Boom tilde boom tilde tilde. The loud and deep bell rang through the entire underground street, which made the applicants who were still discussing and couldn't stop at all stop talking, and turned their eyes to Ronan. Different, obviously. Everyone is curious about what Ronan will say and do next. Facing thousands of gazes, Ronan looked calm, as if the large group standing underneath were not people, but brainless pigs. I know that you all have only one purpose for coming here today, and that is to leave this disgusting place. And I came here to give you this opportunity, of course. You must come up with something that makes my heart move, said Ronan in a deep voice. The voice wasn't particularly loud, but the crowd below could hear them all clearly, and each of them showed signs of abnormal movement. Warm sunshine, a spacious and tidy residence, and abundant resources. Compared to this place, the outside world is heaven, Ronan said bewitchingly. This made those people who were already fed up with the dark and chaotic environment of the underground street and yearned for the outside world show excitement. And the daring people even asked loudly, "What do you need us to pay?" Loyal, Ronan exclaimed. There is no so-called fairness in the world, or the word fairness does not apply to the weak. After looking around at the trembling scene of people below, he continued to say loudly, I can provide you with housing, money, equipment, combat skills, and even power. But the premise is that you are loyal enough and have enough money to make you happy. The potential I paid for, Tilda, you have seen these arenas. This is my test for you. I will only take the strong ones. Those who have confidence in themselves can go directly to the stage. One-on-one. Those who win 10 games in a row will advance. Tilda. Ronan's eyes were sharp. Without saying much, Ronan directly gave the gendarmerie who were in charge of assisting him a look, and they all nodded in understanding. Hearing this, Ronan couldn't help laughing. Fair. No matter in that world. This is something that has never existed before. All of Alu and Auji on the high platform showed disdain. Hearing Ronan's ironic words, the person who spoke up couldn't bear it immediately, pushed aside the crowd and rushed to the stage. Only the strong are worthy of fairness. It's not fair, someone shouted from the audience. Without responding immediately, Ronan walked down the stage, stood on the one ring and said loudly, of course there is another way. If you think 10 games is too much, then come and challenge me. Well, as long as you get my approval. You can directly advance. Some people are born with innumerable wealth, while others are impoverished. And the goal of a lifetime is just the starting point for others. Your birth largely determines your starting point, and even your futures immediately. Pieces of cloth used to cover were pulled away, revealing its original appearance. And there were 10 5-square-meter arenas lined up in front of the high platform. They are very clear about Ronan's combat strength. If he is so abnormal, the other party will bring shame on himself. Pointing to the people below, Ronan's mouth was full of sarcasm. What qualifications do you have to talk about fairness with me? Those who don't want to participate can go out directly. Don't waste everyone's time. I don't want to hear this again kind of stupid talk tilde. But people who have been living in the underground street are not good people. And someone retorted immediately, is the opening too much? Staring at the man who was charging straight forward with a calm expression. Ronan had no intention of moving. This made the corner of the man's mouth involuntarily reveal a sinister smile. Bold brat. He swung his fist and hit Ronan's face, making a sound of breaking through the air. It shows how hard he was tilde. It's kind of interesting. But the personality seems to need to be corrected tilde. Turning from stillness, Ronan suddenly lowered his body, dodged the opponent's straight punch, clenched his right hand, and directly bombarded the opponent's abdomen. Following a muffled sound, the man's expression changed drastically, and he couldn't help but staggered back a few steps before stabilizing his figure. Not bad he didn't fall down tilde, Ronan smiled. Stop looking down on people, B*************. Heaving a sigh of relief, the man leaned forward. But he only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and subconsciously raised his head and arms to block him. But he only felt that he was hit by a fast-moving carriage. Nearly 1 meter away, Bao's huge body directly broke off the ground and fell heavily 2 meters away. The whole audience was in an uproar. Who would have thought that Ronan, who seems to be just over 1.7 meters tall and 293 taller, would kick a big man into the air with one kick? What a lot of strength this must be, are you convinced? Ronan walked up to the wailing man. I serve you. The man suddenly jumped up, raising his hand to grab Ronan's arm. But before he touched Ronan's hand, he was kicked flying again and fell to the bottom of the ring, causing the surrounding recruits to flee, looking at Ronan. The previous contempt has long since disappeared. Although Ronan is young, is a ruthless person. A powerful, ruthless person. I don't know him well. Such a big man was completely defeated by the beating. Ignoring the gazes of the people around him, Ronan jumped under the rings, looked at the man who was struggling to get up, and said with a smile, are you convinced, dissatisfied? The man said stiffly, very well. Then I'll beat you until you are convinced, tilde. Ronan smiled lightly. This smile fell into the eyes of the people around, but it seemed to be a devil's smile, which made people feel cold all over. So, in the following time, the man got up again and again, was knocked down by Ronan again and again, repeated Betty B nearly 10 times, and finally couldn't stand up, because he was directly kicked by Ronan and passed out. Have someone bandage him, let him pass, tilde. As a result, Petra handed over the towel and wiped the blood from the injury. Ronan ordered calmly. The military police, who had been waiting for a long time, came over respectfully and helped carry away the unconscious man. The recruits along the way looked at the man with a bruised nose and a swollen face, and there was a hint of fear in their eyes towards Ronan. Aware of this situation, Ronan smiled and walked to the one ring. Looking at the silent surroundings, is there anyone else who wants to challenge me? Everyone, recalling the tragic situation of that big man just now. Those who had looked down upon Ronan because of his young age all lost the courage to take the stage. Seeing this, Ronan thought that he still had an enemy of 100 missions. He pondered for 2 seconds and said, I thought that the people who can survive here are brave people. But now it seems that they are all cowards. How about this? I will relax the standard and allow the 5 of you to go up together, tilde. 5 people. Everyone around was shocked. He looked at Ronan in disbelief. Isn't this too big, however? They didn't notice the strange expressions of Petra and the others on the high platform. Hey, are you going to do this again? Why do I think Ronan is violent? Elder twitched his mouth twice, hearing this. Petra and Ymir, who had seen Ronan knock down more than 60 people by himself before, looked at each other, and they both saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. It seemed that Ronan ready to mess up Tilda. The key is that they can't stop at Tilda. But thinking of Ronan's strength, the two women didn't have any worries in their hearts. With such high-intensity exercise every day, 10 big men would not be able to get into Ronan's body, let alone a 1-on-5s. The only thing that can restrict Ronan is probably physical fitness. After Alit is one-to-many, that is. While Petra and the others were talking, the duel on Ronan's side started again. Compared to winning 10 games in a row, winning 5-on-1, or being recognized by Ronans, it is obviously easier and simpler ran away. That's what the recruits think. Ever since in the following time Ring No. 1 became the hardest hit area, with constant screams and people being kicked out of the ring. After the initial shock and fear, the gendarmes who were in charge of the arrangement became numb. And they also realized a truth, that is, you must not have unreasonable thoughts about Ronan. This is an unbelievable person, on the other hand. The recruits who originally thought they were taking advantage of it and wanted to bully the few with more had also realized that what they were facing seemed to be an invincible pervert. And they couldn't beat it at all. But seeing Ronan's more obvious sweating and gradually heavy breathing, even though everyone already felt fear in their hearts, they did not stop challenging. That guy is dying. That's right, must be dinge everyone. Work hard and kill him, pervert, what a perv. How many people have you defeated? We haven't you fallen. Hurry up, this guy is about to collapse everyone. Don't think about Ith will die soon. Listening to the shouts below, Ronan was in a very beautiful mood, and the system sound that sounded in his ears from time to time made him feel even more happy. Drip the host has withstood many attacks and won't fall. The single strike ability +1, Drip after a fierce battle. The host's fighting ability has been improved. Fighting skills +1. Drip the host fights unremittingly, endurance +1. After nearly an hour and a half of beating, Ronan resisted all the attacks forcefully and knocked down all the challengers to the ground. What was even more unbearable was that he was kicked and flew out of the ring. Smashing it's not easy finally. After defeating the group of 5 again, the system sound of mission completion sounded in Ronan's ear. Hey, congratulations to the host for completing the achievement mission enemy of 100 people. Single strike ability +4, constitution +4. Feeling the changes in his body, Ronan felt that he was no longer human, just as expected. The next part of the achievement mission rang in my ear. Enemy of 1,000 mission goal, defeat 1,000 people. Mission rewards, fight single ability +8, constitution +8. Task time limit none, task penalty none, continue. Looking at the task rewards, Ronan was full of fighting spirit. But the people around the ring were already afraid to step forward. However, those who dared to gang up on Ronan were all lying on the ground and howling. And some even had their hands and feet broken because of their mediocre physical fitness. They had no choice but to grit their teeth and accept the reality. The key has not been admitted yet in the underground street. If a limb is broken, it means that there is no way to survive. And one can only wait for death slowly. Thinking of this, everyone looked at Ronan with a trace of fear in their eyes. It's too hard seeing that he hadn't stepped forward. Ronan knew that he would definitely not be able to continue the task today. And with a situation like 1 against 1,000, he couldn't complete it in the current state. So he walked off the ring, and the people around him spontaneously gave way. The road to the high platforms. This time it is no longer because of Ronan's identity, but because of his strength. This guy is not human. It's terrible. He defeated at least 100 people just now, and he couldn't walk up to the high platform so calmly. If you follow behind such a strong man, it will be a bright way to make a living, agreed. instead of following those useless gendarmes. It's better to join this man's team. At least now it seems that he is not a waste. Be careful to be overheard. Those people were beaten very hard just now _www. In the midst of discussions, Ronan stepped onto the high stage, and under the arrangement of the military police, Ronan started a one-on-one match after another under the arrangement of the military police. Although the strength is a bit weak, and the personality is a bit bad, but the potential is still good. Let's recruit 300 people in the next few days Ronan ordered. Hearing this, Elder couldn't help asking, isn't there only 100 people? The quota is 100 people, but I didn't say that this time. Only 100 people will be recruited, and 300 people will be recruited first. And then we will gradually eliminate them Ronan explained. Elder nodded clearly, this is a way. But everyone chooses in the underground street. Isn't it a bit too just choose from here? I can't trust people from other places. Ronan smiled and looked around the situation in each ring. Elder was about to say something again, but was stopped by Gunda, needless to say. We are just soldiers, not leaders, Elder. We seem to have crossed the line during this time. Aluo echoed in a low voice. Don't look at his habitual stinky mouth. And he doesn't look very smart, but his senses are very keen. He didn't notice it before, but now he has already felt the changes in Ronan. Or the changes of a few of them, unknown practice. The status is different, and they are not direct descendants. Naturally, we need to pay attention to communication. We can't be as relaxed as before when we were equal. Otherwise, everything will be messed up. He was not a fool at all. An elder shut up in time after reacting. His eyes were fixed on the back of Huada, which was a little complicated on the side. Listening to the discussion of the three, Petra hesitated for a moment but finally did not speak. But she secretly breathed a sigh of relief in the past. She and the three of Aluo were lifelong partners. But since she obtained the power of the colossal titan, she always felt that there was a gap between her and them. And she could no longer communicate with them as before. And it was helpless to think about it. Maybe only when my current ability is exposed can I eliminate the gap with them. But I don't know if they can accept me now. Petra thought to herself. As if sensing Petra's emotional change, Emir grabbed her hand and nodded in relief at the same time. The competition in the arena off the field is going on in an orderly manner. Compared to Ronan's, who is superior in fighting skills and his physical fitness is far beyond human comparison. Although these people in the underground street also have people with good physical talents, they are all within the acceptable range of ordinary people. Or a guy with good luck can still win 10 consecutive victories. 0. What Ronan didn't know was that although there had been publicity before, and even the high platform was built, only a small number of people believed in this situation. But after today's competition in the ring, everyone in the underground street has already clarified the truth of this matter authenticity. Start gearing up. And these people who live a decent life on weekdays but want to leave the underground street are undoubtedly not weak in strength, and their methods are not bad. If such people can be subdued as subordinates, their overall combat power will definitely not be bad. It's not just food and shelter. As long as that guy can withstand the next military training, he can get military pay. And he can go to live on the ground in the future. Turn over that guy. As for the question of loyalty, Ronan is still confident that he can convince them. Then go and try it, it doesn't cost money anyway. As long as you don't go to the no. One ring to challenge that pervert if you're lucky. You can still win 10 consecutive victories. And your fate will be changed. Have you heard that the big stupid Lenny next door has passed the conscription assessment? And now he has moved into the gendarmerie garrison. With all food and accommodation, Ronan, like Petra and the others, did not go to the ground, but temporarily stayed in the underground street, preparing to go to the ground to start the real training after completing the conscription. Okay, let's go together. I'll try it tomorrow. Do you want to come together? Since he can, I think I should too. A total of 28 people were recruited on the first day, and they were placed directly in the basement of the gendarmerie in the underground street. But compared to before, everyone in the underground street tonight is no longer sleeping in despair, but has a common topic of discussion, and they never tire of it at night. The underground street is getting darker and darker. Compared with the scene of tens of thousands of lights on the ground, there are only a few lights here, but they are all extinguished quickly, making the entire area shrouded in night. And you can't see your fingers seeking flowers, zero. The day passed quickly, and a total of 17 people won 10 consecutive victories, plus the 11 people who had won his recognition in the previous fight with Ronan. After Alan, a place like the underground street, the gap between rich and poor is actually very serious. Some people can't eat a full meal in their entire lives, while others can enjoy food every day naturally. Their bodies will look healthy and much stronger. On the second day of conscription, to Ronan's surprise, the scene was surrounded by people from the underground street. After seeing Ronan, many people gave extremely hot gazes, as if they wanted to swallow Ronan directly. Obviously, he knew the rules of yesterday's competition. With so many people, it seems that today is another full and satisfying day. Ronan smiled. The Alu and O people behind them didn't feel warm at all, but felt a chill, and they couldn't help feeling sad for those who didn't know why they wanted to challenge Ronan. They didn't know what kind of pervert they were about to face. It cannot be considered with common sense at all. Stepping onto the high platform, looking at the extremely dense crowd below, Ronan pointed to the ring in front of him and said loudly, compared with the rules, "I don't need to say more. The recruitment meeting is officially open," saying that, Ronan 167 walked off the stage directly and stood on the no. One rings, hey. The host doesn't feel restrained in the face of thousands of people watching. Leadership temperament +1, leadership temperament. A bit interesting, Ronan ignored it. But what I don't know is that his personal temperament has quietly changed. Why do I feel that I saw the shadow of the leader in Ronan? I must be thinking too much, Petra, who had been watching Ronan, shook her head, not to let herself think about it. On Ronan's side, the duel has already begun. There are tens of thousands of people in the underground street, and there will always be those who are fearless and daring. They ignore the advice of the seniors who came to apply for the first day, and they come to the stage to challenge Ronan in groups of 5, hoping to directly advance. The result is that their worldview has been refreshed again and again. Hey, don't you want to be so scary? It turns out that what those guys said is true. This is too powerful. It's too unreal to take one action at a time. I think we should go for a 10-game winning streak. This person can't beat him at all. I think so too. That is, when the people below were about to give up challenging Ronan and go for 10 consecutive victories, some strange voices rang out from the crowd. No, don't you guys be so stupid. A person's physical strength and energy are destined to be limited. If he can defeat 10, 20 or 30 people, then he can defeat 100 to 100. 300 people, that's right. Wealth are in danger as long as you can defeat him. You will be able to advance. Take a look at the other arenas. Is there anyone who can persist in 10 battles without defeat? So don't think too much. Let's fight with the wheel and kill him. I'm very excited to think of being able to beat this kid violently. Hearing these voices, those conscripts who were about to back down stopped in their tracks one after another, and turned to form a team again, preparing to take on Ronan. Of course, one is a fool, and those who play last will definitely have an advantage over those who play first, which makes Ronan no opponent for a period of time, until the gendarmes start to urge and threaten to eliminate them all if they don't come up again. Then will Ronan be eliminated. Weaker teams were pushed hard. The result is naturally different. All of them were knocked to the ground by Ronan, and they lost the qualification for promotion. In fact, it wasn't that Ronan didn't want to pass them, but that he was too weak. Seeing Ronan, who is in the middle of a battle, who can't stop for a moment. Pedro, Aluo and others who are in charge of sorting out and registering the passersby on the high platform are extremely helpless. And communicate in low voices, you said. Why did the captain find so many opponents for himself? Isn't it good to watch on the stage? Aluo was very puzzled. Because they sensed the changes in reality. They changed Ronan's address in a timely manner. The same is true for Elder and Gunda. They had a private conversation last night and realized the problems during this period in time. That's why your fighting skills have been stuck in place. And you haven't been able to improve. Elder glanced at Circuit O in my heart. I feel helpless for Ronan, who deliberately finds someone to stir up the emotions of the applicants and let them challenge their behavior. At the same time, I couldn't help but mourn for those recruits who took the bait. In a 5-on-1 situation with Ronan's current strength, he really deserves nothing. The point is that even they who have been with Ronan all the time don't know where Ronan's physical limit is. How likely are these guys to rely on wheel battles to win the duel? I'm afraid only Captain Levi can compete with the current Ronan Tilda, everyone thought. Under such an atmosphere, the recruiting meeting is proceeding in an orderly manner. Ronan is steadily moving towards his goal of being the enemy of 1,000 people. The quality of all aspects has been steadily improved in the duel, which is obviously much faster than the daily training. After all, this is a battle, and the energy is very concentrated, moreover. In order to pass the assessment, the opponents will do everything they can, and they have no intention of holding back. None of these guys thought that if they really won against Ronan and passed the conscription assessment, but Ronan was their immediate superior, there would be quite a problems. The day passed quickly and Ronan never failed. His stamina, willpower and ability to fight have improved a few points. Can finish, there are really too many of them, and it is obviously impossible to complete them in one day. After all, Ronan only has 2 hands and 2 feet, and he uses both hands and feet. So it is impossible to eliminate the opponent too quickly. What's more, with the passage of time, even though Ronan deliberately pretended to be physically fit and arranged people to encourage him, few people dared to go on stage because everyone is scared. On this day, more than 30 people passed the review, and nearly half of them were defeated by Ronan and admitted to pass. From Ronan's perspective, those people have potential, and those people's strength is not bad, so it's obvious. For several days, Ronan took Petra and several people to carry out the 5-0 conscription in the underground street, and finally completed the goal on the 6th day. A total of 280 qualified applicants were recruited, and under the attention of everyone, they went to the ground through the stairs. There is no doubt that through their own efforts, this group of people has changed their destiny and no longer have to linger on in the underground street. Looking at Ronan, who was about to disappear from sight, an urgent voice suddenly came out from among the unselected crowd in the underground street. Captain Ronan, are you still coming? Stopped. Turned his head, looked at the dark crowd below. Felt the gaze and expectation of these people. Ronan grinned, matings. Immediately turned around and left. After the initial silence, the crowd below immediately erupted into a scorching sound. Ronan gave them hope. Run, keep running, didn't you eat? Things are so precious now, you bastards are wasting food. Today's last 10 people are all eliminated, and they will go back to the underground shopping mall immediately. What are you looking at? Either keep running, or just give up, and I will send you back to the underground shopping mall today. In the training corps base, a group of recruits were trained by Ronan to the point where they couldn't hold their heads up at all. They were all on fire in their hearts, very angry. But they didn't dare to vent it. On the one hand, I don't want to go back to the dark underground street where there is no hope. On the other hand, they couldn't beat Ronan's. And as long as they completed the training, Ronan almost doubled the amount of training, so that people had no reason to resist at all. And they could only blame themselves for being too weak. Moreover, this is the station of the training corps, and there are a large number of heavily armed corps personnel stationed and guarded around it. Once a riot occurs, the 14 of them who have no combat capabilities may be dealt with quickly. Death is also a death in vain. It is better to fight. Drip. The host will rule the army with iron and blood. Take the lead and lead the soldiers. The national struggle won. Hearing the system sound in his ears, Ronan curled his lips and continued to harshly teach the recruits who were undergoing daily physical training. The training corps recruits who were training on another field had long been stupefied. There are many people who know Ronan well, after all. Although he graduated early, the legend of Ronan in the training corps has been circulating. And those recruits who entered the training corps at the same time as him are still in training and have not yet reached the graduation standard. That's Ronan. Why does it feel completely different? That's for sure, after all. Ronan is the first recruit in history to graduate early from the training corps and then enter the frontline survey corps. After the battle with Titans, the changes are definitely not small. By the way, do you see it clearly? Ronan seems to be the captain already. He is considered a high-level person in the survey corps. It has only been a while, but he has already climbed to this position. It's amazing, Tilda. There is no comparison between people. We are more than Ronans. Although Ronan entered the camp at the same time, the position he is in is completely different now. Yeah, compared to him, we are trash. Hearing the comments of the recruits, the current head of the training corps, Keith, couldn't stop his mouth from twitching a few times, and his eyes couldn't help but shifted to Ronan. Seeing that the recruits had been drilled to death, but he was still breathing steadily, Ronan, who didn't seem too exhausted, whispered in relief. The former brat. Now he has grown up to make people feel very safe. The future will be left to you young people. Old guys like me should stay in the back. I'll be lucky if I don't hold you back up. Without knowing this, Ronan focused on training these new recruits. This is his first batch of subordinates, and they will also be his direct line members from now on. He will only obey his orders, so the training must be carried out by himself. And he must be highly trained. Standard, high demand, high strength. Those guys with weak willpower will be eliminated in the first event. For several days in a row, Ronan just took these recruits for physical training. He was either running or preparing to run every day. He thought that these guys would not be able to hold on soon, and they would be eliminated on a large scale. The fact is that Ronan and everyone around him didn't expect it. They underestimated the depth of these guys' obsession to stay on the ground. In addition, everyone stood out from tens of thousands of people. And their actual combat ability, it may not be strong, but its willpower and potential are both good. Coupled with the fact that they are all under the age of 22. There is still a lot of room for excavation. But to fight against the outside world, the inside must be settled first. Before Marley takes the next step, the internal problems must be resolved as much as possible, or at least suppressed if so after the physical training. 280 recruits turned out to be only 60 people eliminated. It can be said that with the arrival of Ronan and the organization of the troops, there has been a strengthening of military power within the walls to a certain extent. After this period of running in, Ronan was inevitably labeled as devil pervert, strong, etc., but no one dared to deny Ronan's strength. In the Armagh, strong are respected. 57. The strength is respected. Ronan is undoubtedly the strongest one. Rhodes had no objection to this. But Kenny was envious of the upgraded black gold bamboo knife and Ronan's new equipment, and started to upgrade his subordinates' equipment. But Ronan is very clear that their biggest opponent is not the corrupt royal government inside the wall, but the enemy outside Parody Island soon. A lot of equipment was moved to the field, and the recruits of the training corps who were training next to them were very surprised, because the equipment on Ronan's side was different from the equipment they used for training. Seeing the recruits standing upright in the arena, and feeling their completely different aura from before, Ronan nodded in satisfaction and then nodded to Audiobook, who understood and led others to carry the equipment to the arena. These were all eliminated because of the rules established by Ronan. That is, the last 10 people were forced to be eliminated. Otherwise, these guys would be lunatics who don't run dizzy. Run to collapse and don't stop. None of them can be eliminated, not only against the Titans. This force also bears the heavy responsibility of internal suppression. Physical training has come to an end for the time being. But don't relax from now on. We will continue to run in the morning and at night every day. We will start other training content at other times. It is still the same rule in the end. 10 people will be eliminated and we want to stay here. Just work hard along with it. Other corps also began to consider the issue of updating equipment. After all, it is not safe inside and outside the walls. After all, during this period of time, the content of the training that Ronan completed was far more terrifying than theirs. And he proved with practical actions that he was capable of being their instructor. Not just talking or using power to overwhelm others. After all, with Rhodes' secret support, not only the black gold bamboo knife and the stereo machine, Ronan's army will also be equipped with thunder guns and modified pistols. Changes in many details will eventually affect the overall situation. Yes, Captain, the recruits shouted. Time is like running water, gone forever. Several months passed in a blink of an eye. No more surprising events. Ronan has been very low-key during this time, and has been staying with Petra and others in the training corps station inside. Recruits are being trained on this day. This 100-member team has finally completed its training and can officially enter the battle. Compared with Survey Corps equipment system that mainly targets Titans, Ronan's team is undoubtedly equipped with better equipment because of Rhodes' support. All members are equipped with 4 black gold bamboo knives, 3-dimensional machine sand improved pistols. A small number of them are equipped with powerful and lethal equipment such as thunder guns. After several months of systematic and intensive training, coupled with the rules of survival of the fittest, those who can stand out are undoubtedly the elite of the elite. And the overall combat power is undoubtedly very strong. But after all, I haven't seen blood. And I haven't actually fought a Titan. So I don't know what my actual combat ability is now. Knowing this, Ronan decided to conduct actual combat training while Marley hadn't taken any action. Is it too dangerous to go directly outside the wall? Petra worried. It's okay. Just patrolling outside the city wall. There won't be much problem standing up. Looking at the team members who were full of troops in the arena, Ronan whispered without seeing blood. This team is still not qualified, and it cannot meet the requirements of our future plans. Well, listen to you. Thinking of those bold and reckless plans in the future. Petra did not raise any objections, and Emir on the side kept looking at the sky outside with a calm expression. After adapting and improving in the past few months, she is now considered a qualified fighter. After being transformed into a Titan, its combat power has also improved a lot, and its bite force is extremely amazing, worthy of its title of Titan. If it wasn't that he couldn't bring out the crystallized Ani, and couldn't guarantee its safety, Ronan really wanted Emir to try to bite the crystal. A Nai who can move freely is far more useful than wasting life in crystals. However, plans can never keep up with changes. Just when Ronan made up his mind to go outside the wall for military training, the head of the regiment, Irwins, came here with Levi and others. After not seeing each other for a long time and it was too late, Irwin expressed his intention to come here this time. The plan to take back the Maria Wall. Are you sure you don't want the people to die? Ronan mocked. For this Irwin did not refute, nor did he answer directly, but said in a deep voice, this is an order issued by the government. No matter what the purpose is, we have no reason to resist for the time being. Tilda. I see. Tilda. Ronan nodded. He didn't go deep into this topic. And Irwin must have thought of the things he could think of. And he was still willing to obey the order. So it can only be said that the time has not yet come, and he cannot take corresponding actions. Seeing that Ronan agreed so easily, Irwin couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief. Levi, who was standing beside him, looked at Ronan meaningfully, as well as Petra and Emir behind him, and thought about the outside world. Quite an elite team of hundreds of people with sharp equipment. Can't help but look at Ronan differently. Tilda. Not only can the holder of the power of Titan surrender, but he has strong personal strength and a strong ability to train troops. The key point is that he doesn't know what method he used to make the royal government, which is already short of resources, agree to pull out a large amount of supplies for training. I really can't see through it. The kid who just let himself appreciate it seems to have grown to the point where people have to care about it. Once the recapture war fails, there must be heavy casualties. The population pressure will drop a lot. Social conflicts will be transferred and gradually intensified. And the normal discordant voices will be forcibly contained. After Erwin perfected the details of the plan, Ronan took the lead to inspect the state of his white team, and naturally received a lot of admiration. And those eliminated members of the reserve team had even been targeted. On Erwin's side, seeing that Ronan directly chose to compromise, he did not hesitate and directly revealed the plan. This time the volunteers will carry out the plan to recapture the Maria Wall from 4 directions. Among them, south and west are feints, and the main forces are all concentrated in the east and north tilde. As long as the Wall Maria can be recaptured, 1/3 of the area can be increased, and the refugees can return to their homes. It only takes a few months to restore peace and return to the original harmonious social environment. Because under the current situation, this seems to be the best and fastest solution. What's more, the number of human beings inside the wall is not static. They are still growing, and there is no delay in retaking Wall Maria. Levi's heart was full of emotion. It's just that there are no words on the lips. It can also be said that it is the most effective way to solve the security problem inside the wall. In the end, Ronan chose the northern area, that is, going out of the wall through the Stohais area, going north all the way to the Maria Wall, and after completely clearing the Titan along the way, he began to continue his expedition along the Wall Maria, heading east, until here the Titan in the area has been completely cleared. But compared to the large number of unemployed and refugee groups, it is still a drop in the bucket. Erwin nodded. Okay, tilde. Is it because there are more Titans in the west and south? Ronan guessed with the current living and farming area inside the wall. Even though Ronan organized potato planting activities before, he obtained many high-quality potato seeds and promoted them to other areas, thus greatly increasing food production. However, Ronan will definitely not send these personnel out. They still have uses other than fighting. Hearing this, Erwin nodded appreciatively. That's right. With the combat strength of the volunteer army alone, it is definitely impossible to confront the Titans head-on now. So we can't throw them into the main battlefield all at once. The number of Titans, the sparse east and north regions, are undoubtedly the best places for military training. It can be said that the king's government's move is very clever, and it is also full of bloody meaning. But it is impossible for people to put too much significance on it. That's true. Then let's each lead the team to a certain direction. Tilde. Ronan made a decisive decision. Stourhays having come to this Ern city more than once, and because of his previous actions against Ani and the 3 of them, Ronan thought he knew enough about this city. But who would have thought that coming here this time would feel completely different, compared with the scene where silence and panic coexisted before? The Stohais area at this moment is just full of chilling atmosphere. In the temporary garrison on the edge of the city wall, thousands of volunteers were carrying only the simplest equipment, anxiously waiting for Ronan and the others to arrive, even though they had been mentally prepared for a long time before. When the action really came to their heads, the volunteers seemed nervous after all, and some even had cold hands and feet, and began to show fear of fighting. Feeling all this, Ronan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The king's government means that a large proportion of them want to kill a group of people. Let's clean up the population inside the wall. It's really ruthless. Soon, a convoy of more than 100 people arrived at the city wall and met the person in charge of garrison. Captain Ronan, we've been waiting for you for a long time. A man in his 30s and 40s with a mustache came up to him. Elder, who had been staying by Ronan's side, explained in a timely manner. That's garrison's Captain Job Murray. After our battle against the Titans, He took charge of this side. 540. I'm sorry to bother you. Feeling preoccupied, Ronan replied with a smile. Hearing this, Job Murray also responded with a faint smile. He had already heard about Ronan the upstart in the course, but now he saw it with his own eyes. But he couldn't help being shocked. Seeing is believing. Captain Ronan is really young and promising. Tilda. At the age of 35, I got into the position of captain garrison and was solely responsible for the protection and renovation of the city wall of an urn. I was already considered a successful career. Young and promising, but compared with Ronan, it was not worth mentioning. He was on the same level as himself when he was a teenager, and he seemed to have gained the trust of the king, entrusting him to recruit and train a white army by himself. And all the conditions were given to the current top level. It clearly shows how much Wang attaches importance to Ronan. The last one to receive this honor was Kenny Ackerman, the existence that the Corps and the people were dismayed by. From this we can see that Ronan's future is bright. Thinking of this, Maury's eyes became more and more kind, obviously not daring to offend Ronan, even though they are equals now. Where Captain Murray is also young and promising. Tilda, Ronan said perfunctorily, not intending to continue to argue, and went straight to the point. The volunteers for this expedition should already be here. Right, that's right, they've all been assembled. Here's just a part, and some are arranged in the open space to the east. There are a total of more than 53,000 people waiting to be transferred at any time. Tilda, Molly reported. 53,000, Ronan mused. According to the plans, this operation will dispatch nearly 20% of the population inside the wall, most of whom are refugees left after the fall of the Maria Wall. There is no way for more than half it. These populations have caused great troubles to the city within the Wall of Rose, affecting the basic life of the original residents, the area that used to rely on hunting for a living. Now, because of the influx of refugees, the trees were destroyed, the ecology was destroyed. The prey was greatly reduced, and some were even directly turned into planting areas. This has caused those who have always lived by hunting and living by tradition to lose their land, their prey, and their ability to live, which directly led to the intensification of conflicts. Tilda. This kind of time can be said to be everywhere in Rose's Wall. When social conflicts reach a certain level, we can only rely on war to divert people's attention. Maury didn't know Ronan's current thoughts, and seeing that Ronan didn't respond immediately, he continued to explain, as the main forciach of these 53. 0 people can get a piece of equipment, and there is also Captain Ronan Commander's team to assist. And to the east, by Captain Irwin's team lids. What about the other 2 fronts? Zelda couldn't help asking. Everyone else also focused their attention on Maury. Aware of these gazes, Molly didn't know what everyone was thinking, and immediately said with a sigh, the other 2 fronts have more people going out than our side. But there is no corps to lead them, it's to help us buy time. Tilda. Go directly to die, Emir mocked. Hearing this, the other people on the scene opened their mouths, but they didn't know how to say it, and the atmosphere suddenly became very dull. Okay, take us to the city. Tilda. 1 Ronan broke the atmosphere. Knowing this result a long time ago, he was not surprised or angry, and his expression was as calm as ever. This surprised Maury, but he soon understood. Being able to act as the commander of an operation at the age of less than 20, Ronan's ability is beyond doubt. This calmness can only be regarded as a basic operation. Soon Avrion arrived at the gate of the city, and also saw the reopened gates. After all, tens of thousands of people left the city this time. If only relying on the elevators, it would take the year of the monkey to transport so many people out of the city. It is very necessary to open the city gate. And because of the previous actions here, the titans around the city wall have been cleaned up by the Survey Corps, and there are special personnel on the city wall to keep watch. Once a titan approaches or appears, the alarm will be sounded. So the danger has been greatly reduced. Decline. Not to mention that a huge rock and related transportation equipment were transported to the gate of the city early. trying to completely block the gate of the city as soon as an unexpected situation occurred. It can be said that Garrison took great pains to ensure the safety of the Wengchang. After checking the situation here, and led the team to inspect the tens of thousands of expeditionary volunteers around, Ronan led them back to the headquarters. How can we be so desperate? It seems that we need to improve our morale before the official battle. Thinking of this, Ronan couldn't help looking at Elder beside him. Help me choose 10 people from the team and prepare a transport carriage. Captain, are you preparing? Not only Elder but everyone else was also puzzled. The expedition is going to start in the next few days. So what does Ronan want to do again? Without any intention of hiding, Ronan said bluntly, with the current state of the army, going out is risking deaths. At least the morale must be raised quickly. I am going to take people out to catch a normal species titan and give these guys some practice skills. Crack tilde tilde tilde, the heavy city gate was slowly pulled up. Ronan was the first to bear the brunt and drove his horse out of the city wall, followed by more than a dozen people and a carriage. Quickly out of the wall, attracting the surrounding people and volunteers to look shocked. Isn't that Captain Ronan's? Why did he get out of the wall and only bring so many people? There's nothing wrong with that, it's Captain Ronan. He's the only one who can lead a team out of town at such a young age tilde. The expedition is about to start. As the commander-in-chief here, why did Captain Ronan leave the city early? Is this too reckless? In case, don't talk nonsense. And be careful that the members of the regiment around you hear it. I found that these guys are extremely convinced and loyal to Captain Ronan. That's right. There was someone who questioned Captain Ronan's age and qualifications before, thinking that he was not qualified to be the commander-in-chief here, and was directly beaten by those soldiers until he couldn't get out of bed. But this time the task of leaving the city cannot be shirked. Probably he's going to die outside. How can you be so blatant? Why not this? The volunteer army was talking a lot, but they didn't notice that there would be a soldier in Survey Corps uniform standing around them at a certain distance. If you observe carefully, you can find that the clothes worn by these people are similar to those of ordinary Survey Corps. Uniforms are actually somewhat different. What is more obvious is that their equipment is obviously more abundant. That's right. These are members of Ronan's 100-man squad, who are responsible for managing these volunteers after Ronan leaves the city. A team of tens of thousands of people is about to walk out of the city wall. As long as there are people with a heart, they will easily be incited. Ronan doesn't want a mutiny before the action has started, so the necessary preparations must be made. Meanwhile, outside the wall, this operation, because it only captured a titan below 5 meters, was not too dangerous, so Ronan did not lead too many people, but let Elder select 10 recruits at the leader level from the 100-man squad. Did not keep Petra and the others by his side. It was not the first time to enter the area where the Titan was located, nor was it the first time to capture the Titan. Ronan was familiar with it, and his expression remained unchanged. He looked around looking for the trace of the Titan. Different from his calmness, the 10 recruit team leaders who walked out of the city wall for the first time all had nervous expressions on their faces, and their movements seemed a little stiff. Even in the past few months, they have undergone the most rigorous training, and their lives are worse than death every day. And the most powerful instructors have taught them the skills to deal with titans, as well as the knocks and tricks of using various weapons. But when it is really about to face Titan, but it was still unavoidable to feel fear. Aware of the team's situation, Ronan didn't say much, but quickly locked on to the target. An ordinary-looking man over 4 meters tall. Good luck tilde looking around. He found that there were no other titans, only this one wandering aimlessly. Ronan couldn't help but feel happy in contrast. The already tense recruits in the rear became more and more stiff. Soon Titan also spotted them and strolled over. The distance between the two sides was rapidly reduced, and soon there was only a distance of more than 200 meters. You wait here tilde after giving an orders. Without waiting for a response, Ronan kicked the horse's belly heavily under the pain. The horse's speed increased rapidly, and it ran head-on to where the Titan was. Seeing this scene, the recruits hesitated and stopped their progress, seeing the indecision and fear in each other's eyes. How to do what do you means? Do we really want to be spectators here? Do we want to help the captain? Speaking of this, everyone was silent but recalling their current situation and the experiences of the past few months, as well as the scene of the underground street. Scenes emerged in their minds. In the end, it turned into Ronan's unsmiling, stern face. Although he looked a little immature, younger than many of Themen the past few months, Ronan has conquered everyone with his practical actions. Many people in the 100-member squad were determined to pay for Ronan's life. But there was no one else. Just because Ronan was strong enough to convince people. So strong that people had no desire to resist. Seeking flowers. What's more, Ronan rescued them from that dark underground street, which is enough to make people work hard for him. Intuition tells Ronan that all this does not seem to be simple. The Titan was successfully captured. The next step is to find a way to improve morale. The youngest of them spoke weakly. Well, shall we go up to support Ronan here, Tilda? As soon as this idea came into being, several people threw it out of their minds. Where is the Titan not strong enough? Ronan is too strong. The worldview is shattered at this moment. With bursts of blood mist splashing, Ronan cut off his limbs mercilessly, reducing him to a large human pig writhing on the ground. Putting the knife back into its sheaths, and standing beside Titan whose jaw and limbs had been severed, Ronan breathed a sigh of relief, looked around, but found no figure of Titans, and couldn't help but feel puzzled. This place is at least the distance from the city wall. It's 5 kilometers away and there are no Titans around. Everyone thinking of this, the expressions of the 10 people suddenly became determined. And they were ready to go to support immediately. And they didn't want to pay attention to Ronan's order just now. But when they turned their attention to Ronan again, their expressions were shocked that it seems that the Titan is not so powerful, Tilda. But for the time being, he couldn't come up with a specific reason. He shook his head. Ronan chose not to think too much about it. 0. After calling the 10 team leaders who had long forgotten what tension is, Ronan bundled the Titan into the car, and then he set off on his way home. They saw that the devil-like Titan was so clumsy, so stupid, and so unbearable in front of Ronan. They looked at each other against their eyes full of shock. And in less than half a minute, battle was over. This is the end, O giant Titan. Another Titan has arrived. The key is the living Titan. Look at his head, it's still moving, in my impression. Captain Ronan led a team to capture the Titan last time. It's amazing, it's really amazing. Why do I feel that Titan is not so invincible? I think so, Tilda. One time may be accidental, but 2 times it is necessary to think about it. Ronan told everyone with the facts Titan is not invincible. Titan can also be killed, captured alive. Under the eyes of the surrounding people with different expressions, Ronan led the team members to slowly transport the Titan in the human state to the station, and almost passed in front of all the volunteers in a parade, which greatly eased the tension. The current state of depression is 480. At the same time, those team members who did not choose to go out of the city together, or did not dare to go out of the city because of fear, felt a little regretful at the moment, especially when I saw the 10 team leaders behind Ronan with their heads up and their chests upright. Each one was full of pride. I was even more envious and jealous. If they were the ones who left the city at that time, all the glory now belongs to them. Sorry about that. He even secretly made up his mind that after going outside the wall, he must show more feeling all this. Ronan knew that his operation this time had started smoothly. And the next step was the specific expedition march. He doesn't want to feed these people to Titan like fodder as the king's government thinks. So as to relieve the population pressure inside the wall and the oppressive force that Titan puts on the city wall. He wants to take back Wall Maria. Expand the frontline positions outward to obtain a wider strategic depth and living area. The volunteer army of more than 50. 0 people is definitely unreliable. If you want to rely on them to defeat Titan. Not to mention the efficiency issue. The casualties must be extremely high. I am afraid that with so many people going out, half of them will be very difficult to come back. So the main force this time is still his 100-man squad. Thinking of this, Ronan immediately arranged for Oreo and the others to carry as many supplies as possible. After all, this expedition must be a protracted battle. As long as they can fully understand the Titan, it is equivalent to a quarter of success. Several days passed in a tense atmosphere. The preparations were finally completed, now the door. Report there is no Titan outside the wall. You can open the city gate, report the troops are ready. Report the convoy is ready, report. At the front of the line listening to the continuous reports, and feeling the gazes of the troop squad members, and even the Stohei's area behind him, Ronan looked serious, revealing an unsuitable personality for his age. Feeling majestic looking at the slowly rising city gate. Because of the voice "Let's go Tilda" immediately. He took the lead and walked out of the city wall. Feeling the wide scene outside the wall in the fresh air. He couldn't help taking a few deep breaths, and immediately regained his composure, paying attention to the surrounding situation with a focused expression. A long snake array. The team of tens of thousands of people must not be moving fast. All the way to the north, you can clearly feel the complex emotional atmosphere of anxiety, fear and tension in the team. All of this was directly interrupted with the appearance of the first Titan. It's just a 5-meter class common species Titan. Instead of going directly to the volunteer army to go to the crowd tactics, Ronan gave the 3 of Aluo a look. The 3 of them understood and drove their horses straight up, under the attention of tens of thousands of people. With tacit cooperation, the Titan was easily beheaded, which aroused great cheers. Seeing is believing. Seeing the Titan being beheaded with his own eyes, everyone in the 100-man squad was eager to try, while the volunteer army breathed a sigh of relief, and their inner anxiety and fear eased a lot in this state. They traveled several kilometers to the north, and the number of people around them began to increase. Instead of blindly letting Oreo and others take action to solve it, Ronan asked the team members to jointly attack. 10 people formed a small team and dealt with a Titan, with his own well-equipped and well-trained. The battle went very smoothly and he will soon Titan solved. It can be clearly felt that the moment the Titan was killed, the temperament of the 100-man squad gradually changed. They are constantly progressing towards the direction of the real elite. As for those volunteers, to be honest, Ronan never expected these guys to kill the enemy. But with so many people, it is impossible to just stroll around the wall with nothing to do. So when Ronan arrived at a flying village, Ronan directly ordered these volunteers to start repairing houses and paving roads to create conditions for the restoration of living here in the future. And of course, searching for resources is also an essential link. The volunteers worked very hard to contribute to the team without having to fight the Titans, especially those whose hometowns were already on the marching route. All of them were full of energy at this moment. They saw the hope of returning home and rebuilding their hometown. And all this is brought to them by Ronan in just one day. Ronan conquered these volunteers with his own strength. That night, Tilda patrol personnel have been arranged, and there will be guards around the camp 24 hours tonight. Tilda, Elder stepped forward to report. Hearing this, Ronan nodded. Thank you for your hard work. Come and taste Petra's craftsmanship. Tilda, okay Tilda. Raising his hand to take the bowl, Elder took a sip of the hot soup, feeling his whole body sublimated, and most of the exhaustion from working all night disappeared immediately. Food is so amazing. Seeing that Petra was very satisfied, Ymir couldn't help speeding up his eating movements, as if he was afraid that someone would rob them. Smiling slightly, Ronan didn't say anything, but looked at the moonless night sky, and his thoughts gradually drifted away. I don't know what's going on with Commander Irwin. What about the 3.8 fronts in the west and south? It should be very tragic now. Although he couldn't bear it in his heart, Ronan also lacked skills and couldn't take into account the overall situation. He could only try his best to complete his set goals, completely liberate the northern region, and then rush to support operations in other regions. Spreading out the map, looking at the many signs and scenes on it, Ronan thought to himself, according to the current speed, I am afraid that it will take more than a month to complete the clearing work of the entire area. But the renovation of related buildings and roads is obviously impossible to complete. Knowing this, Ronan did not choose to divide his troops. At this time, it is better to concentrate his forces together. At this time, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps, Gunda hurried over. Captain, I found something. On a soil slope nearly 3 kilometers away from the camp, Tilda. That's right there are quite a few of them, Tilda. Relying on his excellent night vision ability, Ronan easily saw dozens of Titans gathered in the distance. And he couldn't help wondering, is it because of the village not far away? Or has Marley already started to take action? Even if it is an action, it is going north from the Higginshina district in the south. And it should not be here. After thinking about it for a while, Ronan eliminated many possibilities. And in the end, he could only attribute it to the unconscious gathering of unsullied Titans. Captain, is it clear how to deal with these Titans now? Elder asked without responding immediately. Ronan looked at the situation in the distance meaningfully, as well as the team members gathered around, and the surrounding environment. Ronan was moved in his heart. Elder, you said that if we set up a stronghold here. How feasible is it, a stronghold? Elder was surprised. I didn't react to 14 all at once, but I quickly understood Ronan's thoughts. Now they are just in the middle area between Stohaze and Maria. According to the plans, they will continue to go north until they reach Wall Maria, but also to spread around, in order to ensure the delivery of supplies in the later state, as well as the replenishment of relevant personnel and equipment. It is impossible to act in the form of a mobile army all the time, and it is undoubtedly necessary to set up a stronghold. Thinking of this, Elder nodded. I think it is feasible. The terrain here is very good. We set up a stronghold directly on the top of this hillside. There is a river 1 kilometer to the east to replenish drinking water and catch some fish. Food to complement it is a good choice. Then take advantage of the decline in the Titans' mobility at night. Let's get someone to clean up these Titans. Start repairing here for 3 days starting tomorrow. At least set up a fence first to form a certain degree of protection. Nan ordered. Yes, Captain Tilda. As for Ronan's order, Elder would naturally not disobey it. Immediately he drove to the camp to organize personnel, especially those team members who had never fought against Titan, and became the primary selection targets. In future battles they will be the main force, and they must see blood in advance. Watching Elder leave, Ronan withdrew his gaze and looked at the direction where the Titans gathered again. For some reason, he always felt that something was wrong. When he couldn't think of the reasons, he had to ignore it and waited quietly for the team members come over to do the cleanup. The process went very smoothly. The Titan's ability to move at night is probably only 20% of his vitality during the day, so he was easily killed. There is undoubtedly a huge gap between soldiers who have seen blood and soldiers who have not seen blood. With Ronan's current eyesight, he can clearly feel the changes in these recruits. Will be elite being outside the wall. Titans may appear around at any time. Plus, Ronan has established enough prestige during this period. The volunteers did not have the slightest resistance to the order to build the stronghold, and soon cut down trees around and demolished the damaged village not far away. The construction of the building. The materials were transported to the surrounding slopes for construction. Tens of thousands of people worked together, even without mechanical assistance. The efficiency is not low in just a few days. A nearly 20-meter-high wooden city wall stood around the slope, and the related buildings that completely surrounded it were also under intensive construction. During this period, the first batch of supplies arrived here under the transport of Oreo. and everyone present couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. During the expedition, the most fearful thing is that the supplies cannot keep up. Fortunately, this worry has not become a reality. But in the past few days, everyone was surprised to find that there were titans wandering over continuously, and the target seemed to be the gathering point before, which made people very puzzled after some investigation. Even after digging 3 feet into the ground, nothing unusual was found, and it could only be attributed to the natural terrain and geomantic omen. After all, Wugu titans are unconscious. Unless they are controlled, it is impossible to move in one direction, but now, Marley definitely didn't take targeted measures so quickly, so it can only be attributed to Wugu Titan's spontaneous behavior. Since he couldn't think of a specific reason, Ronan didn't waste his brain cells instead. He used it as a military training point, taking the form of 4 shifts, and constantly sent the members of the 100-man squad to train. The fighting power of the team is increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye, which is gratifying. However, it was impossible for Ronan to stay here forever. And after a few days, when the affairs of the stronghold were basically stabilized, 10,000 people and 50 team members were left stationed here. Ronan took the others and continued northward. "I'll leave it to you," Ronan patted Elder on the shoulder. At the same time, he looked around at Aluwu and Gunda. "Don't worry, leave it to us here. There will be absolutely no problems," Elder assured. The 2 of Gunda also had the same expression of determination. Seeing this, Ronan nodded, "Then let's set off. When we meet next time, I hope this stronghold has been completed." The 3 nodded. Not all. Ronan took Petra, Emir and others to the forefront of the team and continued north. Compared with when they first walked out of the Stowe 170 Haze area, the morale of the army is undoubtedly much stronger now. The volunteers who have seen Ronan's combat power are undoubtedly relaxed at the moment, and are no longer as pessimistic as before. Reality told them that titans and the like can also be defeated. During this period of time, they are all moving forward in an undamaged state. "Ronan, our operation here is going very smoothly. If the stronghold can be successfully established, then the task of recovering the northern region will be basically completed," Petra said happily. The eyes that looked at Ronan were full of admiration and admiration. This captain, who is many years younger than himself, is so outstanding in all aspects, which is really convincing. Emir on the side poured cold water in a timely manner. "Don't be too happy. There are not many titans on our front, so the early stage will be so smooth. Once you encounter a large-scale titan group, that's the time to fight when the challenge begins. Emir is right until the moment the mission is successful. We can't take it lightly." Ronan smiled slightly. Petra nodded in agreement, and Emir turned his eyes to the other side. His face was slightly red, but he recovered immediately, and he muttered to himself, "I've been praised." North of the Maria Wall in Costello District Chila. The sword light flickered, and the titan who was pulling the house fell to the ground and lost its vitality. After landing on the roof safely, Ronan looked around and found that the occupation was quite smooth. The team members did not hesitate to face the titan. In addition, because of their excellent equipment, they almost destroyed all the people in the street with relatively little loss. Unscaled titan is perfectly clear. It's just the big broken hole in the city wall in the distance, and the titans constantly entering the city from that big hole. Ronan frowned. If this problem can't be solved, then the city will definitely be irrecoverable. There are no stones of suitable size around. It seems that we have to look for them elsewhere. Shipping is a big problem, Ronan thought to himself, immediately after pulling the trigger on the handle of the knife again. The whole person, like a streamer, flew past the titan who was heading straight, and cut off the back, neck, and heads, causing the surrounding squads and volunteers to show horror color. Especially those team members who are also equipped with three-dimensional mobile equipment and an upgraded version of the black gold bamboo knife. Only they deeply understand how difficult it is to achieve Ronan's level. It's simply not something humans can do. Ignoring these gazes, Ronan continued to linger in the battle situation. Every time he swung his two knives, he would take away the life of a titan, relying on one person's strength to forcibly guide the battle situation to a state that is beneficial to one's own side, so that the losses of the team members and even the volunteers have been reduced a lot, especially the latter, who have not undergone special combat training. When facing the Titan, these volunteers can only rely on the superiority of numbers. Even with Ronan and others as the main attacking team, the losses are still not small. In just one street-clearing battle, nearly 100 people died. There are countless injured. Chinese letter #. As the last Titan on this street was hacked down by Ronan, everyone in the battlefield was relieved, and they could repair it for the time being. Standing on the roof of the tallest building in the street, looking around at the wandering Titans on the street in the distance, as well as the casualties of his side, Ronan sighed a long time. There is a long way to go. If you want to clear all the Titans in the entire city, at the current speed, it will definitely not be possible in less than a week. It is too slow. And even if you want to clear the entire city, recover, that big hole has to be repaired. Thinking of this, Ronan felt a little headache and could only hope that those patrolling personnel who went out could find a suitable boulder. What's more, Petra and Immer, who were fighting just now, also came here. Ronan's. The Titans in this area have been cleared. Should we continue to fight or rest on the spot? Petra asked. After the three of Oreo were assigned to guard the stronghold, she became Ronan's deputy, and Emir was in charge of statistics. Let's rest on the spot. Let the construction team complete the fortifications and continue tonight. Glancing at the darkening sky, Ronan pointed out something. Fight at night. Petra was slightly taken aback, but I immediately realized that the activity of the Titan decreased at night, and the movement was very slow. It was indeed the best time to do it, but the visibility at night was too low, which was also a huge challenge for the combat personnel. The volunteers don't go to the front line at night. Just let them clean up the mess. The main force is still the members of our team. The long night training before was just to deal with the current situation. Ronan said a few words. Immediately he turned his gaze to Ymir. Seeing this, Ymir opened his mouth to report, our team did not have any deaths in this battle, but 5 people were injured. They should not be able to enter the battlefield in a short time. The volunteer army had 375 casualties, which is not serious. Compared with the total number of the 2 troops, the casualty ratio of the core squad is obviously higher than that of the volunteers, which makes Ymir, who has been training with these members for the past few months, feel a little sad regarding this. Ronan didn't say much. Casualties in battle are unavoidable, after all. It's impossible for everyone to be as error-free or determined as he is. At noon of the next day, the whole army attacked again, completely annihilating the remaining Titans in the city. Ronan even captured 2 Titans specially for training. Is captain in the battle with the Titan. Once there is a mistake, it is a casualty. The Eastern Front led by Erwin has also reached the Eastern Urn City and is cleaning up the Titan. The process is relatively smooth, but there is no Western and Southern fronts commanded by the Corps. Fortunately, the dispatched patrolmen quickly brought good news from Lai Maid. They found a suitable rock, but it was difficult to transport it, and it took nearly 3 days to get here. When did the 2 of you become so divided? For some reason, Petra and Emir felt that Ronan had a sense of majesty at this time, making people dare not refute. So they nodded subconsciously, smiling and looking at the 2 women. Ronan continued, you are different from others. You don't need to be like this on the other side. The news of the other 3 fronts also reached here through the Herald, which made people extremely sad that night. Under the leadership of Ronan, the Corps began to clear the Titans in other blocks, and the operation went very smoothly. Ronan took care of most of the killing tasks, leaving only some less threatening titans to give to the team members. They started, greatly reducing the casualty rate. With only 5 people injured now, the result is undoubtedly acceptable at this time. A serious problem appeared in front of everyone, that is how to block the big hole in the city wall. Let the injured team members go to the rear to recuperate after treatment. The rest of the team members will all fight with me tonight, trying to clear all the titans in the city within 2 days. Ronan looked serious and unquestionable. After a whole night of fighting, another 2 blocks were cleared. One will succeed, 10,000 bones will wither. Is it different? Both women felt emotionally. In particular, the Southern Theater with the largest number of titans and the densest concentration has encountered trouble. According to the news that has come out now, it has lost nearly half of its troops. Go to the war zone where Ronan and Irwin are in charge. In other words, within 3 days, Ronan must defend the city from being invaded by the Titan, which is quite a challenge. Time passed day by day. Because there was no interference from Marais, it was obviously impossible to stop Ronan's edge with those innocent titans alone. After cleaning up the titans in the city, the titans outside the wall continued to move towards the city. They rushed over, but they were all beheaded outside the wall on this day. The boulder was finally transported, and a historic moment is coming. It's finally going to be blocked. That big hole looks so uncomfortable. As long as it can be blocked, the Costello district will be liberated. I couldn't have imagined it before, but we actually defeated the Titan. It's unbelievable. Yeah, although the march was a bit bitter, and we had to fight the Titans from time to time, almost putting our heads on the waistband of our trousers. But I have to admit that the feeling of regaining the homeland, recovering the lost ground, is really good. Captain Ronan brought everything, that's right. We certainly wouldn't have been able to do this without Captain Ronan. Captain Ronan is amazing, long live Captain Ronan. The focus of the discussion on the volunteer army was on the point of praising Ronan. And a few people dressed in volunteer army uniforms left without a trace, walked towards other areas, and once again guided speeches without a trace. 490 Everything is moving in Ronan's favor. This is real steering at the same time. Ronan himself stood on the city wall, watching the boulder approaching and the team members outside the wall who were blocking and killing the Titan, with a stern expression and a trace of expectation in his eyes. As long as the gap here can be blocked, combined with the repaired city gate, this city can be brought back under control. As the bridgehead of the Northern Defense Titan, the successful recovery of Costello District is undoubtedly of great significance. Not only can it enhance the self-confidence of people inside the wall when confronting Titans, but it can also ease the increasingly severe social conflicts inside the wall and provide refugees with a living space. Of course, for Ronan, this is undoubtedly an excellent time to increase his reputation. Soon, under the watchful eyes of tens of thousands of people in the urban area, the boulder was slowly transported to the gap, and the people who had been waiting at the side hurried forward, using various ropes and equipment, moved the boulder to the gap and started permanent job. Seeing this, everyone let out a long sigh of relief. Ronan, we succeeded, Petra said happily. The crowd around and below began to cheer loudly. At this moment, they saw the hope of mankind defeating the Titan. In fact, they've already done just that. The victory of Costello District will not be the swan song. They will continue to create miracles and continue to fight for the freedom of mankind. After the things here are finished, we should leave Tilda. Ronan calmly stared at the place where heaven and earth meet far away. He really wanted to take a look outside of Parody Island, and really wanted to know how far the outside world had developed. But the reality does not allow him to do so. Only when the inside of the wall is completely stable and develops strong enough can Ronan go out openly and communicate with people in the outside world. If you fall behind, you will be beaten. Weakness is the original sin. Compared to the state regimes outside the island, the current Parade Island is still too weak, that is. The other party dare not come because of the threat of the founding Titan's power. Otherwise, the island may have already become a colony of foreign powers. Thinking of this, Ronan couldn't help but feel a little anxious in his heart. He has a lot to do, and the things he needs to change are even more cumbersome. All of this takes time, and what he needs most now is undoubtedly time. Seemingly sensing Ronan's depression, Petra hesitated for a moment, and finally stretched out her hand to hold Ronan's palm. Comforting Ronan, don't take all the pressure on yourself. You and Asimir and I will help you, get me wrong. I only helped you to save my own life, not for other reasons. Emir said stubbornly, not daring to look Ronan in the eye. There are so many houses and buildings in the city, and there are many supplies that have not been taken away. But at this moment, they have become supplies for the volunteers and Ronan. Everyone has no opinion on this. The plan to close the gap went very smoothly, and with the completion of the fixing work, the entire city fell into a carnival. With the previous experience, the team members and even the volunteers no longer had the fear they had before facing the Titan, and their movements became much smoother, and they were no longer so rigid, which further reduced the casualty rate. And Ronan's gratifying record was quickly passed on to the Wall of Rose by the heralds, making it known to the relevant personnel of the king's government. In this regard, Ronan, who had been paying attention to the scene in the distance, didn't notice Itan just whispered calmly, "Thank you." After all, they recaptured the Costello district and the homeland occupied by the Titans. They made a huge contribution, and there is nothing wrong with taking something. Hearing this, Petra and Emir both smiled knowingly, and immediately returned to their original calm posture. Under such circumstances, Ronan naturally wouldn't spoil the fun, announced the banquet immediately. In contrast, the people inside the wall did not have such complicated thoughts, and all of them showed joyful faces. As the supreme ruler inside the wall, Rhodes naturally got the news. It's just that the happy time is always so short. At noon the next day, the army will start again to clean up the remaining unstained Titans in the northern area and completely liberate the entire area. When reunited, and thus went to the south together to carry out the most severe retake battle. If it is possible to regain Wal Maria, it will undoubtedly be an extremely beneficial thing for Rhodes. But it is just a little unexpected. Who would have thought that human beings could take back the land from the mouth of the Titan by their own power? It turns out that humans really can beat the Titan. But he quickly came back to his senses. With a look of appreciation in his eyes, that's right. I didn't live up to my trust. And there is such material support as before. This made Rhodes, who had always been in awe of the power of Titan, inevitably fell into shock. And it also triggered a lot of thinking. It turned out to be a success. Rhodes looked shocked. Another month has passed and the new year is coming. Inside the tent, Ronan, Petra, and Emir sat facing each other around the fire, watching the food being cooked on the fire, feeling the warmth, and unconsciously showing a warm smile on their faces. This year is actually the three of us celebrating New Year together, Tilda, Ronan said with emotion. I clearly remember that at this time last year Uncle Harry and Alan's family spent the New Year's Eve together, and the scene was quite lively. But this time there were only 3 of them, which seemed very deserted. Hearing this, Petra smiled. I didn't expect that I could survive until now. Since the moment she joined the Survey Corps, she has no extravagance about how long she can survive. After all, it is quite dangerous to go out and fight the Titans. Even if it is a well-trained soldier, it is possible to capsize just like this time. More than 10 members of the 100-member team, except those who guarded the stronghold, have already died in battle at this moment. The casualty ratio is not small. This was when they hadn't been attacked by a large number of Titans, and the Titans of the strange species were all killed by Ronan. If Ronan hadn't acted as the vanguard and charged into the battle, the number of casualties would have at least doubled. Feeling the joy and disappointment in Petra's words, Ronan said solemnly, "Don't worry with me here. Both of you will be fine, Tilda. I don't need your protection, I'm strong, Emir retorted. Petra couldn't help laughing. Emir is the best, Tilda. It's up to you, Emir's cheeks flushed slightly. Emir, you're blushing, Ronan teased, hearing this. Emir's expression froze. And he said unhappily, I want you to take care of it, Tilda Ronan. Petra, Chinese letter Tilda 846, arrived in this warm atmosphere. The preliminary planning of the Wall Maria recapture plan has been completed. At noon the next day, Ronan saw the large army slowly approaching in front of him, and knew that the next move would be the most difficult part of the whole plan. They had to prepare go play Higginshina area, because it was the first area to be breached. Coupled with the deliberate guidance of the three of Reborn, the number of Titans was very large, far from comparable to other areas. A densely packed group of Titans, for a core without weapons of mass destruction, undoubtedly extremely difficult to deal with. Even if there are powerful combat forces like Ronan Levy and San Mao in the core, it is impossible to rely on only 3 people to fight, and time does not allow them to do so. The necessary sacrifice must be inevitable at this time. The temporary camp inside the tent where Erwin is Tilda. Your soldiers are very good. They can already be called elite troops, Erwin praised. Ronan shook his head slightly, it's still far away. It's just relying on the strength of weapons. And it can't compare with the most elite soldiers of our regiment. It's because you are too modest. As soon as the conversation changed, Erwin pointed out they support you very much, it's okay. Obeying the orders of superiors is the most basic requirement for a soldier, Tilda. Without further entanglement on this topic, Ronan asked, Commander, we will start to clean up the southern theater. How is the situation there now, not optimistic, Tilda? Erwin took a deep breath and said heavily, the Southern Expeditionary Force has the largest number, reaching 100,000 people. But according to the information we have obtained so far, the number of surviving people is probably less than 30%, Tilda. More than 70,000 people died. It seems that there are a lot of Titans there, Tilda. Ronan looked calm. The expedition of these few months has made his heart extremely peaceful, and he will no longer show his true emotions casually like before. Seeing this, Erwin nodded slightly, it's really not small. So we can only join forces and this time. The battle damage will definitely be much more than before, and the operation will even fall short. You have to do well mentally prepare, Tilda, I see. Realizing that Erwin didn't have the intention to continue talking, Ronan stood up tactfully, Captain, if there is nothing else, then I'll go out, Tilda, and Tilda. Erwin nodded flatly, however. Just when Ronan reached the door and was about to go out, Erwin's voice sounded again behind him, Ronan. If you were asked to be the supreme commander of the corps, what would you choose? Ask for flowers. Turning his head, looking at Erwin with a serious expression and a hint of expectation in his eyes, Ronan said bluntly without hesitation, same as you. Immediately turned around and walked out of the tent. Thank you, Erwin whispered, walking out of the tent. Recalling the words just now, Ronan shook his head helplessly. The leader is still the same leader, and he has never changed his original intention, Tilda. It was at this moment that Levi walked over with firm steps. It is foreseeable that many people will die in the following actions. Taking advantage of the situation, I took a look at the figure of the captain and found that it was still stable. Well, it's 175 meters now, Ronan smiled, noticing Ronan's behavior. Levi's mouth twitched, not bad. Captain Tilda, Ronan greeted. This is not what Ronan wants to see. As for Ronan, although he is still the captain of the Survey Corps, he is no longer under Erwin's command and has sufficient independence. However, Ronan has no intention of acting on his own. Just as Erwin said just now, the liberation and recovery of the southern region can only be done jointly. Then he entered the tent, preparing to discuss some details of the operation with Erwin. After a pause, Levi stared at Ronan, looked him up and down, and said indifferently, he grown taller again. Watching Ronan's leaving back, the indifference on Levi's face disappeared, revealing a faint smile. This brat Tilda. The originally relaxed atmosphere was immediately replaced by tension and depression. No wonder he succeeded Keith as the head of the Survey Corps. And they didn't encounter any Titans along the way, and successfully reached the southernmost part of the Eastern Theater, which is where Irwin started before and further south. That's the Southern Theater, which is also the most dangerous area. After an awkward chat, Ronan left here. Any party acting alone will undoubtedly suffer heavy losses, or even annihilate the entire army. 0. After just a day of repairing together, Ronan and Irwin became one and launched an expedition towards the southern region. Along the way, they were able to see the strongholds and fortifications established by Irwin. It has to be admitted that the opponent's ability, it is indeed extremely strong. Kill them all, recover the Shiganshina district. To take home, 3 kilometers to the north of Ziganshina district, the expeditionary force encountered a large number of unstained Titans, including 5 or 6 strange species of Titans. And the battle situation became extremely tragic. Because it is in the plains, the 3-dimensional mobile equipment cannot fully play its role. And there are so many Titans that the battle situation has fallen into a passive situation since the 10th day. Unlike the previous one-sided battle situation this time, Titan completely crushed the confidence accumulated by its volunteers during this period of time. Zhang Jin's fear resurfaced in his heart again, and the battle situation seemed to be struggling. Often hundreds of people can hold a Titan, and they can't kill it immediately. The casualties on the volunteer army's side are not uncommonly heavy. 430 in contrast Survey Corps, which has experienced many battles, is much calmer. Even though the casualties are not small, their fighting spirit has not disappeared at all. General Species on the other side. Ronan took the members of his team to take the lead in solving the 2 strange species of Titan. Call was standing on a high place, looking around the hell-like battlefield. Ronan's expression became more and more indifferent, in a state of war. Human life is indeed the most worthless thing, and we can only reduce losses as much as possible. As long as you can overcome the difficulties in front of you, all future plans will be completed in a logical manner. Instead of staying where he was, Ronan led his team members into the battle, continuously beheading the Titan. He couldn't count how many times he swung the double knives, saw how many people were eaten by Titan in front of him, couldn't remember how many times he wanted to vomit from the bloody smell, and how many times he replaced the gas. He didn't stop his slashing movement until the sound of slashing and killing on the battlefield completely disappeared. Gripping the handle of the knife tightly with both hands, with the blade facing the ground, Ronan looked up at the blue sky, breathing greedily. The murderous intent in his eyes gradually faded away, and his focused mental state suddenly relaxed. Looking around his body, he realized that he was following him. The team members behind him disappeared at some point. Nearly 20 Titans fell in various shapes, and their bodies were vaporized, so that Ronan's whole body was wrapped in steam, making it impossible to see the whole picture of his body. That is at this time, as the sound of jets rang out around her. Because the power of the Titan could not be exposed for the time being, Petra and Immer, who had been holding back the formation, came to her side, rushed into the water vapor regardless, and landed on the corpse pylon Ronan's side. "Ronan, are you okay?" Petra asked, concerned. Emir on the other side is also no longer the indifferent and most poisonous before, and looks very worried. "The blood on your body." "Don't worry, it's all from Titan Tilda," Ronan smiled. But his whole body was covered with a thick layer of blood, which made his smile look particularly terrifying. It's just that Petra and Emir didn't care at all, and they both breathed a sigh of relief. The difference is that the former didn't hide his emotions, while the latter just revealed it secretly, and regained his calm, without wiping the blood on his body or the knife anyway. "They will vaporize on their own after a while." Ronan asked, "How is the battle going?" "I'm already like this, but I still care about the situation of the battle." "I really don't know what you think," Emir said angrily, pulling the corner of his clothes. Petra responded, the battle is over. Not only the titans that were discovered just now, but also a lot of them came from the direction of Higginshina area. The damage of this battle should not be low. Especially the volunteer army can be described as tragic. But taking a deep breath, Petra said seriously, but no matter what we still won. It's good if you win, don't be afraid of sacrifice. Just be afraid of not winning, Ronan whispered. Soon the three found Erwin, Levi and others at this time. The gazes that looked at Ronan were extremely worshipful. As if they were looking at God. Only they knew what they saw just now. Ronan's image of a god of war has been imprinted in the deepest part of their memory. And as time goes by, Ronan will become stronger and stronger. Invincibility is not a dream. The team members on Ronan's side are still relatively intact. And there are still 13 combatable soldiers left. Erwin, oh yes. It needs to be repaired for a while, Erwin also sighed. After this battle, Ronan has undoubtedly gained a lot personally. The manipulation skills of the three-dimensional mobile equipment, knife skills, coordination and other values have been improved to a certain extent. Titan, am I that fragile in your eyes? As the head of the Corps, Erwin took the lead this time and fought to the death without retreating. He was undoubtedly wounded, but his injuries were not serious. Levi was in the same state as Ronan, both covered in blood. Apparently killed a lot of titans, knowing this. Ronan's mind suddenly came up with Petra's words just now. He had a flash of inspiration and, without hesitation, he directly retorted, Captain, I think we have to rush to the entrance of Higginshina district overnight. Now it is the best timing, can't be delayed for a second. At first they were able to keep up with Ronan's killing pace. But as Ronan gradually became better, everyone found that if they continued to follow, it would only be a hindrance, without the slightest practical effect. And they could only choose to clean up other fallen people. Single Titan. It directly caused the team's battle damage to be very low. Levi and the others behind him were not in high spirits. The battle damage this time was really too great. And it felt a bit traumatic. It can be said that everyone in Survey Corps is on emergency health rest. At this moment, seeing Ronan arrive safely, Erwin breathed a sigh of relief. It's fine, 3-1 with a joke. Ronan looked around and sighed. I'm afraid we won't be able to enter the Higginshina area in a short time. He raised his hands and put the two knives back into the scabbards, and walked down the pile of corpses, not knowing when the gas list was exhausted, destroying the soul with one blow. Ronan took advantage of the opportunity to activate the three-dimensional mobile equipment, and moved to the top of the city wall, dodging the palm of the nearby titans. Among them the body suddenly followed, Another knife fell, and the 11-meter level Wugu Titan in front of him fell to the ground, and his body began to gasify. Without the slightest carelessness, he moved to the edge of the city wall, again condescending. Watching the situation of the battlefield below, Ronan looked normal and a system sound came from his ears. Drip the host is not afraid of hardships and dangers. Takes the lid, marches overnight, fights bravely. Willpower ignoring the sound. Ronan directly pressed the trigger on the handle. The retainer was dismantled, the air jet shot out, and the whole person rushed towards the gate of the city. This is the entrance to the junction of Higginshina district and Wall Maria. And it is the hardest hit area of Titan. The 4 major urns of the Maria Wall have the largest number of Titans pouring in here. And it must be related to their geographical location. After all, closer to the drop point, there will naturally be more Wugu Titans coming, of course. There is no lack of credit for the Titan team on Marley's side. At this time, according to Ronan's plan, the army has arrived here and started to clean up the Titan at the entrance. From the rear, a huge rock was slowly transported over. The intention was very obvious. It was to block the gap at the entrance that was hit by the armored Titan, and catch it in an urn. It is even possible to give up the Higginshina area directly, and instead shrink the line of defense and devote more attention to other places. After all, there is only an urn in front of us, and the area is not too large. as long as other areas can be recovered. It will be enough to relieve the current population and regional pressure, and the danger will be much reduced. It is the most appropriate choice at present. It's just that the Titans at the entrance kept pouring in, and many of them ignored the members of the Corps and the nearby volunteers, and rushed towards the team transporting the boulders, causing great pressure on the Corps Ronan, who was assigned the task of protecting the transport team, and his volunteers and team members. The task is undoubtedly very arduous. I really don't know how these unscrupulous Titans can hit the Corps directly. Or that guy Zeke has already come tilde. As soon as this idea appeared, Ronan rejected it and devoted himself to the battle. The surrounding Corps members and volunteers felt great again. Ronan's offensive, which was like a pear blossom in a rainstorm, did not give these Titans a chance at all. They were all dealt with one knife, clean and tidy. Very domineering, which greatly boosted morale. Captain Ronan is indeed the strongest. As long as we follow Captain Ronan, we will surely win. Everyone follow Captain Ronan and kill these damn Titans. K the Titans. Kill the Titans and take back their homeland. Following Ronan's activity on the battlefield, the volunteers responded first. Even though their bodies were extremely tired, even though their hearts were full of fear, and even though they didn't have too sophisticated weapons and equipment in their hands, they did not retreat but chose to give your heart. Everything is for humanity, for the future. The battle became more and more fierce, especially when the team transporting the boulder reached the gap in the city wall. The Wugu Titans seemed to sense something and rushed towards the direction of the transport team spontaneously. It directly caused the pressure on Ronan's side to suddenly increase by several levels. I can't go on like this, tilde. He chopped off a Titan's head, and Ronan drove the stereo machine to the top of the city wall. After replacing the gas tank, he didn't return to the original battlefield to fight, but jumped directly into the Ziganshina area, attracted the attention of the Titans in the city who were about to enter the Maria Wall. Sensing the numerous Titans chasing after him, Ronan looked serious. At this moment, he definitely couldn't stop. Once he stops, death may greet him. Ignoring the group of Titans around him, Ronan watched the entrance blocked by huge boulders in the distance, and the green signal flares flying into the air. Knowing that he was almost ready to go back, thinking of this, Ronan was more inclined to give up the urn directly and use a lot of situation to seal the gate and completely seal it. The premise is that Marley only sent a Titan detachment and did not transport its army over. Frowning, Ronan suddenly found out that the other party had reappeared in the place where Alan's family was, and couldn't help feeling, even if he became an unconscious Wugu Titan, he still maintained that obsession. Just wait a little longer, I'll bring you back. Before Grisha's lifespan runs out. With the power of Armored Titan and Colossal Titan, it is impossible to smash the city wall body composed of large Titan itself. Their breakthroughs are only the gates used to enter and exit. As long as they can be rebuilt strong enough, the security inside the wall, in fact, it can be guaranteed. Dana Fritz appeared here again and in the area. But there are many Wugu Titans, and it is very difficult for an army of 750 Rai to reach the city wall. At least it is difficult to march without damage on land. But it is extremely maneuverable in the sky. Relying on the three-dimensional mobile equipment, Ronan patrolled on the roofs, moving fast, looking around, checking the situation in the Ziganshina area, feeling nervous only in the long run. As the first Urn city to be breached, it happened to be opposite to the location of Malay country, which made the number of Wugu Titans here very large. With the current combat effectiveness of the Corps and the volunteers, if you want to directly test the general clearing these Titans completely is obviously impractical. Have to guard tilde, Ronan thought to himself. They all turned around and followed closely in the plot. Marley made a surprise attack on the wall through the airship. But before he got up, a familiar Titan appeared in his sight. Come with me, tilde. There were only a few Titans wandering around at the entrance, and they were quickly beheaded by the Corps at this time. He was already on top of the central watchtower in Ziganshina district. surrounded by layers upon layers, all of which were innocent titans. His lure work was done at a very high level, and nearly half of the titans in the entire city were led to it. Here,